Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you who are up with us. Most of you, I'm assuming, listening on the Odyssey app, unless you have an actual old-school radio sitting on your table, because there is nobody out on the roads this morning. I deflowered the snow today, Seth. I drove through the virgin snow and put the first tracks in her today.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
You broke the snow's...
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
It was cute. Yeah.
Fresh tracks on the snow.
Indeed.
Be careful now. It'll be easy to track you.
Yeah.
Anybody out to get you, the debt collectors and whatnot, the professional trackers they've brought in to try to track you down.
Yeah.
They can follow those right to the station.
I'm good. Everybody's paid up. I'm good to go. I got nothing to hide. Live a pretty mundane life, just sitting watching my football teams lose as big underdogs in postseason games.
Rough week for you. First, you watch the Texans go down in a good football game, but then you have to watch your Notre Dame Fighting Irish go down with what turned back into a good football game for a little while there. I don't know.
I was
told.
told.
Do you believe, Sean? Do you believe?
I fell asleep.
Did you believe?
Well, I can't. I don't know whether it was belief or fatigue, but I fell asleep when it was 31-7. I'm like, okay.
I think it was a fight or flight response.
Yeah, probably.
You turtled. You're like, shut it down. I'm just gonna hope this is all over soon.
My body shut down. Yeah, so they lost. I guess they mounted a pretty good comeback, and then Ohio State hit a deep one to Jeremiah Smith, and they kicked a field goal to make it an 11-point game. And Ohio State, they are your national champions. Yeah.
Ryan Day, with his 70-10 career record at Ohio State, earns a brief reprieve from conversation about whether he's on the hot seat or not.
It's really amazing. You and I were talking about this before the show, and you said 70-10. I'm like, hold up, 70-10? And I've thought this independent of the record, because Ohio State's in it every year. They're in the mix every year, and they're going to be in the playoff every year now that it's 12 teams for sure. I always think, you lost to Michigan. That really sucks. Who are you going to find that is going to have a better record than Ryan Day? Like, he's been really, really good at Ohio State. And now it's his ring now.
Let me fact check myself. Yes, with a 70-10 record, Day has the second best winning percentage among coaches with at least 80 FBS games.
Yeah.
Only Walter Camp had a better winning percentage.
Wow.
That was at Stanford and Yale in the late 1800s. Yeah. Walter Camp responsible. I believe Walter Camp's responsible for all of the markings on the football field. That was his idea.
Oh, really? Like that?
Which is kind of a weird thing when you think about it. I don't think there's no other sport that plays with that many markings on the field, the hash marks and everything.
Yeah.
And when he did it, that's when somebody said, "It looks like a gridiron." Oh, Campy. What's Campy up to anyway?
Campy, man. So
he's in with the Federalists. I never trusted him, I tell you.
Yeah, man. It's been a tricky 72 hours for me between the Chiefs and the Texans and this Notre Dame game last night. I'm all right,
I also just careful, don't get transfixed by the highlights of your team losing up there. I think that the one thing I realized and discovered yesterday was I forced myself to get a couple of good nights sleep over the last couple days, and all of a sudden yesterday I was actually in the appetite for a long C.J. Stroud press conference.
It was long.
And D'Amico as well.
Yeah.
I feel like D'Amico's shortest answers were probably the most important.
The most telling.
Which is good for radio.
Yeah.
But C.J., I thought, C.J., more than anything, multiple times, he kind of validated our opinion that, all right, no matter how mature C.J. or any young football player is, you never really understand the pressure that a young quarterback is under until you go through a full season of being the guy. And, his rookie year, obviously, there's a lot of pressure on him. But this year, with all the expectations, CJ acknowledged that, yeah, man, I didn't really I really didn't know what it was all about, and now I feel like I have a better idea of what it's all about.
Do you think that translates into a different-looking offseason for him, just in terms of how visible he is over the next couple of months? Radio Row, podcasts, all that stuff?
It might. I think that it's the hardest thing in the world when somebody's kind of thrust into an extreme spotlight the way he was. I thought that he tried to manage it pretty well.
Yeah.
But things are going to seep in, and I don't want to paint a picture of him coming in as overly confident or anything. It's just that it's one of those things that you just don't know until you know. And the fact that teams have an entire offseason to figure out exactly how they're going to attack you, I think regardless of whether he goes on podcasts or not, I think that he and probably Bobby Slowik too, because Bobby probably thought he knew more than he did, even though he knew that he didn't know what he didn't know. You just never know until that it's got to be always back to basics. Yeah. It's that, man, you start at square one, and it's not a cliche. It's that you have to build everything back up from the very ground, and you can't have notions in your head of being the greatest show on turf or anything until you get the real basics right. And this is a team that had it took them a long, long time to get some of the basics right this season.
Yeah, we'll get into this D'Amico audio here in just a second. And I guess just to put a bow on the CJ offseason thing, like to be fully transparent, I don't recall us being like overly critical of him doing all those things at the time. I thought it was pretty cool. Hey, our quarterback is a sought-after entity. Been a while since we've had that, you know?
Yeah, but having gone through it, I'm glad that he had this season, because it is, and it's a trite way to put it, but like, you don't know what you don't know. But even when you consciously know that you don't know what you don't know, you still have no appreciation for actually just what it's going to be like.
Yep.
With anything in life, marriage, your job, anything, like, you just flat out don't know or truly understand until you go through it.
Yep.
And now he's been through it.
And I think he'll be better for it. He's someone who I think is going to actually take the lessons and apply them going into year 3. So let's get into D'Amico here. As you mentioned, the shortest cuts, maybe the most telling cuts. Let's start. This was D'Amico. This was before a question was even asked. He came into the press conference with a bit of a mini opening statement.
Be a lot of questions about, staffing players and all those things. Just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know
Okay,
that.
so at that point when he said that, there'd been no news about anything. Since then, Aaron Wilson had a report that Chris Strouser is not expected back next season, the offensive line coach. One of the details from that story, Seth, was that he actually pondered retirement before this season. So this, I'm sensing like a mutual parting of the ways kind of thing perhaps coming, right?
Right, yeah, or a polite way to put it perhaps. Yeah. And, boy, talk about being all in. Yeah, I love the coaching. What a profession. What a profession to be in when you're not sure if you want to do it anymore. There's nothing quite like working 18-hour days when you're not quite sure whether you want to do it or not. And that's what it looked like. That, frankly, I'm not trying to bash on him individually or anything, but the entire operation looked like people that weren't quite sure what they wanted to do or what they were supposed to be doing.
Take all the offensive lines that were left in the playoffs this weekend and ask yourself which one played like one where you think the coach might have been pondering retirement before the year.
I'm with you. I mean, it's one of these things, and I've done a few of these videos on YouTube where you don't even have to have a technical eye for it. You can just see the difference between the good teams, the good offensive lines, and the bad offensive lines. There's a cohesion, there's a symmetry, there's a physicality that just shows up. And you very rarely saw that with the Texans' offensive line. So whoever it might be, it's not Jeff Stoutland. He's still in the playoffs, but hopefully it's somebody that can come in and get this team into tip-top shape.
Yep. Hopefully it's an upgrade. Okay, so this was to me the most interesting, and we'll find out, I guess, in the next few days if it was telling or not. Yeah. But I'm looking at all the cuts from D'Amico's press conference yesterday. And there's 47 seconds, 55 seconds, a minute 4 on Chris Boyd, 53 seconds on different things here and there. This was a 6-second answer. Thoughts on Bobby Slowik's performance as a play caller in year number 2?
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
That's it. That's the whole thing.
effusive praise.
Right.
If I do say so myself.
Okay, so if you had to handicap it based on that quote right there, what would your thought be on whether Bobby Slowik one of the things that D'Amico's pondering right now the next couple of days?
I had been saying I figured it was probably a 75% chance that Bobby Slowik's going to come back. Maybe it's down to 50-50 right now. At the very least, I think there's going to be an honest assessment and evaluation. And, I think D'Amico, this is where I don't want to read too much into it. D'Amico is pretty self-aware, and he understands that as a head coach, you're going to have blind spots. And one of those things can be loyalty to your friends or affection for various players, and that you got to fight like hell to against that bias.
Yeah.
So it might be as simple as like, hey, he just wants to be sure that he's giving an honest appraisal of everybody, and he just wants to be sure he does that with Bobby Slowik. The other dynamic here is that Chip Kelly's name has started to be floated out there just by people speculating that, hey, Chip Kelly, offensive coordinator for the Buckeyes, just won a national championship. He's been a successful coordinator, and I would say head coach at least to a degree, but a coordinator in the NFL. This is the thing about Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly, when he got hired in Philadelphia as a rookie head coach, he did one very, very interesting thing, which was he hired Jeff Stoutland as the offensive line coach for the Eagles. And Jeff Stoutland remains the Eagles' offensive line coach. Yeah. Chip Kelly, I think, knows how to identify and find good offensive line coaching, and he does focus a lot more on the offensive line than people might think. I mean, his offenses are not air raid offenses. They're spread the ball out to run as much as it is to pass, and he knows offensive line. I think that's something. That is something. So the question becomes, all right, if Bobby Slowik, has he shown enough progress and do they feel like he has a future? And even if you do feel like he has a future, do you feel better about a guy like Chip Kelly or whomever else out there that can just come in and be leaps and bounds ahead of Bobby from day one?
Yeah.
I personally think I would prefer Chip Kelly, but I do understand if they feel like, okay, having this continuity with CJ could make a big difference, and it's going to be very interesting over the next week or two.
Yeah, I think, look, CJ picked up, CJ was the rookie of the year, so he was picking up NFL football at a pretty rapid rate when he got here. Picking up a new system or a new offense, I don't think is a major concern to me, especially if the balancing act with that is you got a guy who you just, as you pointed out, is just better at identifying coaching talent and talent, period. We should point out, too, that specific to Chip Kelly, DeMeco Ryans' last 3 seasons in the NFL, he was playing for Chip Kelly in Philadelphia. So they've got history together, too.
Yeah, that's it's kind of like, okay, do you make a bet on the future or do you go with a proven commodity? At some point, people were wondering, like, okay, do I buy some Bitcoin or not? I don't know. Seems like what could it ever actually do? I'm not sure about this Bitcoin. I'm gonna stick with IBM. So do you go with the Bobby Bitcoin, or is Bobby more like the Haktua Girl currency that she put out there? Is Bobby Bitcoin or Haktua coin?
Yeah, yep.
I don't know.
So I went on our sister station in Kansas City yesterday afternoon. And I did to their text page what Carrington Harrison did to our text page last Friday.
Yeah.
Yep, you'll hear it. See how I did. Grade me. Coming up next.
Grade Kirk Holmes. Okay, we'll make him the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year. Kirk Holmes has been in the family.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So, Seth, I got a text yesterday from Rob, who is Carrington Harrison's producer in Kansas City on our sister station. He texted me at like 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. He's like, hey, do you guys archive the post-game show anywhere? We'd love to. They apparently, after the Chiefs beat somebody in the playoffs, they like to play some of the phone calls from the opposing market that complain particularly about the officiating. They've got very big rabbit ears, as you know, about the officials being credited with a big hand in all their Super Bowl championships.
They do not.
They're not
like happy about anything that takes away from just the awesomeness that is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
And Pat Mahomes, who could never, ever, ever be guilty of exploiting the playbook or kind of acting like a dramatic little version of his brother Jackson Mahomes.
Right.
Who's by far now the less dramatic of the two Mahomes siblings.
That's one of the oddest developments is Jackson Mahomes is now the more likable Mahomes.
Yeah, I love Jackson. I wish Mahomes would just tone it down a little bit like his brother Jackson.
That's right.
Okay?
I said, I don't know that we archived the post-game show. That's actually Texans real estate. That's not ours. It's a Texans production. Check their app. Maybe it's on there. I don't know. And so Rob texted me back. He said, hey, we can't find it, whatever. Would you mind? Do you want to come on with us? And I said, oh, yeah. I would love to come on with you guys.
Yeah.
I would love to. Mm-hmm. And so I do. And I like Carrington. He's got a really good show. I'm happy to go on any time. This particular time, though, I was very happy to go on. So I went on yesterday afternoon. Before we get to what I said that got everybody angry up in Kansas City, and we don't have audio of this, unfortunately. It doesn't make it into their podcast because it's a promotional bumper leading into the segment.
Yeah.
But you know how sometimes radio stations do they have an actual player say, hey, this is Laramie Tunsil, and you're listening to Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I'm sitting there on hold, and I hear, and I kid you not, the name of Carrington Harrison's show is The Drive, just like ours.
Yeah, this is why I got confused by the text you sent me yesterday. So, yeah.
This is Rashee Rice, and you're listening to The Drive with Carrington Harrison, and I that's an odd one to use considering he started a 6-car pileup in Dallas over the summer. For the drive.
He is like the worst drive ever.
He's the worst person. So I commented about that on my way in on the show.
I'm good, Carrington. It's good to hear your voice. I don't mean to choose violence right out of the chute, but was that a promo that I just heard with Rashee Rice promoting The Drive?
Yes, that is it. I know what you're about to say. I understand what
ironic.
You're saying. I didn't have anything to do with that.
I know you didn't. I'm just pointing it out. That's wild to me. But anyways, yeah. Okay. So let's talk. Let's talk about this game.
Right now, we're talking to Sean Pendergast.
You take it down. Yeah.
We should call our show the Unregistered Firearms. That's, Rashee, this is Rashee Rice here for unregistered weapons.
Yeah, man, I didn't want to go too deep on it, but in my mind, I'm going, are you going to have his mom come on and, like, this is Rashee Rice's mom, and you're listening to The Drive, sponsored by UPS.
The Drive, sponsored by, no, you actually got to call it the actual, what's it called? Porch Pirates, yeah. Because that's what she got. For those of you who don't know, Rashee Rice's mom, while wearing a Rashee Rice jersey, she porch pirated.
Yeah.
She grabbed packages off from in front of somebody's door.
Yep.
And that's how they caught her.
Yep.
They're like, that woman wearing Rashee Rice's jersey looks like Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
It made me feel more sympathetic to Rashee Rice. Because obviously it's one thing to be a criminal. It's another to be a stupid criminal.
Yes.
But if your example, all you have to look up to is a stupid criminal, then so go with you.
Yeah, and that's how it goes. All right, so we got that out of the way, and then he asked me like, "Hey, how are Texan fans reacting to the officiating part of the game?" And I basically told him, I said, "Look, we're not happy about it. Like it was definitely if we were to." Every game, one team benefits more than the other from officiating, and clearly the Chiefs benefited more in that game. I think the tone here was definite frustration with the refs, but I think by and large, I think there's a resolve that they just need to not have to go on the road in the divisional round. You go on the road and play at the Chiefs, or you go on the road in basketball and play at the Warriors back in the day when they were good. That's part. It's baked into the home field advantage that the human beings officiated the games get somewhat influenced by what is going on with the home team in that stadium.
Yeah, and then part of just aside from the officiating side of it, somebody in the press conference yesterday asked about playing in the cold, and CJ said I didn't think the cold was a factor, but that it's playing at home, especially the way the defense has played at home this year, where the defense played well enough in that game to win the game.
Yeah.
Except that, man, at home, they turn the ball over.
Big time.
They create takeaways. They have huge, huge plays.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is a big part of it. The other thing, too, is as far as I love how people act like you can't talk about the officiating without being accused of you blaming that as the only reason they lost. Like, no, there on offense and defense, there are about 140 plays in a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like after an incredible Pat Mahomes catch or throw and catch, we would sit here and say, like, well, yeah, but that's not the reason they won the game. Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it's a factor in the game. It's one play among 140, and some plays are more poignant than others. Those unnecessary roughnesses were poignant moments in the game.
Yep. Okay, so I explained, I think, on behalf of Texan fans, like how we were feeling about it, and then I was not going to leave that interview, that conversation, without getting my opinion out there about Patrick Mahomes.
The gall that Patrick Mahomes has to abuse the rules the way that he does, I can understand where players after the game, where you're right after the game, testosterone-laden atmosphere. It's a high testosterone zone. Emotions are running high. The game just ended 10 minutes ago. The stuff that Mahomes does to me, Carrington, is disgusting. That he does where he's got a pass out of bounds and he decides to tippy-toe back inside, slide down so he can draw an illegal, an unnecessary roughness penalty. The flop out of bounds. Like, I get it. Like, you guys have 3 Super Bowls with Patrick Mahomes. I rooted for James Harden and defended him for years in Houston, so I kind of know the territory that we're in right now. You guys got the titles at least to show for it, but the level of bargaining that has to go on with a fan of a player that flops is tough. And I'm sure there's a ton of Kansas City fans right now listening to me say this, we don't really care. We win with the guy. We love the guy. And that's all well and good. I think it's wussy-ish stuff that Patrick Mahomes does, and I hope they legislate it the hell out of the game.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Wussy. You called him a wussy.
I came close to using the I almost took it up a notch.
Different consonant.
Yeah. So how did I do, Seth? How did I do?
I thought that was really good. I thought you didn't sound like an unhinged lunatic either.
Right.
I think that was very good logic. and people might vehemently disagree with you, but only because they're wussies themselves. Which is, we know Missouri's full of wussies. That's why Mark Twain didn't stay there. That's why he went to Connecticut, of all places.
That's where that's the hard scrabble streets, man. Absolutely. The Mark Twain house in Hartford, Connecticut, baby.
Yeah. The abusing of the rules and the wanton floppiness. It's un-American. It's un-American.
Apparently I went back in for more because there's one more cut here. So so I went back in on Mahomes. Once wasn't good enough. I went back in one more time.
The funny thing was about it, Carrington, is that if they had called something, he was actually pushed while he was still in bounds. That was the crazy part. Like if you go back and watch that play, his feet are still in bounds when Henry To'oTo'o nudges him slightly. And then his arms are flailing. He looks like one of those big inflatables outside of a new car dealership with the arms flailing around like Bailey had in WWE back in the day, like just flailing the arms and whatnot. That stuff, like he's so above that, man. Like you guys know that this guy is the best player in recent memory. He's the best. He's the GOAT. If we're to define this generation as post-Brady, he's the post-Brady GOAT. He doesn't need to be doing that stuff. Like if I was a Kansas City fan, I would be secretly disgusted with it. I wouldn't walk around town saying how disgusted I am because I don't know how the rest of everybody else would feel about it. But I just thought that stuff that's like he should be so above that. That's stuff Zach Wilson should be doing. You know what I mean? Like or Will Levis. That's a Will Levis move right there. Patrick Mahomes ain't Will Levis. He doesn't need to be doing that. I just thought that stuff was gross.
You know what I should have armed you with before you went into that interview was the memory of him last year after they had that Kadarius Toney offsides that negated the touchdown at the end of the Bills game.
Yeah.
And immediately after the game, Mahomes, who would never whine about the officials, that's what all the Chiefs fans are saying right now, goes up to Josh Allen. He was like, "That was the dumbest call I've ever seen."
Oh, that's what that was.
Bleeping unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awful. He was a whiny little biatch.
Yeah. That was that little snippet that you're talking about there was making its way around the internet this weekend because they're going to play each other again. Yeah. And I couldn't remember what play he was talking about.
It was the Kadarius Toney aligned offsides, and then Travis Kelce, remember, caught the ball and then pitched it to Kadarius Toney.
That's right.
The play was negated, and after the game, Mahomes just was whining about the officials to Josh Allen. And then later on in the press conference.
In a win. Like Josh Allen wanted to hear that.
Yeah. He was even and then even after the game, it was it was pathetic.
Was that the game? Was that the playoff game, or
no? That was the regular season game.
Okay, so did Buffalo win that game in the regular season? Okay,
yeah.
got you.
Yeah.
I thought it was after the playoff game for some reason. I got confused. Sorry about that.
You're not allowed to be the one who gets confused on stuff, Sean, because then it really throws me into turmoil.
Sorry
and
about
I'm like,
that.
oh, crap, I probably don't have any of this right.
No, you had it right. Because now I can picture it, and they were in Arrowhead. They were in Arrowhead Stadium for that game. They had to go on the road and beat Buffalo in the playoffs last year.
Oh, no, and then the next day in the press conference, she said, well, I just, Travis Kelce is such a great player, and they took it away from him.
Oh, that's right, the moment.
It didn't even affect the play.
The moment, that's right.
He was lined up egregiously offside. Patrick.
Yeah.
All right. You guys bring Kadarius Toney onto your team. This is what you get. All right.
Yeah.
You're gonna blame the officials for Kadarius Toney being Kadarius Toney.
Man.
He's bad. He's bad for the game and bad for America. And any Kansas City Chiefs fan who doesn't recognize it or realize it, you're bad for America as well.
That's right.
Frankly, I think you should lose your right to vote. I'd rather see felons vote than you.
Carrington sent me the pictures of the text page after I went in and said the things I said. There was this guy, WTF, cry more. This guy, these are all separate texts. This guy is a loser. No one flops more than Josh Allen. Josh Allen is just as bad. Dude sounds like he's going to break down. LMFAO.
That's interesting. I didn't realize you were on in Buffalo. That's good.
Right.
Okay, that's interesting.
Right. He's disgusted with the call, LMAO. There's some that I can't read because they're very graphic.
Yeah, just like Pat Mahomes, I couldn't play the audio because he says the F word 3 times in that little conversation with Josh Allen when he's whining about the officials.
Get this goofball out of here. He's jealous he doesn't have a beast like Mahomes.
Hello. Sean's other team was a national championship game participant last night.
That's right.
He knows about almost championships.
Participant, yeah,
Yes.
exactly. As the highlights play up on the TV up there. Some of it I'm getting caught up on. I fell asleep in the second half of that game. I can't believe I missed the comeback in that game. Hell of a comeback by the Irish. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that was my appearance on Kansas City. If you're up and you're listening, text in. Let me know how I did. Representing Houston, really representing people who are anti-flopping at large.
Representing America.
Mostly
is what you had to do.
Yep.
You're no doubt. You're as great as a man as any actual Medal of Honor winner.
I am anxious to get Ross Tucker's thoughts on this at the top of the hour and see where he stands on all the Mahomes stuff.
I mean, you know what? Talking to Ross Tucker, too, about potentially the Texans looking for a new offensive line coach.
Yeah.
He watches a lot of football and, might have some ideas for who we should go out and grab.
That'd be great. All right, Payne and Pendergast, what Seth's referring to there, it sounds like Chris Strouser, O-line coach, will not be back in 2025. We'll touch on that and a whole lot more in headlines. Coming up next, the coaching carousel appears to be stopping in a couple of places today and maybe later on today as well. And we've got a college football champion as well. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, if you are looking to get into a new luxury vehicle, particularly an SUV is what you need driving around in conditions like out there today. And, boy, if you were driving a Lincoln Navigator, you sure would feel safe right about now driving that thing around. And right now at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, they've got amazing financing deals going on the Lincoln Navigator. 0% for 72 months, 1.9% for 84 months, and you're driving off the lot. Today, you'd be driving off the lot in the snow. But the Lincoln Navigator, amazing financing deals. They've got the Lincoln Nautilus. That's what my wife Amy drives. That's the
Oh, why?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Texans. The news with the Texans. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. We'll dig into more of what he and C.J. Stroud had to say throughout the show this morning. As if you're driving around, be safe out there right now. A ton of snow on the ground. Chris Strausser will not be back, it sounds like, as the offensive lineman. Aaron Wilson was the first one I saw report that, Seth. So that's at least one change, and we don't know what the dynamics, if it's he's being asked to leave or if he's leaving of his own volition. Part of the report was he was pondering retiring before this past season.
Yeah, and with that's interesting too. If he was pondering retiring, I wonder if because I've heard different versions of this. I don't know if they just convinced him to come back or whatever. I have zero clue what actually happened. It's always important to remember that, man, there's times where you'd like to go out and get a different position coach, but the good ones tend to be under contract, and sometimes you got to wait for somebody to get fired or for things to change, or the sheer speculation right now. And I'll be very clear, this is just 100% speculation, but I'm intrigued by is on the offensive coordinator side of things. Chip Kelly is the offensive coordinator of the Ohio State Buckeyes and just won a national championship last night.
Yep.
I just wonder if D'Amico, who played for Chip Kelly for 3 seasons, is pondering that at all. And the part of that is involved with the offensive line is that Chip Kelly, when he was the head coach of the Eagles, hired Jeff Stoutland, who's one of the very best offensive line coaches ever. And Chip Kelly is very involved in the run game. Like, he's established that he can establish a run game. When it comes to D'Amico trying to make these decisions about, okay, which O-line coach to hire, I'm evaluating Bobby Slowik. How do I feel about Bobby Slowik versus, all right, what if we were to have a conversation with Chip Kelly? I think that D'Amico is very honestly trying to appraise and assess everything, and I think he understands that he probably we know he likes Bobby a lot personally, but he has to try to be as objective as possible and do what's best for the team.
Yeah, Chip Kelly's very intriguing. He's an intriguing guy. He left the UCLA head coaching job to take the Ohio State offensive coordinator job after Bill O'Brien left Ohio State to go to Boston College.
Which feels like the exact kind of thing you do it's almost the way a young coach would take less money to go, coach for the Patriots or something, like Bill O'Brien did back in the day.
Yeah.
Because it's a good stepping stone.
Yeah.
And there's almost a dynamic there where I could see, all right, if he wants to get back into being a head coach in the NFL again, like, doing a really good job with a national championship caliber program might be better for him than doing whatever he can do at UCLA.
Yeah.
And I could see, too, where he might, now that he's seen both sides and now that college has become what it is with NIL, he might like to get back into the NFL and just be able to just be on the pure football coaching side of things.
That'd be a fun hire, man. I think that would get Texan fans excited about the offense again. That's intriguing to me. The Texans and the Chiefs put a lot of butts in seats. Well, at least a lot of butts in front of televisions. 32.7 million viewers. It's the most watched NFL game ever on ESPN. Now, to keep in mind, this is the network that carries Monday Night Football. ESPN. It's the most watched NFL game ever on ESPN. 32.7 million tuning into the Texans and the Chiefs.
So good job, Texans.
Way to go.
Obviously, the Chiefs had a big part to do with all of that.
Says you.
It is interesting that, there were good matchups this weekend. There was a good divisional round of football.
Way better than the wild card round.
Yeah, usually it's the opposite, isn't it? Usually the wild card round ends up being the better or whatever. I don't know. It changes from era to era. It was a really good slate of games. But I think CJ himself and whatever he develops into as a quarterback, I think might end up being good for the Texans getting more primetime games.
Oh yeah,
I think there's a level of intrigue about CJ.
No doubt. As far as the head coaching carousel goes, looks like Ben Johnson is on his way to Chicago. That makes a lot more sense than the rumors that had him penned in for Las Vegas. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, is a guy who's been super selective the last couple of years about where he would go. It stands to far more reason that he would go somewhere that's got Caleb Williams than Las Vegas that has nobody right now.
Right, and without necessarily, in a year where he might not be excited about any of the potential quarterbacks. I guess the big thing about Ben Johnson is when you're being super selective and very Goldilocks about finding just the right temperature of a place to go, he did stiff-arm the Commanders this year. And to Dan Quinn's credit, I just read a really nice long article by Tyler Dunn about the way Dan Quinn has built the culture in that building. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting, and he's done an incredible job with it. But like Ben Johnson thought that, I'm not quite so sure about this Washington situation. And they went out and they drafted Jaden Daniels, and you got to think that Ben Johnson could have done a pretty good job with Jaden Daniels. But I'd give full credit to Cliff Kingsbury for everything he's done with him. But yeah, it's a hard thing to figure which organization genuinely is a toxic cesspool and which one isn't.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Washington obviously is not anymore. At least the short-term
right,
returns.
But it felt like Ben Johnson thought it was.
Yeah,
you know, like at some point. You're gonna be responsible for turning something around.
Well, in Chicago, look, the degree of difficulty. I don't care that Caleb Williams was the first overall pick. Yeah. That's an organization that's never had good quarterback play ever for any sustained period of time in their history.
By the way, we have to put another member of the Seth Payne coaching tree into the Ben. Put it into the Google Doc, the Seth Payne coaching tree. I forgot to do this earlier in the year. Jason Simmons, former Houston Texans player. He and I were together. We played together for 5 years early on. Mm-hmm. He's the defensive passing game coordinator of the Commanders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Happy for him.
Let's call it the Texans coaching tree. That feels a little.
I like the Seth Payne coaching tree.
Just a tad bit less egocentric.
I like the narcissism. I like the narcissism of the Seth Payne coaching tree. Hey, speaking of which, report from Ian Rappaport yesterday that a monumental day. Top target Aaron Glenn visits the Jets today, and the goal is to keep him from leaving the building, sources say. So they're
they're going to go Mario Williams on his ass.
That's right, Mario in Buffalo.
That's what the Bills did with Mario Williams. Yeah. They wouldn't let him leave.
Yep. So they want Aaron Glenn badly in New York for the Jets, and that makes sense. He's a legacy there.
The biggest thing that happened with Mario Williams when he visited the Bills, and there's a link here to Aaron Glenn. Don't worry, Sean. I'm not leading you astray. I was up visiting my parents that weekend when Mario Williams was visiting Buffalo because I'm about an hour away from there. Mm-hmm. And it was the most unseasonably delightful spring day where usually it was that time of year where, man, if anything, you're like, when is winter ever going to end? It was actually really nice out. It was like high 50s and sunny and everything.
March. That had to be March because it's free agency.
Yeah, and they didn't let him leave. And I'm looking up at the sky. I'm like, boy, they are duping Mario right now. He has no idea what it's usually like here for 7-8 months out of the year.
Oh, my God. That's funny.
So Aaron's already, he played for the Jets.
He knows the deal.
He knows the deal, and he knows it kind of like D'Amico with the Texans. That might be the Jets' best option for a place that's just gotten a horrible, horrible boatload of PR about the owner himself and everything else. They're Aaron Glenn, a former player who played there and has affection for the team and the organization. That might be their best bet right now.
Yep.
And Aaron, like most of our listeners know, I have I hold Aaron in very high regard. Yeah. He's one of the most respectable, mature, just intelligent guys I ever played with.
Yeah, this feels like a very logical step in his coaching career here.
He could be D'Amico's uncle. You know, he's kind of wired the same way as D'Amico in a lot of ways.
Yep. And like D'Amico, going back to try to rescue his downtrodden franchise that he played for. And D'Amico's done a pretty good job of that here.
Maybe give Woody Johnson some financial advice.
Yeah, maybe. College football playoff title game last night. Ohio State beats Notre Dame 34-23. Notre Dame scored on the first drive of the game. It's a lot like that Texans drive to start the second half. They ran 18 plays for 80-some-odd yards and took 9 minutes off the clock, scored a touchdown, and then Ohio State scored on their next 5 possessions after that.
So Ryan Day got himself off the mythical hot seat.
Yeah. Fortunately, he ran his record up to 70-10. Boy, if he were 69-11, you got to get rid of that guy, I tell you.
It's the best record for somebody with 80 games or more coach since Walter Camp. who coached before the forward pass was legal. So Ryan Day basically smarter than Walter Camp because he knew how he did it with a forward pass.
Yep. Pistons beat the Rockets yesterday in an MLK Day afternoon affair, 107-96. Just not a good game for the Rockets. And Astros. This Anthony Santander. Outfielder, was an all-star for the Orioles this year. He was someone I was kind of crossing my fingers, hoping the Astros might, as free agency drags on, might be able to get on a 2 or 3 year deal here to play outfield for the Astros. Signs with the Blue Jays, 5 years, $90 million. He's headed to Toronto, and I'm bracing myself for a Dubon, Jake, Chaz outfield left to right on opening day. Should be dandy. Should be.
That rookie, Sasaki went to the Dodgers.
He went to the Dodgers, yeah. So did Tanner Scott. Everybody's going to the Dodgers.
I had my dream was that Kikuchi was going to be basically turn this era of Astros into what we did with the Cubans before. I wanted to turn into a place where Japanese pitchers just couldn't wait to get to.
Not working out that way.
Especially with a name like Sasaki. I know. That's even better than Kikuchi.
Oh, yeah. Well,
they're just
both
fun to
good.
say.
They're both pretty good, yeah.
I got to get back on my Japanese lessons that I was taking on my app.
There you go.
It's just fun to say Japanese words.
It is.
But I want to speak Japanese so it doesn't sound like I'm just being racist.
Right? You're just playing around with their language.
Yeah. I got to be actually able to converse it a little bit, so I'm not pulling a Shaq.
Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider. He was on the radio call for the Chiefs and the Texans on Westwood One this weekend. We'll get his thoughts on the officiating in that game and what the league needs to do about stuff that Patrick Mahomes is doing. We'll get to that with Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, next.
The Texans fought hard. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Drive safe out there, everybody. Snow falling out here in Houston as we welcome in our Odyssey NFL Insider here at 7 o'clock on a Tuesday. Ross Tucker. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, daily NFL podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a really good, before we let Ross talk, it is a really good podcast. You guys should listen to it. He has really good guests on. Every now and then a Seth Payne appearance, and I would also like Ross. I'm guessing Ross is still into this, even at his advanced age. Sean just implored everybody to drive carefully, but there's nothing wrong with going to an empty parking lot and doing some donuts, is there, Ross?
Oh man, wait a minute. There's no way you guys have that much snow that people can be doing donuts.
Yes. Today, yeah, we're expecting to get ultimately about 4 or 5 inches of snow here in Houston today.
What?
Yes. It's crazy.
Does that ever happen to you guys?
We're not ready for it, Ross. No, very, very rarely. We'll get snow, but very rarely accumulation. I think the last time we got accumulation was when my wife was pregnant 20 years ago. Yeah. And that's why it was. That's how we knew God was blessing us. A couple things on that. A couple things. First of all, it is 2 degrees here in central Pennsylvania right now. 2, and we got just about a foot of snow on Sunday during the Eagles game. We got more in central PA than they got down near Philly. But you guys telling that story, I'm sure you have examples of this because both of you guys are originally from the Northeast. Mm-hmm. So I can remember the year is 2003. Bill Parcells gets hired as the Cowboys head coach, and he calls a meeting, I don't know, in like mid-February, which is very unusual for NFL, right? You're off until you have to go back for the offseason program. Well, not Parcells. He called a meeting, and we all had to be there. So I fly into Dallas, and there's bad weather. It's like a mix of like ice and a little bit of snow. And I get picked up by a fellow offensive lineman, friend of mine named Tyson Walter, who's from Cleveland. And so we're driving to, I don't know if I'm staying at his house or I can't remember, but we're driving, and that was the first time I realized that people in Texas, at least in Dallas, have no idea whatsoever how to drive in like icy or snowy conditions. Like he's from Cleveland. I'm from Reading, Pennsylvania. We're like laughing as people are in the ditches. People are like people are like driving, and then all of a sudden they'll slam on the brake. Yeah. And we're like, are these people idiots? Like it was like a movie scene where like half the cars are like spinning out, and like they're literally doing everything you're not supposed to do when you drive. And we're like we were fine. It was really like we were fine and used to it. It was really just like a video game where we had to avoid all of the idiots. And I'm just like curious, is that what it's like? No offense to any of the idiots driving right now, but is that what it's like in Houston when there's snow? There's a little bit of that because there's people that just don't understand. Like, there's no such thing as being a coward when it's like this, everybody. Like, you be a coward. Like, it's just, however fast it feels comfortable, no, you go slower than that. I think what sometimes people don't realize is that four-wheel drive does not turn your vehicle all of a sudden into something that, like a spider on a web or something.
Magical
like
machine.
Yeah. Especially, God help you.
It's like, oh, I have four-wheel drive, I'm good. No. You still have to go super slow when you're going down a hill. You want to actually hit the brake as little as possible. You certainly don't want to go fast and then hit the brake. And the other thing, I noticed this, even in Pennsylvania, I saw this the other day. If you're going up a hill, you got to hit the gas, bro. Like, you got to go. You can't, like, go slow up the hill. You're going to get stuck. Like, you got to go. I mean, it's just funny, really funny.
Well, part of it, though, too, Ross, is that the roads aren't quite built for it either. And I'm thinking specifically everybody out there who's driving right now, if you're going from 45 north getting onto 59.
Oh, yeah.
Elevated. That one elevated ramp, oh, my gosh, be careful.
Yeah.
Go, I would stay away from it completely.
Yes.
Because you're going to be super careful. Somebody's going to come barreling behind you, not being careful. Just stay the hell off that thing. I've had some harrowing moments on that when it gets below freezing.
Someone who listens to way less responsible radio than Payne and Pendergast. You're
going from what? It's 45 north to 59 south.
Yeah,
it's that ramp right there.
It's nasty. It's a hairpin. Yeah, it's a sharp turn. All right, Ross, let's get into football. You were on that Texans and Chiefs game on Saturday. We'll get into Mahomes and the calls of the officials and stuff like that, but I'm curious, you've watched a lot of Texans football this season, especially down the stretch. You called several of their games. What should the mood be right now in your mind for the fan base heading into 2025 with this team?
Ooh, that's such a good, broad question. I think I would say I would be optimistic with some minor tweaks that we can compete at the highest level. I think that would probably be the mood. I thought for the most part they outplayed the Chiefs in that game. I thought it was a very, again, for the most part, favorable evaluation of C.J. Stroud. I mean, guys, I loved what he did running with the ball. He made some big-time throws. I think you're also right if you're extremely frustrated by both a couple of the calls that were made by the officials in the game, but I'm more of a personal accountability, personal responsibility guy. The Texans killed themselves with dumb penalties that were penalties or dumb mistakes. Some of the mistakes they made, you think about the Fairbairn misses, you think about the opening kickoff and then Boyd throwing his helmet. You think about some of the sacks that CJ took. I mean, I can't remember, but at one point, I think they had gotten into Chiefs territory in like their first 5 or 6 drives.
Yeah.
And had 6 points or whatever to show for it. I would have a weird mix, if I'm a Texans fan right now, of frustration because I know they lost by 2 scores, but that was actually a very winnable game. So I'd be frustrated that we had those self-inflicted wounds or unforced errors that cost us the game, including mental errors like not blocking the right guy sometimes, which happened all year. So that would be maddening to me. And then also, you're playing the Chiefs in the playoffs, and you let Travis Kelce be the guy that kills you. That would really bother me as well. The flip side to that is those feel like correctable errors, like correctable mistakes. And it feels like, you know what? Like, we really might have the talent to be as good as these other teams. I think we have the quarterback and the head coach to be as good as these other teams. And if we had Tank Dell or Diggs, because there were several plays where those other receivers, whether it was Hutchinson or Wayne or whatever, they didn't make plays that were there to be made that probably would have been different if they had Diggs. I'd have like a real almost 50-50 mix of frustration and optimism, if that's fair.
Ross, so a lot of the issues that you brought up offensively fall back to the play and performance of the offensive line. And in pass protection, obviously we include the tight ends and the running backs in that as well, with blitz pickup in particular. But the blocking, let's just call it blocking. The blocking was not what it needed to be this year. Even in the playoffs there, where they ran the ball pretty effectively, they weren't really able to run nearly as effectively in the red zone as they were in the middle of the field. The report right now is that Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, is going to retire. Is there, from everything you've watched of the Texans this year, did you see an opportunity that at the very least a different offensive line coach might make a big difference if you get they're not going to get Jeff Stoutland, for instance, but like if they got a guy that was as good as Jeff Stoutland, could it be as simple as that?
I certainly, looking at it, the nicest way to say it is there were way too many mental errors by the offensive line this year for the Texans. And those just can't happen. Those are how you get beat. And it's interesting because, like, compare and contrast to the Chiefs, right? The Chiefs really didn't do anything that special, but they don't make the dumb mistakes. You know what I mean? Like, they don't make the critical penalties. They don't make the missed assignments. Or even, like, why is late in the game do we have Dalton Schultz and a running back blocking George Karlaftis? Like, what are we doing? I was frustrated from a tactical standpoint with some of the scheme for the Texans, but also the way they did not carry it out effectively either. I think position coaches matter quite a bit. I don't know much about their offensive line coach, but certainly I can speak to my experience with 9 different offensive line coaches, and even just seeing other position groups, and seeing how much an upgrade in a position coach can make for a unit, no doubt.
Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. I would have loved to have heard your call, Ross, on the 2 penalties the Texans sustained, the 2 unnecessary roughness penalties, one on Will Anderson, one on Henry To'oTo'o against Patrick Mahomes. The first one was in the pocket. It happens. The second one looked like Mahomes was trying to draw the penalty there. He had the flop later on in the game. Where are you on those calls, and where are you on what the league, or even if, in your opinion, the league needs to do something about how that whole rule is adjudicated?
Well, there were 4 calls. I mean, there might have been more, but there were certainly 4 calls that jumped out to me during the game as bad. Mm-hmm. 3 went against the Texans, 1 went against the Chiefs. Maybe it all sets itself. I did not like the offensive pass interference call on Dalton Schultz. Mm-hmm. I did not think that was he was just running straight, and Najee Johnson, the Chiefs corner, engaged with him and didn't even fight over the top to try to get on the outbreaking route. So that one really bothered me. I thought the holding call that they called on Trey Smith for the Chiefs was bad, right? Like, maybe they had the wrong number. I don't know, but that was not a hold. He got pulled down by the Texans D tackle by the back of the head. So there were other bad calls. I will say I think Mahomes does a really, really good job of drawing those fouls.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's sort of like the soccerification of football, which I'm not. I like, or like the NBA-ification of football. Like, I don't want that. I mean, I don't want that at all in our sport. But Mahomes is going to do anything and everything possible, okay, to win the game. And when Will Anderson hit him, Mahomes snapped his head back like it was whiplash in a car accident. So if you're the referee behind him and you see Will Anderson not go low, not lower his target area, it looks like there's face-to-face contact, and Mahomes' head snaps back, you're probably going to throw the flag too. And then I really did not like how late – he didn't even slide with the To'oTo'o one. He just kind of dropped his butt at the last second. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that wasn't even a slide. I didn't like that one either. What I would tell you guys is that the answer is for those things to be reviewable, but that's not even the case. Because Sunday on NFL Network, Walt Anderson, the head of officiating for the NFL, went on NFL Network and said they were both the right call. So, I mean, the answer is, don't even give them a chance.
Yeah.
Don't even, if you're Will Anderson, hit him, like, put your shoulder in his ribs. If you're those other guys, let's just, like, when he drops at the last second, it's almost like when you go near him, you have to be aware, and I hate this, but when you get close to him, you have to know he's going to do something at that point to try to draw the foul, and you can't put yourself in that situation. You cannot put yourself in that spot. Yeah. I mean, that's the only answer right now, and it's not a good answer. But if Walt Anderson's going to go on TV the next day and say that those were the right calls, then what are we going to do?
Yeah. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, does a phenomenal job for us here and great on the radio as well. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, daily NFL podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross, we appreciate the time as always.
Yeah, listen, so great talking with you guys this year. Bummed that the season's over for the Texans, but hopefully we can connect at least once or twice here before the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Will you be at the Super Bowl?
I will. Will you guys or no?
We will, yeah. We'll be there, too. We'll see you in New Orleans.
Oh,
man.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome.
Maybe Seth will actually hang with us this time. That'd be great.
I tried to hang with you last time. You ghosted me. I didn't even get a reply to my text. So, yeah.
That's not true.
Don't play that game when you're on a microphone.
What are you talking about? Sean and I were hanging out. Where were you that night?
Oh, yeah, that was in Houston. I wasn't there. Yeah, that's. I was talking about the Super Bowl last year. I tried to hang with you, and I got no response.
That is not true. I
100%
always so this is scary because somebody else told me that recently. I am a reply to everybody guy on text. Like, I'll get 6 texts from radio producers today to go on their shows. I will reply to all of them, sorry, no, or if it's usually sorry, no, but like I reply to anybody that ever texts me because I hate being ghosted. So you're the second person this season that told me that happened, which means something weird happened with my phone. I reply, especially you. Even if I was like, no, you're a loser and ugly, I would still reply.
I'd be more likely to reply to that one, I got to tell you.
Ross, there's a very good chance that I texted the wrong person.
All right, Ross,
let's see. Wait. I'm looking at my text from last year, February 6th. Do you have any time to chat in person one of these days? Hey, which office does your ad results contact work out of? Nope, no replies from February 6th. Through May 6th, I sent you 3 different texts and no replies. No replies.
Dude, that 1,000% means I didn't get them. So now we got to figure that out.
Yep. From a year ago. Yeah, we got to figure out this technical issue with your phone from February of last year. That's what we got to do. All right.
That is scary to me because somebody else showed me a text that they sent me that I hadn't replied to, but I never got it. Anyway, I got to figure it out.
Okay, I feel better now.
I got no issues with you, Ross. You replied from the press box at the last game when I texted when you were on TV. So I'm just so you know, I'm cool with you. All right.
I could show like next time I see you guys, I'll show you my text. I've replied to every single one that's in because I'm also a deleter. So I'll reply and then delete. Yeah. I like to keep it clean.
Yes. Oh yeah, man. We are brothers from another mother, man. The empty inbox, baby. Love that.
I'm trying.
Yep. Hey, Ross, we appreciate it. We'll see you in New Orleans, man.
All right, see you guys.
All right, take it easy. I love that you were able to, while we're talking to him, go all the way back to February 6th and find the text.
Yeah, there's a little bit more to it than that. Ross wasn't quite much. Anyway, I ran through. I created a list of reasons that Ross Tucker could be the next offensive line coach.
I saw that.
I wrote it all myself, and I would never ask ChatGPT to do it for me.
A lot of typing to do during an interview in the show.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy that I wrote a 1,000-word argument for it.
Bullet points and everything.
Came up with some good stuff. Deep football knowledge, strong communication skills, passion and enthusiasm, dedication to the game.
Relatability.
And then why does this matter to NFL teams? Relatability, because he was a player who played in the game. Modern perspective, because he would bring a fresh perspective informed by his media work, where he's constantly analyzing the latest trends in offensive line play.
You know what?
We know Titus Howard and Laramie like trends. They're very trendy.
Yeah. Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
he'll also be the next offensive line coach for the Texans.
Big into the trends. Yeah, this is it's actually a pretty good argument for Ross Tucker. It's a good argument for anybody right now.
I think that is one of the things, because I've experimented a lot with ChatGPT, Gemini, and that it's good for some things, it's horrendous for others. It seems like for resume building and things like that, it does a pretty good job of kind of especially maybe finding strengths that you wouldn't realize are strengths, or like when you've got blind spots in the way to trump up your own resume. Seems like they do a pretty good job with that.
You should see if like Ross Tucker, it would actually be, relative to the rest of society, highly qualified to be an offensive line coach. He's never been a coach before, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing.
But you should ask Gemini about just like people that have nothing to do with football, why they should be the Texans offensive line coach, and see what they say.
I was thinking about this yesterday. It's one of the big problems with football is that it's chock full of football players, and by that I mean the pool you pull from, and I include myself in this, the pool you pull from are former guys who largely, almost unanimously at least, played college football. Mm-hmm. And you look at the GPAs, the team GPAs of the football team versus, say, the cross-country team or anything else in college sports, there's a big difference. Yeah. We're not the sharpest bunch of pencils in the box necessarily.
No.
I feel like there's some that's why I don't fight against analytics too much, because there's room for more high IQ people in a football organization. Mm-hmm. But the playing experience does matter.
Yes.
It does. But so they trying to pull from maybe unconventional places and resources and trying to hire coaches, I think there's room for that.
Yeah. Well, you know my feeling on college football head coaches.
You think they're the dumbest people?
They're the dumbest millionaires on the planet.
They're the dumbest millionaires in America, other than like lottery winners and trust fund kids.
Yes,
right?
They're the dumbest millionaires for sure. Like just IQ, I like general logic wise.
I would say football coaches and football players, like athletes ourselves, and musicians. Yeah. Those are probably the richest people who don't have the normal, of self-made millionaires, don't have maybe the normal traits of other self-made millionaires.
That's a great way to put it. Yes, it's a traits thing for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, C.J. Stroud met with the media yesterday, and he had some really interesting things to say. We'll get to C.J. on Bobby Slowik in a minute, but here's C.J. on having to have hard conversations with people about how the season went.
Yeah, it's not just today. It's not just this week. It's overtime, and most of them are individual, and some of them are as a collective. For me, it's my job to be honest and my job to be transparent, and that's what I feel like I'll do, throughout this time, and with free agency and draft and everything. If my opinion is asked, I'm going to give it, like it or not. So, yeah, and I think I would like that same type of honesty back to myself, because with that comes clarity, and it comes just clear communication and transparency. So it'll be over time, but I definitely think today was the start of that, and we'll continue to have conversations, and and it's a healthy thing. It's not a bad thing. It's really healthy to have those type of conversations, and even if they turn into things where it's confrontation or whatever, that's necessary. We're all men in here mostly, and you figure it out, and we all got love for another. You spend years with guys, or you spend a whole year with somebody, you'll learn to like them and learn to have things to like about them. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good lesson for any organization. You got to be able to disagree with each other. The old saying, if two people agree about everything, then one of them is unnecessary. You've got one. Productive conflict is it's a very mature thing, and it's a hard thing to cultivate. But I do think, at the very least, CJ and Bobby seem to have that type of a relationship.
Yeah.
I think they're willing. They're able to disagree with each other, but not get all sensitive about it. That's a healthy relationship. If you got a healthy marriage, you and your wife should be able to disagree about certain things, but it's not like it dooms the marriage. You got to have productive conflict. I think the Texans are in a good place with that, with a lot of their key people. If they do choose to stay with Bobby Slowik, I'm not worried about that part of it. I think they're able to have those hard conversations.
Where are you? I'll be honest with you. The part where he started talking about providing his input on free agency and the draft and stuff like that, it started to feel a little like Deshaun back when there was no GM and no head coach, and he wanted to be involved, and they did. I think they did converse with him about it, and then they went in a completely different direction.
But again, though, I think that's the key. It's that you got in that when you want to put your input in there. I think CJ understands that he can put his input in there, and they're not always going to do the thing that he would like or he would prefer. He
I agree.
Gets that.
Yeah.
I don't know if now it was like I don't want to just pile on Deshaun or anything, but there were so many things that were different about the organization at that point.
Yes.
I don't want to say Deshaun wasn't mature or anything like that. I think it just wasn't a healthy environment at that point for multiple reasons.
Yeah, I'm merely acknowledging the fact that when I heard CJ say that, my brain went to that place, and I'm like, man, the last time we were here, this became a big point of contention. To your point, I think CJ is more mature than Deshaun right now than Deshaun was when he was here with the Texans, clearly on many levels. And I think this is just I think it's a much more conducive environment to those conversations, to taking the input, to conveying the understanding that you're not handpicking these guys, you're just providing your input on this stuff.
Well, and the other part of it too was CJ said yesterday he understands the game, and that it's one of the things he's learned is, this team's not going to look the same next year.
Yeah.
And there's going to be guys that come, there's going to be guys that go. Over time, CJ's going to have a lot of guys that he really likes and wants on the team that the team decides to go another way with, and you can't get sensitive about it.
Nope.
That's the biggest thing is, and it's okay to get sensitive about it, but you got to get over it. Just the understanding that you got to get over it. The organization that I think has done the best job of this over time, really for the last couple decades, is the Ravens.
Yes.
And a lot of that starts with both of the head coaches, both Billick and Harbaugh have talked about, I think Billick was one that called it scrimmaging. Like when he and Ozzie Newsome would kind of argue about stuff, they'd scrimmage, Nobody's going to, at the end of the day, you're not winning or losing the argument or anything, you're just scrimmaging, and you're making your point, the other guy is making his point, and you can't allow yourself to get overly sensitive about it.
Yep. Let's compare the answers here between C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans on Bobby Slowik. Here was C.J. Stroud when he was asked about his offensive coordinator yesterday.
Yeah, I think he did. He did great. I think he, as time went on, he got better and better and better, and was learning from his past and what he did in San Fran, learning from what he's done on the defensive side, and put into his own scheme. So I definitely think that he has a lot of success coming his way, and I've been honored to have it with him, and hopefully keep it going. So I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciate him for all the things he's taught me, and how great he's been in my career so far.
Okay, so that was CJ. That was about 45 seconds or so. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday when he was asked about Bobby Slowik this season.
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
Okay, so a much less detailed answer as to the ABCs of one Robert Slowik.
Okay, I think the gut feeling when you hear that is like, wow, that is not gushing praise whatsoever. That might mean I personally, this would be my read on it. I think DeMeco understands that as a head coach, you got to try to be as objective as possible. And he's in a moment here where over the next week, they're going to be evaluating a lot of things. And I think he probably knows, and he needs to consciously detach himself from his personal feelings about Bobby Slowik. And that also, look, to me, it's an indication that they haven't actually made a decision about Bobby Slowik. And it would be unfair to Bobby Slowik for him to gush about Bobby Slowik and what a great job he did, and then maybe he goes through this process and they decide to move on. That's not really fair to kind of maybe raise Bobby Slowik's hopes or anything. I do think there will be an honest, or they're going to try to have a really hard, honest, objective, as objective as possible evaluation of Bobby Slowik and everybody else. And I think that's the only thing I'll read into that answer. I'm not going to look at it as like, okay, well, he's 100% back or he's 100% gone.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just going to go like black and white with this, did he do a good job or a bad job this year? Bobby Slowik didn't do a good job this year. Like the offense,
he didn't have a good offense.
Yeah,
right.
he didn't.
Yeah.
Now the reasons are the reasons, and certainly execution, as Ross Tucker pointed out, mental errors on the offensive line. Like those are all things, and those are all player-based reasons. But you are responsible for the performance of those players as the offensive coordinator.
The hard thing for D'Amico is that the play for Bobby, one of the arguments for Bobby would be that, okay, he's got 2 years of history now with Deshaun and
CJ,
Deshaun and Bobby Slowik, CJ. CJ and Bobby Slowik are, maybe on the same wavelength. They know how to communicate with each other. CJ understands the verbiage and the philosophies and all of that. And there's a lot to be said for that.
Mm-hmm.
They're building that Rolodex of things that they remember. But also on the flip side of it's like, man, sometimes you don't have to overthink it. Sometimes there's people out there that are just better at it.
Yeah.
And there's a learning curve as you learn Chip Kelly's verbiage or something like that. But that it's like if you're training yourself to be a really, really good marksman with your daddy's old deer slayer shotgun or something, and all of a sudden you get a sniper rifle with a $5,000 scope.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. Turns out I'm actually a much better marksman now with this $5,000 scope. Yes, that's the difference.
And the enthusiasm to learn how to use that weapon quickly. You know what I mean? You're motivated to get into I don't think motivation's ever a problem for CJ Stroud. Like whatever the offense is, he'll be immersed in the playbook. But man, like something different.
I've got a nice old boy. I know all the ins and outs, and I just feel like this old 30-odd is it's a gun for me because I've spent so much time with it. But man, you get all of a sudden you get a rifle with an infrared scope or something, and man,
CJ talked about that exact thing yesterday. Having the same OC for the first 2 years, maybe providing stability. What could it be like in year 3?
I don't know how people can bounce from coordinator to coordinator. I know that I can't imagine. That's probably really tough. So I definitely don't recommend that. I definitely think you can find a rapport with a guy and build that, do it to the best of your ability. It would be great. To have 3 years with that same scheme. That same type of X's and O's and things like that would be great. So, yeah.
All right, and then for CJ, that's the right answer. Like he's not even if he doesn't totally feel that way, even if he does feel like there are some limitations right now.
I think you're right, and he can't envision it. I don't think he's putting it in his mind. I think that CJ is very much he understands the reality of the league and that there's going to be change, but also he's not going to abandon a guy that he probably likes and cares about and everything all like that. I think this might be one of those moments where, as a quarterback, like this is where you don't want to be involved with it necessarily, and it's hard to do. Like you're not going to be the guy you don't want to be the guy that's responsible for getting somebody fired, but also that you also don't know exactly what you don't know,
right?
And that it's not always that the grass is greener on the other side, and that there is a lot of value in having that shared experience.
Well, this is where there's got to be big trust by CJ and D'Amico Ryans. I'm assuming D'Amico along with Nick Caserio are making these decisions about the staff that D'Amico said. I mean, it does sound like there is something coming down the pike now. Maybe Strouser ends up being the guy who takes the fall for what happened offensively.
The big change.
Yeah, that could be it because there's already been reports that he won't be back next year. But I thought it was noteworthy that D'Amico Ryans walked into that press conference yesterday before there was a single question asked and basically said anything about staffing or about the players, decisions there, basically saying we haven't made any decisions yet. That's going to be later in the week.
The really interesting thing and maybe the most valuable thing for the Texans in all of this decision-making is the exit interview with Chris Strouser, if he is indeed retiring. Because I know there's coaches out there listening right now that the arguments between offensive line coaches and offensive coordinators can be pretty epic. Because there's times where the O-line coach feels like, bro, you are asking me to do the freaking impossible, dude, and it's making me look like an ass clown. And there's other times where the offensive coordinator feels like, oh, man, why can you not get these guys to do this? It seems pretty simple. They're not always on the same page, and that's what we have zero ability to decipher. No matter how smart you are at football, you just don't know the dynamics of what the offensive coordinator is asking the O-line coach to do and vice versa. And so Chris Strausser may be in conversations about the way things went and everything. They might be able to glean some things either positively or negatively about Bobby Slowik.
Does Nick Caserio have something up his sleeve? One player in open locker room yesterday basically said that. What could it be? We'll speculate. That's fun. We'll do that. We got the Pettycast coming up, top of the hour. Tuesday Pettycast coming up at 8 o'clock. Stay there.
Hey, don't be speculating about your financial future. Nobody wants that.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of the guys talking in the open locker room yesterday about the season, about the upcoming offseason. Going to be a very interesting offseason for several guys. Derek Stingley Jr. saying he wants to be here in Houston forever. His contract situation will be a big story, I think, this offseason. Maybe the best corner in football right now. Timing perfect for Derek Stingley. Joe Mixon said something interesting yesterday. Take a listen. This is Joe Mixon talking about the upcoming offseason. He says something very interesting at the end of this cut.
First off, I'm going to say I'm a great recruiter. But another thing on top of that is I'm not here to sell no dream. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whether, going to the Pro Bowl or if I was just at the crib and, free agency started, whatever the case it is, man, when it comes down to it, definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. I mean, that's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team, and I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now, so definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
All right, Nick. Okay, wow. Know for a fact, Nick's got something cooked up right now. There's going to be some fireworks real soon.
Fireworks real soon. Now, the fireworks can't really start until the league year begins now. And free agency begins.
Free agency, yeah.
But that's soon. Soon's it's a relative term. I think that immediately as he's talking about being a recruiter and everything else, my first thought went to T. Higgins. You need a wide receiver if Stephon Diggs doesn't come back. My reservation is that T. Higgins has injury concerns and history. We'll see about that. But I wonder what he knows for a fact.
Well, here's the thing. If fireworks real soon, you're absolutely right about free agents outside the building. They could sign Stephon Diggs to a contract today if they want to. You know?
Maybe that's. Does that feel like fireworks? If anything, it doesn't feel like the fireworks of last year because for a couple reasons. One, Stephon Diggs is in his 30s and coming off of an ACL injury. Yep. But then two, we also saw that, they definitely need to do more than just have good wide receivers on the team. Mm-hmm. Having three of those guys wasn't enough to actually have a good offense. Yeah. Three top-notch wide receivers. But I guess in Joe Mixon's mind, I could see that being fireworks. For me, it's a little bit more like maybe a Roman candle, but not instead of like a big majestic 4th of July finale.
I think for fans, boy, would re-signing Diggs qualify as fireworks? I think you're probably more measured than the fan base is. You were the one voice of reason throughout the offseason as they were getting all the fireworks type stuff, saying, "Hey guys, we can't run the football. we don't run the football well." So I think, and this is. It's neither good nor bad. I think you're just wired differently to look at it and to look at the stuff that actually probably needs to be fixed even more than bringing back Stephon Diggs. They got to fix this offensive line before they do. I don't know if they need to do it before they do anything else, but it's a higher priority. The sequence of the offseason might not allow you to do it before signing, say, Stephon Diggs back.
It's all, I would say, let's use nothing but firearms analogies this morning. It's like having Stephon Diggs, it was like having the best ammunition, but rusty, shoddy weapons to fire it from. And not talking about C.J. Stroud, just the everything else about the offensive operation. Yeah. They couldn't utilize all those great wide receivers because when teams decided to take away those wide receivers, deep threat, they didn't have a good run game. They didn't have a well-developed quick game. They didn't do all of these other things to take advantage of all the cover two they were seeing. That's what drove me insane about the NFL in general this year, where various offensive coordinators or teams acting like seeing a bunch of cover two was a bad thing. No, that's a really good thing. Mm-hmm. You want to force them into playing cover two. You should be in the driver's seat when teams are playing a bunch of cover two versus you. It drives me me insane when these wannabe glory boy whiteboard warriors don't know how to play how to actually play football. Oh, gosh. Yeah, they have to play cover 2. We got them right where we want them. That's what it should be.
Well,
And they're like, oh, what do we do? There's nobody in the box. How do I pass the ball when I've got all this actual freaking space underneath to throw the ball and run the ball? It's cover 2. Run the ball. It's easy. It's easy.
How about Mel Kiper's solution early in the season was just maybe they need to ban cover 2? What?
Yeah. It's that, you know how hard it is to actually be a good defense when you're playing cover 2 all the time?
Oh, my God.
You got to be a really, really good defense to stop the run in cover 2.
Yep.
And yet, because they've got so many little dudes that were raised on Madden and watching and falling in love with the X's and O's, they don't actually know how to coach football.
Yeah.
So you end up with what the Texans had this year, which was they couldn't run the ball versus cover 2, which is disgusting and pathetic and shameful.
Is there anything glaring on the defensive side that would qualify as fireworks for the Texans? I feel like that side of the ball, other than depth, I mean, they need more corners. Yeah. They need more competent corners on the team, but that's one of the things that has me most excited about next season is all the big pieces on defense are back for another year. A lot of them are young and have another year of experience under their belt. The ones that are all free agent, by and large, the free agents on defense are the group of interior defensive linemen that I think all played above the level that we expected them to play this year. So maybe they'll want to come back because they're playing in a defense where they're productive. I don't know, but I feel like I'm confident in Nick Caserio and D'Amico. And if they have to identify the next Tim Settle, Mario Edwards Jr., and Foley Fatukasi, there's a lot of guys out there like that, I think.
There are a lot of guys out there like that. I think it's, there is still room for with a guy that, if you bring in a guy that is a genuine all-around 3-down stud at defensive tackle, that can help a lot. But I guess defensively, the biggest issues this year were more along the lines of the big plays they allowed, and a lot of that had to do with youth and or injuries in the secondary. Mm-hmm. And I feel like the fireworks there are the continued development of very, very young players. I mean, you still have, so Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, rookies. You have Jalen Petrie, still was just a third-year player this year, playing in a new role. So you still, that's where the fireworks are in the development of those guys. Mm-hmm. And then maybe a veteran safety to go alongside it or compete with Eric Murray or whomever else. I just don't feel like I can trust Jimmy Ward to stay healthy ever again. He's at that age and he's injured all the time these days. So I don't have a thirst for fireworks there. I've got a thirst for fireworks on the interior offensive line.
Yes,
which is not typically a fireworks type of proposition.
Which firework is interior offensive line? Is it just sort of like a boring bottle rocket or something like that?
Trey Smith from the Chiefs is a free agent.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's guys out there. I think Will Freese is out there, I believe. The guy from the Colts, which the Colts don't have a shine on them right now. There's some good guards out there. Now, which of these guys will get franchised or re-signed? Probably 75% of them.
Sure.
But that's where I think fireworks in one of the least firework typical positions, interior offensive line, I think that might be the move.
Yeah, fireworks are sexy. The left guard position, not super sexy. So, yeah.
Unless you're into whatever,
Yeah, so you're right. So everybody's into something. So, so there may be someone driving around in the snow right now going, hey, man, that's my deal. I love left guards. It's my fetish. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you heading into the 8 o'clock hour here. Pettycast. You ready to get petty? Seth C. Payne?
Yeah. I've been petty, bro. Been petty all day long.
We've got some good ones here. We have a repeat offender from last week who isn't even located anywhere near Houston, but it's really good audio. This guy's a big crybaby. Petty, the Pettycast. We do it coming up next. But first, men's.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. All right. This is Middle Screen making this point. Middle Screen texting in. Coach Middle Screen, loyal listener. The weather's so bad where he is. He's at home today, so he can listen to all 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, because he's a teacher.
Yep. He says that and I'm assuming he's talking about Mixon alluding to fireworks, that Nick has something cooking, is what the word he used. He said that could be just a vote of confidence for Nick, not a specific thing. I would agree, except where he said, I know for a fact.
A fact.
I know for a fact that Nick has something cooking. Like, that implies to me, that implies specificity to me.
All right, now we're going to have to, we're going to get is Lopez's opinion on this.
Oh, yes.
Lopez sometimes will state his opinion as a fact.
Yes.
And it's not that he's trying to be misleading intentionally or anything. It's that I feel like he believes so strongly in his opinion that he's stating it as a fact.
Okay, got that.
So we'll have to get Lopez. Lopez is a connoisseur of using that as a term. So we'll see.
I just wrote down toss Lopez on Mixon cut. So we'll play it for Lopez and get his take on it. All right, you ready to get petty, my friend, on the petty cast?
Yes, I'm ready to stay petty.
All right, so
You don't have to get petty if you stay petty, Sean.
Exactly the old saying.
Yes.
All right, this is one a little off the grid, but I would imagine a lot of pettiness in Washington over this after the way that Detroit game went in the divisional round. I mean, Washington was, like, if you didn't know anything about either of those teams' regular seasons and you watched that game, you'd be like, yeah, wow, Washington is this is a much better football team than the Lions are grab bagging here. They're the team that's flinching. They're trying to run trick plays and whatnot. Yeah. Washington is just, Jaden Danielsing the hell out of them. Neil Rule is the name of a media member up in Detroit, and it looks like he has a streaming show called Big D Energy.
Oh, okay.
The Lion Show.
Yeah.
It's a really good show name. It's a great logo. It's a really nice studio. However, this was a really bad prediction that he had on how that game would go. This is early in the week leading up to the divisional round.
You want Detroit, then you got Detroit.
Yep.
And Commanders fans, Detroit's got you and your third worst rushing defense in the NFL and your rookie quarterback and just an insane environment Saturday night where we got all day to get right, if you know what I mean. You have no concept of what you're walking into. None whatsoever. We are 60 minutes away from hosting an NFC Championship game. And if you thought that I was going to roll in here today and just be calm about that and say, let it play out and stuff like that, I will not. And this, we can just record and run back tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. And then Friday, I'll be even more extra about it. We are 60 minutes away from hosting the NFC Championship game here in Detroit to go to the Super Bowl. We are 60 minutes from. You think that you're going to walk in here and stop that from happening?
Stand on business, Neil. Stand on business.
And your awful defense and your rookie quarterback? You think you're going to stop that? Ain't no way.
Well, how did that go?
This is a hard one to be petty about. That was pretty damn good, man.
It was a good promo. He cut a good promo, but the people in Washington are basically like sending that back to him on Twitter all week.
How do I be petty about this? Oh, that was good. That was really good. I like that. I think this is where it's pathetic and awful and weak. It's that Detroit's trying to act like something that they haven't yet proven that they are.
Correct.
It's that, man, listen, you don't go from being the beleaguered, just a worthless sibling of the bunch to all of a sudden being the big dog without having proven it first. Yes. And I think there's a level of cockiness there that, listen, nobody's buying it, man. You're Detroit still. You're Detroit until you're not. And they're in this, they've learned about, is it the wealth effect? I think this would be like the wealth effect, where it doesn't matter like how high you keep getting more and more money, and you think like, oh, I'll appreciate it. Of course, I remember what it was like when I was poor. Like, no, you keep wanting more, and you spend more, and then you gotta have that. That's where they are right now. Is they're realizing like, oh, okay, boy, we have all these nice things, but we're still not there.
Right.
We're not actually the big dogs, and it's got to drive them insane that they're right on the precipice of it.
Yeah.
They're like the Andy Reid's Eagles teams back in the day.
Yep.
Right now, you're kind of an afterthought in terms of being taken seriously until you prove that you can get over that hump. And part of the problem with Detroit right now is that I would imagine most Lions fans are probably getting increasingly frustrated with Jared Goff because he just does not show up in these big-time moments.
Well, stop chanting his name everywhere you go. That whole
thing. He's not the guy. He's not the guy. He wilts in the moment. And I think that you can't be that cocky when it is still ultimately the guy who Sean McVay said, you know what? You know what you really need is a guy like Matt Stafford. But who would ever relinquish a guy like Matt Stafford?
The Lions.
Why everybody? Yeah. Oh, it's you, Detroit. Yeah. The wannabe big dogs. You got rid of the guy who can actually perform in big moments.
This gets very interesting. Detroit gets very interesting with these two coordinators going out the door. With Ben losing, especially Ben Johnson and the job he's done to at least get Jared Goff regular season elite. But the playoffs are a different story. Good job, man. I knew you could do it. I knew you could get petty.
Did I get turned petty?
Yes, I knew you could
reclaim my pettiness?
Yes, I knew you had it in you. All right, Mick Cronin. Who knew that the UCLA head basketball coach would show up?
I hate this guy already.
For the second week in a row. I hate him, too. So last week, he was rambling on and on about how he's the only one that brings any energy to practice.
He's the only guy who's worth a damn, basically, on his entire team. He's the only guy that works hard and all that.
Yeah, reminds us that he's won 500 games, and he doesn't even really need to do this at age 53 if he doesn't want to.
That's how good he is.
Listen to this. He gets asked a question about the dynamics. UCLA in the Big Ten now is having to travel east a lot to play basketball games. So he was asked by a reporter, I don't think an entirely stupid question. You get all these press conferences throughout the year. You got to come up with different questions. This reporter, take a listen, just asks about, hey, is there an effect of the East teams traveling to the West? And listen to Cronin get his panties in a wad.
So much has been made about you guys going east. You just came back from a prolonged East Coast trip. Yeah. I'm wondering, have you seen anything from the teams that have to come out here and stay out here? Is there any kind of balance with that in terms of the wear and tear and just what you've seen on the court?
Wear and tear on them?
Yeah.
Is that a joke? Please tell me that's a joke.
Is it even comparable, is essentially what I'm trying to say.
Have you ever looked at the NBA stats and what the gamblers and all those people do on West versus East? Talk to Eric Musselman, ask him that question, who coached in the NBA. Good luck, West, going East. Okay, and ask me UCLA's record east of the Mississippi in the last 20 years. Because when I got the job, I looked it up for scheduling purposes. It's under 500, okay? We have to go back 4 times. Oh, the Big Ten teams get to come to Los Angeles where it's 70 degrees 1 time a year. They don't even have to switch hotels. We're 12 miles apart. Are you kidding me? Please tell me you're kidding me. Is this a plan? Is this a planted question? I mean, you cannot be serious with that. And meanwhile, we've seen the Eiffel Tower, or we've seen the Statue of Liberty twice in the last 3 weeks while we were landing. We also saw downtown. We also saw the Capitol building. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, you can't possibly. And we still got to go back, and then we got to go back for the Big Ten tournament. You can't possibly be serious.
Well, that's the thing. You have 4 more trips of those to make.
Yeah.
So,
they do it 1 time. You can't possibly stop. I'm going to eat, man. You can't. I mean, he's asked me to feel sorry because Iowa had to come to L.A. for a few days.
No, he's asking you a question.
You a question that you could answer.
This guy's such a jackass.
I hate him so much.
Oh, I hate him too. I hate him too. A wormy little bald-headed nerd.
He's so impressed with himself.
Oh my God.
There are a lot of coaches that are very successful coaches who basically don't personally embody any of the things that they would request or demand of their players, which is that
one of them.
They're very effective whiners. They whine and whine and whine, and it's an effective strategy if you do it with enough bass in your voice, and that's what he does. Which also, going back to last week's rant, where he's like, "What do I have to prove? What do I have to prove? I've got a bunch of wins." Like, all right, yeah, in the regular season, I mean, you're 500 in the postseason in your career.
Yeah,
he's made it to how many times has he made it to the Final Four? Once. He made it to the Final Four once. Like, he was like, okay, I would think that for me, if I were a head basketball coach, I'd like to win a national championship at some point. Like, act like I do. I still do have something to prove, and that way you don't try to paint yourself as like the noble benefactor who's even like, I don't even have to coach. It's just they're lucky to have me.
Yeah.
Dude, just save it, you selfish SOB. Yeah. You're like the rest of them. You want to win a championship.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. He's bad.
He's a professional whiner.
He is.
He's no better than you and I.
Right.
That's what we do.
That's it.
I own it at least.
That's it.
I'm a professional whiner.
Yeah.
I get on the radio and I get petty about stuff.
Yes.
You're trying to cloak yourself in nobility, like you're just some kind of like you're gracing the sport with your presence.
Mick Cronin. All right, Tom Brady. I don't know why Brady had to take this swipe at Dan Quinn and Arthur Blank, but while doing the NFC divisional round game on Saturday night, he talked about he made a reference to Dan Quinn. I guess the owner, Josh Harris, had come down to the sidelines towards the end of that game, the owner of the Commanders. And we all remember it happened right here over at NRG Stadium, Arthur Blank coming down to the sidelines during that comeback from the Patriots from 28-3 in the Super Bowl. Here was Tom Brady during the telecast of the Lions-Commanders game on Saturday.
7 down by 14. I'm not sure Coach Quinn likes owners coming down on the field before the game's over.
Yeah. Pretty good.
You know what? Brady made another comment in that game about they had referenced his partner there, Kevin, what's his face?
Burkhardt.
Had referenced the A.J. Brown reading a book on the sidelines last week or a couple weeks ago. And Brady said he'd never seen that. He's seen a quarterback eat a hot dog on the sideline. Just a shot at Sanchez out of nowhere.
Yeah. Brady's got, I think to be at that level, you got to have a level of pettiness to you.
Brady
right?
has a good level of pettiness, like a competitive pettiness to him.
Yeah.
The whole, my feeling about coaches and quarterbacks. I don't want them to be mentally healthy or have perspective in life. You gotta have a little psycho to you, like Michael Jordan and Tom Brady. Like those dudes have a certain almost mental illness about them that drives them, that might drive others like completely useless, but it makes them great. I feel like I think Brady's got a pettiness to him that he uses to his advantage.
Would you like?
He probably, as he says that, it might just be a little innocent offhand comment. Mm-hmm. I think there's a part of that it was still like, oh, this is supposed to be the young hot guy in the AFC East at one point.
Right.
I remember him. Yeah, I remember what we did. Yeah.
Yep. Do you think CJ should be a little more unbalanced? Is he a little too balanced, do you think?
No. I think he's a guy that, he would have a tendency towards an unhealthy obsession. His battle is just dialing it back enough that it's passion and not obsession. And I'm speaking kind of loosely about Jordan and Brady, obviously.
Yeah.
I think Brady's that same way of that. Like he's got to learn how to tamp it down a little bit, but that's what drives him. With CJ, I think he's got an obsessive personality, and for him the challenge is like, all right, just keep it reined in enough that I can still roll with the punches and come back from the losses and everything. It's a good problem to have.
Yep.
It's a constant battle for just remaining. You want to be just over the edge of mentally healthy. You don't want to be totally well-adjusted, but you just want to be just over the edge into
Line straddler.
Crazyville.
Yeah. Yes.
You want to flirt with Crazyville.
Flirt with Crazyville. I like it. Speaking of that, Rob Gronkowski. He's flirted with Crazyville many a time, I would say. We're playing this one because Rob Gronkowski, I think, shares a sentiment that Payne and Pendergast do, particularly Payne. He hates the Indianapolis Colts almost as much as Seth does.
I just dislike the Jets. I don't really have a hatred for the Jets. It's just our rival in our division. But and it was at the beginning of my career. But yes, the Colts, let me tell you, I do not like the Colts. I was just on Julian's podcast, Names of Games, actually, and we absolutely just dismantled the Colts. We ripped them apart. They were hanging banners for winning a division. They were always a little cocky, always talk garbage when they played us. We just romped them week in and week out every time we played them, especially in the playoffs. I don't like the Colts. I always loved, running up the score versus them. We dominated them in the pass game and in the run game as well. And we were dominating them so bad that they came up with that Deflategate BS because they needed an excuse why we were absolutely terrorizing them.
Yeah, that part too, especially, is that the Colts were a finesse team, whereas the Patriots were still very much a bash you in the face, blue collar type of team. And I always enjoyed watching the Patriots when they'd line up with 6 offensive linemen and just run for 290 yards versus the Colts. I enjoyed when Teddy Bruschi said, he basically paraphrased Jack Nicholson from A Few Good Men and said something about getting the Colts don't like to get their pretty white uniforms dirty.
Yeah.
I loved and relished all of that. But then, yes, especially the Colts planting the Deflategate theory into somebody's brain and trying to complain and whine about that was a classic team that couldn't get it done, trying to find some way to get it done not on the football field. Yes. So I fully endorse Gronk's hatred for the Colts. It was pathetic the way the Colts behaved when they couldn't beat the Patriots.
Do you remember the score of the game, the AFC title game where the Deflategate accusations stemmed from?
No, it was a bludgeoning, right? And they barely passed the ball, right? What was the score?
I'm trying. Pro Football Reference is stuck right now. I believe it was 45-7, if I'm not mistaken.
And I think that was one of the games where the Patriots lined up with 6 offensive linemen a boatload of times.
Probably, yeah.
They just completely physically destroyed the Colts, and then that stupid old inaudible, indecipherable owner of theirs just decided that, no, there's got to be some other reason. It can't possibly be that my guys are punks. Yeah.
45-7. The Patriots beat the Colts that day.
How many yards did they rush for?
The Patriots?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Patriots rushing. Oh, my God. LeGarrette Blount had 30 carries for 148 yards.
Yeah.
With a long of 22, so there wasn't like a 70-yarder in there. It
was just a constant procession. What were the team stats on the rushing?
On the rushing, they only really gave the ball to LeGarrette Blount that day. Jonas Gray had 4 carries for 4 yards. Shane Vereen, 1 carry for 2 yards. The running backs had 35 carries for 154 yards in that game.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely. Now Brady still.
Well, they did it with deflated footballs, Sean. As everybody knows, you can run the ball well when you got deflated footballs.
Brady did throw the ball 35 times in that game, but I'm not trying to validate their Deflategate thing. I was totally stupid. Poor Andrew Luck in that game, 12 of 33 for 126 yards and 2 interceptions. That had to be one of the worst games of Andrew Luck's career.
Well, they were Andrew Luck's record outside, and that was in New England?
It was in New England, yeah.
Yeah,
sure was.
Oh, yeah, of course it was, yeah, because of the weather conditions and the balls. Luck. That was the other thing about the Colts was they were the epitome of a great offense that just sucked in the elements. Like, they were very much a pretty team. And even to the two quarterbacks, I always respected Tom Brady more as a quarterback, even when people were just somehow idiotically thinking that Peyton Manning was a better quarterback. Like, Brady would make the football player plays. Tom Brady was more of a football player than Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Peyton Manning was a great quarterback, but Tom Brady was a great football player.
That's a great way to put it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
God, I hate the Colts.
Up next, I know, I'm glad I slipped that into the Pettycast. That got you fired up. I like that. All right, Texans. Beware the Texans' year 3 curse. What is the year 3 curse? I will tell you exactly what it is and how avoidable is it for next year's Houston Texans coming up next.
For the second straight year, the
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Boy, I got somebody riled up with that tease into this topic we're about to do. I said, beware the Texans' year 3 curse.
Oh.
Guy says, I think he meant shut your trap, guy. But he said he has the I word, not the U word when it comes to shut. But he says, shut your trap, guy. We don't need to hear talk about a curse. Don't be lazy and find new content. Wow.
Oh, that's interesting. Don't be lazy and find. Oh, he's saying find new content instead of being lazy.
Right.
So without even knowing exactly what you're talking
What the
about,
topic is, yeah.
his lazy take is that you shouldn't be lazy.
Exactly.
Listen, there's no if there's one thing we don't allow on this show, it's in our big book of things we don't allow. It's ironic accusations of laziness.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Unintentionally ironic and lazy accusations of laziness.
Right.
Okay, lazy guy?
Right. So
what's the I word? I have no idea what an I word is.
No. I think he meant shut your trap, but he's got the curse word. Instead of shut, he has SH.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you're about to make me say it.
You said an I word, and I'm going through my pretty prodigious vocabulary of dirty words.
No, what I meant was he had the I instead
Yeah.
of the U. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's clearly we know what autocorrect does to your language, sir.
Yeah, what a lazy.
Potty
You
mouth.
can't even edit your text before you send it, you lazy SOB.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
This level of laziness, violating the first commandment in our Google Doc of commandments of things thou shalt not do on the show. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Yes. Yep. It was a mortal sin.
Yep. All right, so here's where I'm going with this.
I don't even know what your year 3 curse is. I have no idea what so like for this guy to say you're being lazy.
Right.
I guess he's calling me stupid also.
I guess. Okay, so here's where I'm going with this. The Texans in their recent history, they've won 8 division titles. It's interesting that they've been won in 4 back-to-back clusters, right? 2011, 2012, they won the division. 2015, 2016, they won the division. 18 and 19, division, and now these last 2 seasons. What's interesting is, for a variety of reasons, each of the previous pair of division championships that they won was followed up with literally one of the worst seasons in franchise history.
Interesting.
That's
weird that would be a lazy take since I wasn't even aware of that.
Right,
So,
right.
Just good job in all of your laziness understanding that. And
Thank
knowing
you.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So just to go through these, 2011, 2012, in my opinion, still probably the best teams in Texans history. Those 2 teams, 2011, those are the ones that had the best chance to go to a Super Bowl, I would say, of all the teams they put on the field. They followed up with literally the worst season in franchise history, a 2-14 season that tied for the worst in franchise history. The biggest reason for that one, I would say the Matt Schaub just pick 6 parade was probably the biggest. Like, Matt Schaub just lost it. He fell off the earth that year. They had really poor quarterback.
His arm just fell apart. There are also elements of that season that the year before where the fact that the Texans were so good at creating turnovers defensively, it covered up a lot of the blemishes on the offense until the end of the season when everything kind of came to a head. So as far as whether it's a curse or not, I think like that's where you can look at it in reality and say, more times than not in the NFL, teams will show signs of growth and improvement, and the tendency or the temptation is to think like, oh, here we go. We just got a little bit better this year, and then we're off to the races the next year.
Yep.
But more times than not, it comes crashing down. So how do you avoid that this season?
Yeah.
Like, how do you keep this growth going?
We'll get to that. I just want to hit the other 2 times this has happened.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. The fallout from that, obviously, was you fire Gary Kubiak and Bill O'Brien gets hired, and now you're into the O'Brien era. 2017, this is after they won the division in 15 with Brian Hoyer as the quarterback and 16 with Brock Osweiler. They went on to go 4-12. Now, this is a little bit different. It was a quarterback issue, but it was Deshaun Watson tearing his ACL midway through the season that led to them winning one more game after that. I think they were like 3-4 when Deshaun tore his ACL after that. Or possibly in that Seattle game, but definitely in practice was where it completely tore. And they won one game the rest of the year. They went like 1-8 down the stretch that season. The fallout from that was that the O'Brien, Rick Smith battle came to a head, and the team chose O'Brien over Rick Smith.
Yeah, which was also, and it was weird because, I mean, Rick Smith's wife was sick, which would end up being terminal cancer.
Yeah.
And so it was, but there was change. They brought in Brian Gain, and
Yep. So that one. I think the Texans would have been better than 4-12 if Deshaun had stayed healthy that year. So that may not be just like a collapse. That was just unfortunate.
But it does speak to, like, hey, to the importance of the quarterback position
For sure.
and everything else.
Yep.
If C.J. Stroud had gotten injured this year, I just, with apologies to people that are adamant defenders of Davis Mills, I think it could have been much worse this year.
Yes.
And it wasn't like it was bad this year. They just didn't build on expectations.
That's right. The third time they won the divisions back-to-back, 2018 and 2019. In 2020, they would go 4-12, and Bill O'Brien would get fired 4 games into the season. Now, I think the biggest reason for the fall-off there was they put Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby in charge.
It was, and in a year where the Texans' defense completely and utterly collapsed and squandered a 24-0 lead in the divisional round, they did absolutely nothing to make the defense better. They let DJ Reader walk. They let somebody else. But the defense needed help. They didn't do anything to help them. They went out and they made a bunch of really bad. The sum total of it all was a bunch of bad moves.
Yeah.
You could argue for any one of those moves individually, I suppose, but they spent way too much on free agents. They gave up too much in trades. It was Bill O'Brien, as I think most people tend to feel now, is like, okay, he was a competitive head coach, but he was a horrendous GM. And that was the sum total of that.
And the
collapse.
fallout from that was probably the most drastic out of any of these 3 instances, because Easterby got empowered to the gills. The roster was left in complete shambles. The salary cap was left in complete shambles. The draft capital you had, shambles. That one was bad. So the question that you posed a few minutes ago, Seth, okay, so they've won back-to-back divisions here. The 3 previous times they've done it, it's been followed up by atrocious seasons.
Yeah.
And we probably felt maybe some degree of confidence going into those atrocious seasons. You know, like we didn't feel like they were going to be horrible. So I want to be a little guarded about, like, no, that can never happen again. But what's the big difference for you now?
There isn't a difference, because it's this. To credit CJ spoke about this multiple times yesterday about how, it's not as simple as, like, you just come in and you're going to be better and keep doing the same things. You got to build again. If you were to ignore and not address the issues they had offensively, if you rolled out the exact same squad next year and didn't change, now there will be a change on the offensive line coaching side of things.
We know that.
If you were to ignore all that stuff, you will have a worse season next year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just flat out will, because everything that happened this year where teams start to get a feel for what you can and can't do, all of that, if you don't make improvements offensively, you'll be a worse football team next year. So it's just that is the sum total and really the key and critical issue this entire offseason is, how are you going to fix the blocking issues? It's not just the offensive line, it's the tight ends and the running backs as well in pass protection. How do you figure out how to run the football consistently? I mean, a lot of this is really, the nucleus of a lot of it is on the offensive line, but it's more than just that. And then Bobby Slowik with his construction of a passing offense and a running offense. Is Bobby Slowik the guy, and what can he do to improve? They'll be worse next year. So, yeah, it would be I don't know how much worse, but they would be worse. The defense certainly has room to get better, but not as much room. Like, so they can't get so much better that they cover up all of the issues on offense that they had this year.
Yeah, you're on the cusp of an elite defense. Like if this defense finds a way to stop giving up big plays, and as you pointed out yesterday, getting better at tackling has a lot to do with that. Certainly had a lot to do with Travis Kelce going off the way that he did on Saturday in that divisional round game. I feel great about the defense. I feel great about the talent level on the roster overall compared to some of those teams that bottomed out in previous years. But you're 100% right. And to me, the biggest thing with the offensive line, I know they need to get a run game cobbled together here. You're going to get C.J. Stroud killed if you keep allowing especially pass rushes up the middle the way that you do, you're going to get him killed. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Like that's the thing that could lead to a collapse is you don't fix your offensive line, and that is what allows C.J. Stroud to get hurt, like Deshaun did back in 2017. You know?
Yeah. So it's you got to really guard against that. Like, oh, okay, we're right there. We're knocking at the door. We're gonna kick that sumbitch in. Mm-hmm. It's harder. It's harder than just staying right where you are. They gotta figure some things out.
Text message, someone listening who's behind on the app, but Seth's brought up Chip Kelly's name a couple times today on the show as a potential offensive coordinator for the Texans. To be clear, they haven't made, publicly at least, a decision on Bobby Slowik yet. Text message, I'm behind on the app, but you're talking about Chip Kelly. Looking at Ohio State last night run a screen, I thought, that's how you set up a screen.
Yeah.
Wish the Texans could do that.
Yeah, that's honestly, I always look at how well you run your screens as an indicator of how much attention to detail is there on your offense. And the Texans were miserable at executing screens because the screen seems like a simple enough thing, but when you're going against good NFL defenses, the screen also is a play that has the most tells that you can tip your hand. It's hard, if done improperly, for the offensive linemen to get set up and to block the guys because they tend to be blocking smaller, faster guys in space. And the teams that do it well tend to be pretty well-coached teams.
Yeah.
This team they did not execute screens well at all.
Nope.
On almost every level. It was just, it was hard to watch. And to me, I gotta, it might be where I start my meetings off with Bobby. Like, Bobby, why did it look like every single defense knew exactly what we were doing every time we ran a screen?
Yeah.
Why could the offensive linemen not complete any of their blocks or the wide receivers? Like, why were we so haphazard and awful at running screens? Because that to me is, man, these guys aren't being coached up and they're not paying attention to detail in the areas that matter.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a snowy Tuesday here in Houston. Drive safe if you're out there on the road. If you're hunkered down at home, good for you. Good for you. Enjoy some a little hot chocolate. Put a little something in there and enjoy your day relaxing with this beautiful snow outside. All right, I returned the favor to Kansas City. Carrington Harrison came on last Friday and really, really angered a lot of Texan fans. They asked me to come on yesterday on Carrington's show in the afternoon on our sister station. I'm going to let you guys, our later arriving audience, grade how I did at thrashing Patrick Mahomes on Kansas City radio yesterday. That is next.
Don't get thrashed by the weather. Be careful out there on the road.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So, yesterday I went on Carrington Harrison's show in Kansas City. Carrington, if you guys listen to this show, you know he came on with us the Friday before the regular season Chiefs game. At the very end of that interview, kind of just cut a promo on the Texans that was very disrespectful. This time, when he came on with us last Friday, he just came right in out of the chute with the disrespect for the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just taking them lightly. Hey, you guys are a cute little playoff team. You're not a Super Bowl team. All those things. And
it was insulting in that it almost wasn't even a fiery dissertation or anything. It was just him kind of plainly stating what he thought to be the facts that were that this is just this is no big deal for the Chiefs. They're just going to take care of business, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. And I look, and ultimately they did. I mean, they won the game. So his producer texted me yesterday. His name's Rob, and he said, "Hey, do you guys have any angry phone callers archived from the post-game show complaining about the referees and whatnot?" And I said, I don't have anything archived. You can check the Texans app. I kind of directed him to a couple places where that audio may exist. Ultimately, he was unable to unearth anything. I thought Texan fans handled the officiating part of it after the game on the postgame show pretty well. There were way more people calling the postgame show, at least by my memory, way more people calling saying, we have to not be traveling for the divisional round like we do all these times.
Well, and it's the officiating is one thing, but it's like any other thing in a football game where there's 140 plays on offense and defense, not even to mention special teams, where, the officials can matter in some very poignant moments, but you don't pin it all on one play or ignore all the other ones. Like those penalties were a factor, but there were enough other factors to point to also that were more within your control.
Yeah, and I think the fans, by and large, the ones that called the postgame show pointed that out too. I was proud of the way Texan fans handled the officiating aspect of it, that they weren't blaming the entire game on it. It was just one area that didn't work out for the Texans. So when Rob couldn't find any of that audio to play on their show, he texted me and said, "Hey, would you like to come on at 2:45?" I said, "Yes, I would love to come on your show because I got some things to say." I didn't say that to him. But so we did the interview, and we talked about how's Houston handling things, and ultimately we wound our way over to Patrick Mahomes and his act.
The gall that Patrick Mahomes has to abuse the rules the way that he does, I can understand where players after the game, where you're right after the game, testosterone-laden atmosphere. It's a high testosterone zone. Emotions are running high. The game just ended 10 minutes ago. The stuff that Mahomes does to me, Carrington, is disgusting. That he does where he's got a pass out of bounds and he decides to tippy-toe back inside, slide down so he can draw an illegal, an unnecessary roughness penalty. The flop out of bounds. Like, I get it. Like, you guys have 3 Super Bowls with Patrick Mahomes. I rooted for James Harden and defended him for years in Houston, so I kind of know the territory that we're in right now. You guys got the titles at least to show for it, but the level of bargaining that has to go on with a fan of a player that flops is tough. And I'm sure there's a ton of Kansas City fans right now listening to me say this, we don't really care. We win with the guy. We love the guy. And that's all well and good. I think it's wussy-ish stuff that Patrick Mahomes does, and I hope they legislate it the hell out of the game.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was there for America is what I was doing.
You called him a wussy, basically.
I did.
Or at least somebody who does wussy-ish stuff.
He does wussy-ish stuff. That's like, I didn't call you stupid. I said you're doing a stupid thing. Yeah.
It's local versus global.
Yeah.
Yes. It's key when you're giving feedback. Yeah.
That's right.
So nobody can accuse you of insulting him.
Right.
It is. It's annoying. And, I could totally see Chiefs fans, like, not caring or whatever. That's just the annoying part of it is that, man, it rubs in football especially. Yeah. It's annoying when they do it in basketball. It's annoying when they do it in soccer. Don't bring that crap to football. It got to the point in the Bills game where I can't even remember who it was. One of their tight ends got pushed and he fell down. And I had to stop watching the game for a little bit because I cannot handle this flopping in football. And it's for all that's good and holy and American, just stop with the flopping. My God.
What did Ross Tucker was on with us earlier. We had a fun hit with Ross today. What? He called it the soccerification of the NFL.
The soccerification of the NFL.
Yeah. So, we'll see, man. Look, Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Hey, soccer fans tell me, though, are the Americans as dramatic about the flopping in soccer as they are in Europe? It feels like the Europeans are just the most dramatic about it.
They've perfected it, yeah.
Let me know, though, if that's just my own, jingoism playing off or something. 713-572-4610.
Yep.
Educated soccer fans, tell me whether Americans are just as bad in the soccer realm at flopping as the Europeans.
Good question. Yep. Text message. Patrick Mahomes on the field. Ooh, this is a take you had earlier, Seth. Has become the same annoying jerk that his brother Jackson is off the field.
Yeah. No, he is the more dramatic Mahomes brother now.
Yep.
Because Jackson's largely been muted, maybe by the law. I don't know. He has it feels like he might be under various gag orders at this point. We haven't heard much, thank goodness, of Jackson Mahomes lately. We do see Pat Mahomes acting like he's the first person that's ever had an ankle sprain in the history of football. He'll play through an ankle sprain, and Dad Nabbit, he's going to let you know just how much pain he's in. Oh, no, Coach, I'm going to play, Coach, you got to let me in there. Do you see how much pain I'm in? But I'm not going to. Well, what's your argument for you going in the game, Patrick? Because you're screaming like they're about to amputate your ankle, okay? I don't understand you really shouldn't be able to run like that and also need to scream like you are. So, frankly, I feel like you're being a little bit dramatic.
I'm so mad they lost because I had a video all ready to do that I was going to rip the head off of a Kermit doll, and I didn't get to do it.
Oh, you know the most annoying part of the game? And this is not me blaming, because this didn't hurt the Texans at all, but this was specifically Pat Mahomes being super annoying, was, all right, we know that he's going to flop and gesticulate and do everything he can to try to draw flags because I'm Pat Mahomes and I need protection. But then the play where Will Anderson got a sack, but Mahomes looked like he thought, I wasn't down. Why did you blow the whistle? Why did you blow it dead?
Yeah.
That is a classic. Like, I want to be protected, but not too much.
No.
You're protecting me too much.
Right.
Let go of my purse. I don't know you.
let go of my purse. I'm anxious to see how heavily they prioritize this when it comes to the owners and the coaches and the competition committee. It's a plague right now.
The competition committee is a joke. Yeah. They outlawed the fake slide, for instance, and other unsportsmanlike things like that, like Pat Mahomes is known to do. They outlawed it in 2021 after Kenny Pickett had one that, remember, wasn't nearly as egregious as a lot of the stuff that Mahomes has done. He just kind of took a stutter step and kind of looked like he was going to go down and then kept running at Pitt.
At Pitt, yeah.
And they banned it in college football. That was in 2021.
Yeah.
It's 3 years later, they're still letting quarterbacks get away with it. They're still letting them slide as late as they damn well please, where they are exploiting a rule that's supposed to protect the quarterback. Quarterbacks are now, and Pat Mahomes especially, actively putting themselves into more dangerous situations in the hopes of drawing a flag. It's completely against the spirit of the rule, and Pat Mahomes is violent. This is 10 times worse than Deflategate or anything else that, because it's brazen and it's right in front of us.
Yeah. It's taking advantage of the protection. That's how bad it is, NFL.
Deport Mahomes.
That's how bad it is at college football, the most dysfunctional sport that there is. Nobody can agree on anything in college football. They've actually legislated it out of their game, and you can't do it. You haven't done it yet. Text message, we need
I'd rather let players gamble against their own teams than watch this crap anymore.
watch Mahomes fake slide. Text message, we need smack off Shawnee when you call other stations that talk bleep next time. I'm happy to do it. They invited me on that show, so I was an invited guest. Maybe from now on I'll just have to go in as like a caller on these other stations.
You could have. I tried to do that once when I was up. I had flown into Buffalo, and I was listening to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I called in, and the mistake I made was I identified myself as a Texans fan. And this is on a station that I go on every now and then. But I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it pure, and I wanted to call in as a caller, and they didn't. And I gave my good take to their producer. I got on, gave like a really good 30-second take, and I was ignored. I sat on hold for 25 minutes before I had to get off. And I asked one of the hosts who was on about it later, and I was like, "Yeah, that was me." Like the other night, I called in, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you know how that goes. Like sometimes you put on somebody from an opposing team, and it's just not." And I'm like, I know how it goes when you're scared.
Yes.
That was a call-heavy show. We don't take many calls at all, but that's a show that takes a lot of calls. So I was a little bit offended.
Yep.
But yeah. So the next time you go on, just do it. Pretend like you're a normal caller. And just and do a smack off on him.
I will.
You have 3 minutes of content about Pat Mahomes being bad for the sport.
I will do that. That'll be fun. And we can record it and replay it, and people can grade it and tell me how good or bad I did. All right, college football season is done. College football playoff is over. I'm very sad. Obviously, my team lost last night, but we're done with the first 12-team playoff. How do we like it? What did we think? Let's grade it. How was the 12-team playoff for you? That is next. But first, Berkeley Eye Center, beclasik.com.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you.
Sean.
Yes, good. So you and I were talking during the break about the conditions outside, and is it windy out there? And so I told you, it's windy out there, but Amy and I are lucky enough. Like, she's been out on our balcony today during the snow, just kind of enjoying it.
Yeah.
We're kind of protected from the wind because our balcony is sort of embedded in the building. It's not a stick out in front balcony. But you were just bringing up how confusing the whole north, south, east, west thing can be because of 59. We're 59 north and south. Actually, is for a long stretch, which goes right by our building here, is actually running east-west. It's very confusing.
It screws me all up when I go from our building to downtown. It just never really registers that, like, oh wait, no, now this side is 59 is west.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's Sean. It's been over 20 years now, and I'm way too disoriented when I try to find my way around the city.
With you, man.
I know where to go and everything, but I never feel comfortably really being able to visualize where I am, and it annoys me that I'm like that.
Yeah.
Because damn it, we're probably about 12 hours away from losing any kind of GPS or anything else like that. Okay, when push comes to shove, and it's time to start eating other people for sustenance, I feel like I'm ill-equipped, okay? I got a camp stove and not much else.
Somebody's up here. Somebody's up in our studio in a tent. There's a tent pitched over
in the studio?
In the common area over there. Like I'm using studio as a general description of our office space up here in the studios. But yeah, there's a tent.
That sounds like they've got a new tent, and they probably got a tent for Christmas, and they're trying to learn how to set it up for.
Well, there's people who are staying up here like overnight because of the emergency characteristic of all that's going on. But whoever it is has like one of those little folding tables that you have on it looks like a campsite. Like they've got all kinds of little trinkets out there.
It's one of the best benefits of having a job that starts at 6 a.m. is that you kind of get licensed to sleep at the office whenever you need to or want to.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, it's not like that if you work a 9 to 5. They're generally frowned probably upon, sleeping in until 8:30 in the morning and in the office and then getting up while everybody else is there.
Brushing your teeth in the break room. College football playoff is over. Notre Dame lost last night 34-23 to Ohio State. Ohio State kind of carried most of that game. Notre Dame had a furious comeback in the second half. Came up short. What was your What would you say? I don't know if a grade or just how overall. What did you think of the 12-team college football playoff?
I think it'll be interesting to see how they tweak the seeding and all of that. So you have to do that. I'm glad that at the very least they made a good argument for having 8 teams in the college football playoffs. Like that there were. I'm happy with it. On the sum total of it all, they got to tweak a few things, but I think that it's an indication that maybe there's more parity than people wanted to believe. Unless that having that extra week off was really that damaging to the higher seeded teams. I'm not willing to go there just yet. You need more of a sample size and to run it for a couple years to see if that's the case.
Yeah, the word seems to be that they are. It seems like the possession arrow is pointed towards them actually making that tweak to it. You know, the seeding, the whole automatic bid for the top 4 conference champions might be something that goes away, and they just seed the teams. If you win your conference, the 5 top conference winners will all qualify. But you don't automatically, Boise State, get to be treated like the 3rd best team in the country anymore.
Yeah, and so I'm all for that. And I'll go back to I can remember talking to you and John Granato on the phone about this back when you guys used to have me on the show. Mm-hmm. The thing that has always constantly driven me crazy about the way they do it in college football is that they act like there needs to be some type of innovation to do what every single other sport does in college sports, which is, you got a big tournament, and you let them play the tournament, and then you have an actual champion. Yep. And the amount of debate and everything else that took so long to get to this point where you're just doing it like every single other sport does, it's driven me insane. So, yes, 12 teams is fine for me with college football. Any illusions about these kids needing to be protected because they're amateurs or anything else like that are far out the window by now. So, the basic structure is good. They just got to tweak some things.
Yeah, they got to tweak the seeding part of it. I'll be interested to see if the bowls remain so integral once the quarterfinals hit. You know, that the first round – because those games, look, the games all sucked. They were all very lopsided, those first-round games. But just the spectacle of having them on a college campus, I thought was made for a really fun watch, you know?
I think that part is really good, too. Yeah, the bowls and all of the financials and everything else, the interests, the special interests or whatever that go into all of that, that's been the part that's always eluded me, and I've never really fully grasped or understood just how – there's a lot of, like, good old boys type stuff going on with a lot of that, you know? That's the part that's always felt dodgy and has prevented them from doing things the right way. I think as much as you might be cynical about the influx of money because of NIL, it does kind of – I think it resets the benchmarks for what the financials are, and it allows you to do more of like what feels like right. Okay, yes. Back in the day, it was great, and who cared about the national championship because the Rose Bowl meant so much. Okay, that's been 40 years since it was like that. Yeah. So you just got to keep hammering away at some of these antiquated things and treat it like a normal sport.
I like that the tippy-top teams, you know, like the Georgias and the Alabamas, seem to have come back to the pack a little bit. I think that's more that has less to do with the playoff and more to do with NIL and the transfer portal and things like that. Like I don't know. I know there's fans of the SEC out there that love seeing SEC teams. And Texas is an SEC team. They're the newest SEC team, so they did get representation in the Final Four there. But there were some fresh matchups at least, you know.
I think, and honestly, if you're in the SEC, I would be all for weakening the SEC because it's just how many years does it have to take of just, hey, you might have the smartest coach in America, the best coach in America, and some of the best talent in America, and end up barely over 500 if you get a few bounces of the ball the wrong way. That when the SEC is at its most formidable. So the balancing out. It can be a good thing because it's never going to be completely fair. But yeah, I don't like situations where you see this in high school sports all the time, where depending on how different states operate, like sometimes the second best team in the state doesn't even get to go to states
Right.
because they lose in the finals of their region or their section, and I hate it when there's situations like that. As much as you can actually get the best teams all in a group at the end of the year and give them a chance, yeah, go for it. But with the SEC, there'd be teams that no matter how you structure it, when the SEC is super, super powerful, you could have the 4th or 5th best team in the country not even be in the conversation.
Yeah, no, for sure. Middle screen is texting in, big college football guy. If the games aren't going to be close, might as well not include at-large teams. College football needs to be over earlier. More games on campus. No buys, fewer teams. Sounds like he wants an 8-team playoff. No buys, fewer teams. The way you have no buys is to have either 4, 8, or 16, you know?
I would ask, middle screen went to Cal. He was a shot putter and a discus thrower.
Cal or UCLA? I thought it
was
UCLA.
Oh, that's right. He went to UCLA.
Yeah,
I apologize.
yeah.
Sorry, middle screen.
Yeah. He didn't go to that.
He wasn't smart enough to get into Cal.
He didn't go to that ACC school, Cal. He went to that Big Ten school, UCLA. Yeah.
I'm joking, middle screen. I know you're plenty smart.
Yep.
I need some people from Cal, our many, many listeners from Cal, to weigh in on Chip Kelly and whether he's lost his touch or not. Whether he just won a national championship.
Yeah.
I get a lot of people saying that because I floated Chip Kelly as a Texans offensive coordinator in there. Chip Kelly is currently the offensive coordinator for the Buckeyes. They just won a national championship. I just found it odd that I got a couple of people saying, like, he's out of touch and he's antiquated or whatever. Like, all right, listen, yes, he's got a lot of talent. He just won a national championship. I'm not going to buy the old man argument right this moment, okay?
I tell you, I don't watch Ohio State and go, boy, they sure seem antiquated out there. I don't know. It's
Yeah. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
How about it's just shifting gears over to the NFL playoffs? How about the NFC North, the beacon for high-level football in the NFL this year? They had a 15-win team, a 14-win team, and an 11-win team all make the postseason. 0-3 in the playoffs. Outscored 94-50. I guess this is where...
So who was more pathetic in the postseason, the SEC or the AFC North?
NFC,
like, it was
NFC
a bigger
North,
letdown.
Yeah, the
NFC North,
yeah.
too.
I would say the NFC North was a bigger letdown. I mean, they were like... Dude, 94-50 in the NFL, getting outscored 94-50. That's hard to do. And Detroit was at home. The other two were on the road. But I think the biggest thing is like, okay, Sam Darnold. Hey, he's a version of Jared Goff, who's also involved in this storyline as well. You know, and then
those guys. Those are the two guys where you look at it and you say, man, they had a lot of regular season success, but now Jared Goff a couple times now has just really kind of deflated in the playoffs. And you do wonder, all right, well, is there a ceiling on him? Is there just there's a reason Sean McVay wanted to part ways with Jared Goff. And curiously and ironically enough, the Lions brought Jared Goff in and let go of Matt Stafford, who ends up winning a Super Bowl.
Yep.
I don't know.
Washington, the last time Washington, Mike Sando has this, the last time Washington was in the conference title game was 1991. That was the Mark Rippon team that beat the Bills. That was 7 presidential administrations ago. And Magic Johnson, who is now one of the owners of the Commanders, was getting ready to play in his final NBA All-Star game. That was the year that 1991 was the year that Magic found out he had HIV. And that's how long ago
1991 that was when he found out he had HIV?
Yeah.
Kids, you got to understand, back then, AIDS was a death sentence. Like a 100, I mean, obviously it still can be, but like it was 100%. Like it was like you were getting Magic Johnson's obituary almost when you found out he had AIDS.
Dude,
it's
crazy that you say that. So on my Twitter timeline, which now is for most people, like it's 20% people that you follow and then 80% stuff that gets fed to you because they think you want to read these things or see these things or whatever. Bill Simmons wrote an article, I think for like the school paper at Holy Cross where he went. I'm looking at it right here. Bill Simmons, the Holy Cross student newspaper, he was the sports editor, and this was his reaction to Magic Johnson's HIV announcement the next day. I can't remember the last time I was truly unhappy before last Thursday. Unhappiness is lousy, bitter emotion. Sadness, most of all, real sadness, genuine, unadulterated sadness is what I was feeling. This is how I felt last week when I learned Magic Johnson was going to die. And he will die. You can listen all you want about people who fight the HIV virus, but the truth is anyone who lasts for more than a few years is an aberration. He goes on and on and on. And it reads like an obituary while Magic Johnson is still getting ready to play basketball in the All-Star game.
Did you find that on Freezing Cold Takes? Is that the
no?
And I should have said HIV positive. Obviously, the difference. But when you found out he was HIV positive, it was a death sentence.
Yeah. There was just. I'm reading this. I'm going, holy crap! Yeah, it was a Freezing Cold Take. Eventually.
Wait, how many presidential administrations ago did they claim that was?
7.
5, 6, 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that include 2 Trumps?
Yes.
I guess?
Yeah, probably.
Yes, it's 2 Trumps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, 7.
So that all right, that makes sense.
7.
Wow, it felt like too many. I
thought
like
the same thing.
old,
I counted.
I'm like, wait a second.
I was in front of my computer yesterday doing the same thing you were. I'm like 1, 2, 3. I'm like, dang, and a couple of them were 8-yearsers. You know what I mean? Like a couple of them were jumbo.
A couple of double bangers.
Couple of jumbo administrations in there, man. It's a long time.
So 7 administrations, but with only – this feels a little bit like when you're going over NBA championships and you're like, it's only been 3 or 4 teams. Like 7 administrations, but 4 of those administrations are occupied 2 guys with the same 2 last names.
Yeah.
Bush and Trump.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. How about this take right here? The NFL is going to swing the other way in this next game with Mahomes because of the national attention that his flopping and his sliding has gotten. The Bills will benefit at the cost of the Texans. That's a hot take right there.
I do hope so, man. I feel like if you do a Pender poll, Sean. Mm-hmm. I'd be fascinated at the results of the number of your Twitter followers who are pulling for Kansas City or pulling for Buffalo.
Okay, so just in general, who are they rooting for?
Yeah, Houstonians are. I mean, we're fans of the Buffalo Bills right now, are we not?
For sure.
I feel like this is this is pretty easy. Plus, we don't have any really natural. I can't even think of like kind of any kind of game versus the Bills that would have become a grudge match type of thing.
Not with the Texans, but for Oiler fans.
Well, obviously.
Houstonians.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
But as far as Texans versus Bills, we don't have any of that. It comes up the Oilers' history and the comeback. That all comes up every time the Texans play the Bills. But I don't even feel amongst the old timers that there's that same animosity when it comes to the Texans versus the Bills.
So no additional detail, no nuance to it. Just who are you rooting for, the Bills or the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do that during the break. What's your
what's
your prediction?
95% Bills.
I think it's going to be very lopsided, and I think it's.
I would imagine the Bill. I would imagine the national polls are the same too.
Yeah.
Just because people don't want to see Kansas City doing it 3 times in a row.
Well, it's funny. There were a couple graphics that got put out that those Twitter graphics that they take the United States and they go, oh, here's who different states are rooting for, and they put the logo or the team colors inside each state. They put one up for each of the title games, and the whole country is Buffalo Bills blue, except for like this little morsel right in Missouri and Kansas. And then they did the same thing with the NFC title game, and the whole country is burgundy. And little corner where Philadelphia sits, like Pennsylvania and North Jersey, or South Jersey, I should say, is Kelly Green.
The Bills have more of a lovable loser feel to them, and that they got so close so many times. Washington has had their day back in the past. I would be interested to see what the breakdown is for guys our age who remember the really good Redskins teams from the past versus now. But emotionally, I think more people look at the Bills like, man, they got so close and they were so good, they just never get it done. Sure would be nice. If you don't have a dog in the fight, sure would be nice for the Bills to get it done this year.
100%. All right, DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday, and he was asked to explain, I would say, one of the more controversial decisions that he made for that the loss to the Chiefs on Saturday. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans coming up next. But first, that's me right there. Take a
the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Be a lot of questions about, staffing players and all those things. Just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know that.
All right, thanks. That was D'Amico. That was his basically an opening statement.
It was an opening no comment.
Yes. That was before any questions got asked yesterday.
It was almost like he was being sued for coaching decisions.
Yeah.
They're like, this is an ongoing legal matter, and we will not make any statements about it until these legal matters have been resolved.
That's right. That's right.
Or when Lovie Smith promised... Remember when Lovie Smith promised that he would give us an update on
Justin Britt?
Justin Britt.
Yeah, we're still
exactly
waiting.
Don't worry, I'll let you guys know later this afternoon. We never found out.
We never found out. Can you imagine if Lovie Smith was at the Super Bowl this year for some reason, just bumping around Radio Row, and we get him? He went to a Super Bowl as a coach. He's bumping around Radio Row, and we get him on the show, and we sit him down, and the very first question that you ask him, any update on Justin Britt?
What the hell happened with Justin Britt?
Yeah,
I got the sense with Justin Britt that it was like kind of personal related, and they just didn't want to delve into it. So that was his way of just kind of pushing it off, and then nobody really wanted to press the issue. We had bigger fish to fry at that point.
On a 3-win team, there was a lot going on. Yeah,
there might be Justin Britt seems like a pretty interesting guy. There might be an interesting story there. That maybe Justin Britt would probably be the best guy to answer it someday.
Yeah, or if Justin Britt's on Radio Row and he's there, we can celebrate that we found him, and we can let Lovie know. You can text Lovie.
Lovie said you were going to be back that afternoon.
Right.
We'll make something up.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Lovie said about you when you were gone? He said you just up in RUNNOFT. It was.
D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday. I believe Cody Stutes asked him this about the decision to start Shaq Mason in the loss to the Chiefs.
Yeah, Shaq had a really good week of practice. Shaq has been working a while to get back with us, get back out there, and thought he had a really good week. And overall, it was good. It wasn't good from collectively of how we protected, but it's not just one person.
So
no, it wasn't just one person. I guess the biggest thing is that. Not that you want to make excuses, but there were more reasonable excuses or explanations for a couple of the bad pass protection plays. Like Titus Howard he's playing out of position. I think if he chose to accept playing guard, I think he could be a really good guard. I think if he really latched onto it, and I think him next to Laramie Tunsil, we saw in that game, there were times where they had some really nice examples of good run blocking to the left there, where it was Titus and Laramie just taking care of business. But Titus gave up that one bad sack up the middle. But, okay, he's playing out of position. Blake Fisher's a rookie, and, we knew he was probably going to be a 2-year project, so there's still hope there. It's Shaq Mason that there's been very little to get optimistic about with him moving forward. He's at that age, and his level of play is just not what it used to be. They gotta bolster the interior offensive line.
How would you feel about an offensive line next year, as long as we're talking about this, if it were left to right, Laramie Tunsil at left tackle, Titus Howard at left guard, Juice Scruggs at center, some free agent signing that we feel good about at right guard, and Blake Fisher at right tackle? I
think I'd still be concerned about either Patterson or Scruggs at center.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big, and that's what I'm willing to wait and see what a new offensive line coach can do with those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going back to, when Chris Myers ran a similar type of system here, there's some things you ask the center to do that are really hard athletically. And that's why, Chris Myers was good partly because he was an undersized center. Yeah. He had a level of athleticism to him. There's, not to insult Chris, he's not Jason Kelce, but similarly, like Jason Kelce, it helped him that he was a smaller guy.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it with a new offensive line coach. I'd feel okay about that. If they found another guard in free agency, if they drafted some absolute stud or something, and you've got a new offensive line coach, the new offensive line coach might make me feel actually okay with having maybe Scruggs at center and Patterson at guard or vice versa. If I can see some growth there, but there's got to be genuine competition. Our one listener was dead right, I think, in the preseason where he was upset that Patterson wasn't getting a chance seemingly to compete with Juice Scruggs. Yeah. I would agree. That guy was more angry about it than I was. I wasn't concerned about it necessarily. He was right to demand more competition. I think we need to see competition there. It really bothered me that it did bother me in general that they seemed like they were just giving Kenyon Green the job. I didn't get or understand that. That felt like, all right, this guy's getting this benefit of the doubt because he's a first-round pick. But there's got to be actual genuine competition.
And I'm guessing Kenyon Green is back for the last year of his rookie deal. This is the spring where they've got to make a decision on fifth-year options for guys in that class, the Stingley Kenyon Green class. I can't imagine he's going to get his fifth-year option exercised at all. So that would make 2025 the last year of his deal. It costs as much to cut him as it does to keep him. It's literally the same. He has a fully guaranteed salary, and that's it for this coming season. It's about $5 million, and so it costs the same amount whether he's on the team or not.
He's another guy that I'm willing to see what he looks like with a different coach. And maybe it's a different offensive coordinator as well. We have no idea right now. So I'm open to all of that. What I don't have an appetite for is just spending the entire offseason thinking like, well, we trust these guys that they'll make some development, they'll be okay. There's got to be at least one more guy in competition with those other three guys that we're talking about now. And there can't be a single one of those young guys that's just given the position.
Yep.
I've got no appetite for that.
I'm with
that's
that.
Just it doesn't. It seems to go against everything that D'Amico and Nick would preach.
Yes.
Which is like you don't just gift these guys positions if they haven't proven that they're capable of taking them.
Yep. D'Amico Ryans asked yesterday in his press conference, is the standard high enough with the Texans?
Well, the standard that I said is always high, and as you guys hear me speak every week, it's about consistently improving every single week. So the standard is there. It's just everybody being on board with that. That's where when you look at games, when the ball is snapped and there's action, and you got to go make plays, is everybody playing up to that standard? And if I'm correct, that's what I think CJ is mentioning. And that standard, when you get to the divisional game, you know what it takes to win. It takes everybody being bought in, dialed in, mentally and physically, being on it and not having any lapses. That's that standard that we did not live up to in the game, and that's why we didn't win the game, because we didn't play up to our standard mentally or physically.
I wonder, D'Amico is a self-proclaimed positive head coach. He coaches via positivity. Every coach has a different style. This team played in several of their losses this year like a team that was kind of taking advantage of a teacher that's a little too light on them. You know what I mean? The degree of mistakes that get made by this team in some of these games, the penalties, the mental errors, the big plays, the tackling, those all feel like things that that a more disciplined team wouldn't do these things. The Texans, they were an undisciplined team this year. You don't lose the number of games they lose where only 1% of the teams ever had this, or this happen and went on to lose the game. I don't think you lose some of the losses they had the way that they do, +3 turnover margin. You're losing games, multiple games this season, without being an undisciplined team.
That's a broad brush to paint an entire team with, I guess. So I guess my question is, what are the examples of the actual undisciplined nature of those performances?
The offensive line at various times.
Right, but they sucked all the time.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess because they actually, the offensive line looked pretty good versus bad defenses at times. I think that, I guess the question is undisciplined synonymous with immature? Are they one and the same? Because I think with the defense, there were times where it wasn't a lack of effort, versus the Jets, for instance. I mean, those were just guys making bad plays in moments where that they should have maybe a more mature, a more experienced player would have made.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie was a few centimeters away from breaking passes up, but because he didn't break the pass up, they ran for touchdowns. Or Jalen Petrie just flat out got beat by Devontae Adams on that. He just wasn't physically capable of covering Devontae Adams in that moment.
Yeah.
And I didn't really think there was like a lack of effort in those moments. I think they just weren't a genuinely really good football team. And they played like a 500 football team for much of the year. I guess it's kind of like calling a team soft. I have a hard time just blankly calling them undisciplined when the simpler explanation is like they also just weren't really a genuinely really good football team.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Itemizing the undisciplinedness probably would make for a longer segment. You know what I mean? Like they were just
right. But it's an accusation of. It's like calling somebody soft. Like, all right, I got to see evidence of where they're actually soft, and not just it's a shorthand way of saying that they sucked. If you say they're undisciplined, I think they just weren't. They weren't as good as they looked on paper. The undisciplined part, they have the first half of the season offensively, especially. The penalties were out of control.
Yeah.
And, is that a lack of discipline? I think so. But they cleaned that up. I guess I just more lean towards, no, on offense, they just weren't good. They just weren't competent as I wanted them to be.
Where do you come out on the tackling? Is that just, hey, this is how they're coached, and that's really more on D'Amico maybe than it is on
I think
them?
it's on D'Amico. I disagree with D'Amico and his philosophy on tackling.
Yeah.
And it's honestly... It's a little bit of an offshoot of the fact that there's actually very little good tackling instruction in the NFL. I've told you before, I never actually had somebody really teach me how to tackle in football until I was in my fourth year in the NFL. I had coaches who thought they were coaching and teaching tackling, but they actually didn't know what they were talking about. And I think maybe D'Amico's just never actually been exposed to good tackling instruction. It might have been something that he did well as a player naturally, but there's very, very few guys out there that know how to teach it the right way. I would advocate bringing in an actual tackling coach like other defenses have done before. The Seahawks, when they were really good, had a rugby dude and they used a lot of rugby drills. Because, but D'Amico has flat out said that they don't worry about missed tackles. And that part of it's foreign to me. The swarm mentality... It's almost like just gunning up a bunch of threes and thinking that's enough.
Yeah.
No, it's okay to shoot a bunch of threes, but you got to be taking quality threes, and you got to be good at shooting the threes. I feel like thinking that the swarm mentality is going to cover up all the blemishes in tackling.
Yeah.
I think that is the wrong approach to take. I think he's flat out wrong in that approach.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll hear from Joe Mixon in the next segment. What could Joe Mixon be alluding to? We'll ask John Lopez when we do the toss here. We're gonna run Joe Mixon's contention that Nick Caserio has something cooking. Is he just kind of saying it, or is there something in mind that Joe Mixon has? We'll talk about that. If you haven't heard it yet, you're going to want to listen to this because this leads into what do the Texans need to get done this offseason with the roster. We'll do that coming up next. Prize Picks.
Center.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we start looking ahead to the offseason with the Texans. We still got a little football left with the 2 conference title games and the Super Bowl. If you've been listening to the promos running, we will be in New Orleans for the week leading up to the Super Bowl. So we're very excited about that. Joe Mixon is very excited. He's excited to bring in some new teammates, excited to recruit a little bit. He says he's a hell of a recruiter. And he seems to be writing checks with his mouth for Nick Caserio to go cash. I think I'm making that analogy correct. Joe Mixon's sounds like he's making some promises out here on these streets.
First off, I'm going to say I'm a great recruiter. But another thing on top of that is I'm not here to sell no dream. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whether, going to the Pro Bowl or if I was just at the crib and, free agency started, whatever the case it is, man, when it comes down to it, definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. I mean, that's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team. And I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now. So definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
Fireworks. The fact is, I know for a fact that Nick Caserio's got something cooking.
I think the biggest thing, and now that I've listened to that 7 or 8 times and I've thought about it, is that, I feel like I know for a fact that Nick's going to make moves. That's what he does. He's a more active trader, and he just flat out has more transactions than just about every other GM in the NFL.
Yeah.
So whether or not they're fireworks, I suppose that's up for debate. But he makes a lot of moves. He's a very active general manager. So I think that Mixon probably feels like, I know for a fact that means, because there's no possible move that right now would already be in the works or anything, even if it's something that they wanted to do. So I don't think now. Question would be, all right, does Mixon know that somebody like T. Higgins or somebody really wants to come to the Texans?
Former teammate, right?
Yeah. But then the question then is like, okay, but does Mixon know that Caserio knows that he likes this guy? Caserio plays everything so close to the vest. I don't think he's ever going to let anybody know that he really wants a certain free agent other than D'Amico and like whoever needs to know within the building.
Yeah.
So I think that Mixon's not, I don't think Mixon is thinking of anybody specifically as far as something that might be in the works.
To your point, you're not going to wind up on freezing cold takes by saying that Nick Caserio is going to make moves, that he's got stuff cooking. Like you can say that and know that it will happen. He's very active. You're right.
Now, okay, could he be as active this year as he was last year when it comes to getting brand names, marquee guys, all of that? And I'll remind everybody, in the first 36 hours of free agency, people wanted Nick fired because he hadn't done anything.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean,
speaking of Lopez, he won't be in today. He got stuck in the snow.
The Texans ended up having one of the most active and highest spending free agencies. The first 24 hours, I can't remember the exact timeline. I know on day one of free agency, people were ready to burn down the franchise because Nick hadn't made any moves yet. So, he's going to make moves. I don't know. I'd be surprised if it's as aggressive this year as it was last year.
Well, I don't know that he's got the resources to be as aggressive. I mean, you can always manipulate the cap, but he had an ungodly amount of cap space last year to go spend. And this year, I think I saw somebody with an educated opinion. I don't know if it was Texans cap or somebody who summarizes things like this, that I respect their diligence in getting it accurate, getting it right. Is the number right now is like between 10 and 15 million somewhere that they have in cap space, but they've got a ton of deals. That number can move based on cutting guys, restructuring deals. It sounds like, Seth, between having their full complement of draft picks, at least premium draft picks, because they have their own first still, between that and the ability to create cap space, that they're in a good spot to be able to address some of the things that need addressing.
Yeah, and I think I guess if you look at the composition of the team, there's just more guys because of all those guys you signed last year. There are just way more high-paid veteran types of players on the team right now than there were last year. I think that Nick and D'Amico felt that there was a need to import A, talent, but also probably B, veteran leadership. And they'll continue to want to do that, but I don't think in the same mass quantities that they did last season.
By far, the biggest name free agent for the Texans is Stephon Diggs. It's really no disrespect to a lot of the role players on this team, no disrespect to any of the interior defensive linemen who I think if we're talking about kind of the journeyman or the fringe player types that overachieved what they were expected to do, that's probably the position group that did. But it's like Stephon Diggs. I'm going down the list here, and there's no. I think Stephon Diggs has made more Pro Bowls than every other guy that's a free agent on the Texans combined. Mm-hmm. It's all. But some of my, look, Derek Barnett, if he wants to come back for another year on the same deal he had this year, come on back. Neville Hewitt as depth at linebacker did some good things this year. Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards Jr. are both free agents. I'd love to have both of them back at the same price. That'll be what's interesting is a lot of these guys played above the level that was expected. So, Mario Edwards, when he was on the field, was really good this year. To some team, I'm not saying some team offers him a huge bag or anything like that, but he's, as was pointed out by, I think, Will Anderson, when he said, man, Mario's been in the league 10 years. This is only the second time he's made the playoffs. Mario Edwards ain't getting any younger. He's only, I don't know what he does in his spare time or what hobbies he has or, investments that he's got or whatnot. I'm going to venture to say there's a good chance he's not walking into a job where he can make $5 million a year right away after retirement.
Yeah. I wonder, so if they go for a wide receiver, in the Texans, I believe right now they're gonna pick 25th.
25th
right?
is where they're picking.
25th.
That's right.
So it's not a heavily loaded year for wide receivers. It might work out that whether it's a Buka or somebody like that from Ohio State, that 25 might be the sweet spot.
Yeah.
And maybe they just sit there. But I guess, do they trade up? Do you expect, if you had to put an over-under right now or just a percentage chance that Nick trades up in the first round, what do you think it is?
I think it's 20%.
Yeah.
20%. Yeah. He's done both. When they needed, when they wanted Will Anderson, they traded up and got Will Anderson. When they felt good about, when they felt just as good about the top of the second round last year as they did the end of the first round, they moved back and got an extra pick and traded it for Stephon Diggs. So, I think probably 20%. If it was totally up to Nick, maybe a little bit higher. The thing is finding a team that wants to dance with you. You got to find a trade partner.
Where are you right now on when do we start doing our what do we do with the mock draft stuff?
Mock draft injection.
Mock draft.
That's what it was, man.
The mock draft injection. When do we start our mock draft injection? Just last week, just a few days ago, we were looking down on all these poor radio hosts in other markets that had to look for. Look at this! We're talking about the offseason already and coaching searches and everything else. We are now in that motley lot. Yeah. When do we start doing the mock draft? I haven't looked at a single mock draft yet.
I glance at them now. I don't look at them nearly as intently as I did back when they were, picking 3rd and 12th or whatever it was. I would say after the Super Bowl. After the Super Bowl's over.
I think I just looked at my first one right now, CBS's mock draft.
Okay.
They've got the 20. So Igbuka is going 21st to the Steelers.
Okay.
The Texans, they've got Walter Nolan, defensive lineman from Ole Miss, going. But that would make sense. I mean, he's an interior defensive lineman. My early odds on who they would take with number 25 overall would be probably wide receiver or interior offensive line, and that's perfect. Good guard. Back of the first round, guard isn't one unless it's a real superstar stud. You don't want to draft a guard all that high necessarily. Defensive tackle, I kind of feel like what we've been talking about, that if the situation's right, by all means go for it, but I feel like they can make do and get the most out of a lot of journeyman type of guys.
I'm with you.
Maybe get a developmental guy in the mid rounds.
Yeah, they got to feel pretty strongly about that guy if it's a defensive lineman, an interior defensive lineman there for me. But if you do recall, Seth, remember last year, not to toot my own horn, but remember the one guy I said, man, the Texans, they were back when they still had a first-round pick before they traded it to go get Stephon Diggs. I said, yeah, if Brock Bowers gets in that 18 to 20 range right there and the Texans have the 27th pick, I would say, you go up and get him. I had that one right. I wasn't nearly as right when I wanted the Texans to take Johnny Manziel with the first overall pick back in 2014.
Okay, so as far as for the Texans and how we'll watch the draft at the very top this year, likely not going to be the Texans. Cam Ward going to the Titans and Shedeur Sanders going to the Giants.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Give me all the Cam Ward.
That's it.
Let's do this.
That's it. So you'll have 4 quarterbacks in this division if they do that. 2 of them are number 1 overall picks. 1 is a 2, and Anthony Richardson is the laggard at 4th overall pick. You'll have 4 quarterbacks that were top 4 picks in this division if they go ahead and do that. Reggie Atatula is here. Chris Partee is in for a stranded John Lopez.
You heard about this then?
I did.
Okay.
Parker showed us the picture. Apparently,
there's a picture.
There's a picture.
Where he abandoned his car, or his truck, rather.
Okay.
Yeah. I like to think Lopez just shoved his car into the gully and just doesn't feel like coming to work today. He's like, nah, I'm going to enjoy this snow out on my front porch. Jan, shove the truck into the gully so it looks like I.
He didn't even do it himself.
No, Jan, do it. Yeah.
I always wonder sometimes in
coffee.
situations. There's a horrible thing to think about, but I always wonder during Harvey, like some of the flooded vehicles, like, okay, there's probably some moments where somebody is like, whoa, gosh, I just couldn't get to it in time, insurance company.
Shucks.
Is John Lopez committing insurance fraud? We don't know. Nobody will ever know.
It is Houston.
I'm sure John tried to get here. How we feeling, fellas? How you guys doing?
Warm. Which is nice.
You look warm. I like that coat.
Thanks, man.
That's a nice coat.
Top coat.
Yeah, I think.
Broke out the Manchester United scarf.
Here we go.
We don't get very many opportunities to get in here with like warm weather gear. So I was like, I'm going to actually go ahead and do it.
Not that it's not nice to see you, Chris, but we were looking forward to bouncing Joe Mixon's comments about, I know for a fact that Nick Caserio has something cooking.
Oh, yeah, those are the things that get under his skin.
And run it through the Lopez Truthometer.
You know what? We're going to get him.
So he's not a fan of that. Lopez is not a fan of those.
He's not a fan. What he doesn't like is the people that are like, I know something, not going to tell you, but I know it, and so that they can come back around and be like, see, I told you, and it's like, but you didn't prove that you knew anything.
Yeah.
You were just alluding to something that we
that is annoying. That is annoying.
And that's what it feels a little bit like
maybe
Mixon might be doing there. Although I think he has earned our trust at this point.
I would say so.
Yeah.
By running like he did.
Yeah, exactly. Come on now.
Yeah. So, I think we were more like Lopez as the one on the station who most often states his opinions as if they're fact.
That is fair.
So I was very curious but that's what tomorrow is for, assuming he gets his truck pulled out of
Yes, but what I'm going to do, because he is, in a way, like I am a little bitter about him getting a day off without, putting it in. Right? This might have been the plan now that I think about it. He knew that hill was there. Right?
But a hill. Yeah. Everybody knows how hard it is to navigate all these hills in Houston.
That's right.
It's just how do I even how do I find an area where I don't have to pass over a hill?
That's right.
To get here.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I feel like what we're going to do to keep him on his toes is we're just going to periodically call him and ask him about his thoughts on various
yes,
stuff. So
do that.
that's the first
Get him
segment.
idea.
He is on the phone. No, we're calling him about. I think I'm going to put the over-under at 4.5.
Okay.
All right.
Man, I want to slam that over. Let's go.
So now we got to beat that.
Let's go.
So be ready. Oh, you need his number? Don't worry. I will send that to you post-haste.
All right. Fellas, have a great show. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and I hope you don't run into just too many steep hills in Houston on your way home.
To be
Sean.
fair to John,
I know. I mean, it's just the topography of this city. I know it's difficult. It's difficult.
John lives kind of at the bottom of a hill. Like I think it's his own street.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
But he was like, no, it's great. It'll be fine. I don't need to stay at the station.
Can you imagine that's the main reason he bought the
house?
house? Like, man, when it snows, there's no way I'm going to make it up that
We're
hill.
going to steal a few off.
yeah,
man.
When we get 4 inches of snow, Jan, I'm going to get to that truck's going to slide right into that ditch over there. All right.
Heady play.
We are done. John, if you're listening, you know we're just joking.
I'm not. He speaks for himself.
All right. We're done. We are out of time. It's Reggie Atatula. It's Chris Partee. And Colin Neal is in there in the control room. This is In the Loop today. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station, and In the Loop starts now.
I like it. Is that going to be a thing that we keep going just like that?
Just changing it up all the time?
Okay, very good. I appreciate it. A little bit of a cambio as you want from time to time.
See what happens tomorrow.
Getting ready for Astro season is what's happening there. He's like, let's throw a change up in there, baby. We getting ready. No, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. We got my guy Chris Partee in.
What's happening, bro?
He is in for the stranded John Lopez. I like to think that he's just wandering the streets of Houston.
Trying to make it in.
Just trying to find. He is by hook or by crook. He's going to make it in. In fact, as I said in that handoff, we will be calling him at intervals. I'm serious about this. Because I'm going to make him work today.
He's not texting you right now, is he?
He is not.
Okay, I thought
I am trying to get Colin Neal his number so that we can execute this plan that I thought up off the top of my head, where we just frequently call John Lopez and get his insight. And the first one, obviously, that we're going to need is why exactly he did not make it in from his own in his own words. So
I think this is going to be a good story. He's a good storyteller. I think this is going to be a good one. He is. He definitely is.
Which, by the way, that remind me once we get him on the phone to ask him where my book is, because being a good storyteller, he writes well, and he promised that he would send me or give me a copy of one of his books that he has penned in his illustrious writing career.
You still waiting?
I ain't reading, am I?
I know you're not right now.
Okay, that's right. But yes, Chris Partee, appreciate you hanging out with us. Colin Neal's on the ones and twos trying to keep us together. And you also, wherever you are, in fact, let us know. 713-572-4610. Where are you? What are you doing? I am deeply interested on this unique and rare Houston snow day.
How often now? I'm still new to the city. And
where are you from originally? I want to ask.
I'm from the Bay Area. I'm from San Francisco.
Okay.
So I'm not used to snow either. But I've lived, I lived in Chicago for a while. I lived in Portland, Oregon. I did radio in Austin for a little while. Like I've been
very
around.
Snowy Austin. I'm familiar with that.
Right?
Yes.
Exactly. But I've been around a little bit. But I did deal with snow a little bit in Chicago. But like, how often does it happen here? I know it's infrequent.
Very
for
infrequent,
sure.
especially
in Texas,
especially to this degree. And really, here's the thing, right? As soon as the snow actually catches, because that's also another barrier, right? Sometimes you'll get some flurries, but they don't actually stick to the ground, and everything keeps moving. When you get flurries that will actually stick, or maybe more problematic, ice that settles, we don't have the infrastructure for that. We don't got no salt. We don't got no plows. We don't got none of that. And so
I've noticed.
We got to shut down. Yeah, fair enough. Touche.
I've noticed.
You have been out and about recently. So, yeah, it really does. It slows up the function of everything. So everybody is either at the crib or, making arrangements so that their respective jobs can get done. But yeah, man, this is one of those days where Houston just kind of cools out, man. And I appreciate that people in the North laugh at us. Go ahead and deal with that 105 right quick. Deal with that 108 and come and talk to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a different beast right there.
It is a different beast.
That's a different beast.
Whatever you're going through, whatever you're dealing with, one, let us know. And two, we hope to keep you company on this day, on this Tuesday here in the loop. But let's get this thing popping, and whenever you get him on the phone, just let me know. All right, Colin, I went ahead and got that number to you.
So you want me to go ahead and call him?
Yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna implement this. I want to set the tone and let him know that we are doing this with the level of frequency that we are going to. Yeah, man, we're just gonna pester him today. This is very snow day energy, right?
It is. I feel like it is. I think we should definitely, what do you say, 4.5 at the over-under?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm setting. At least like once an hour, maybe an hour or two where we get a second one in.
Yeah, we definitely shooting for 5 for sure.
That's right.
We got to get that over.
Yeah, man.
We're shooting for that.
And I'm going to keep that in other spaces too. We'll still have B. Scott. We're used to having him in on Tuesdays in the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have him on the phone at 11:20 because I still am very intrigued with B. Scott's thoughts after the Texans finished out their season, unfortunately losing to the Kansas City Chiefs 23-14. We'll talk more about where you go from there. I just giving you the opportunity to chime in here. What was your general impression of that game that happened on Sunday or Saturday rather?
going into that game, honestly, I thought the Texans had a really good shot. Now, I kind of figured that the Chiefs would pull it out, but I thought that they would make it a game down to the end. Now, I know the stuff happened with the referees. But
it did.
It happened, and I know you guys have kind of gone over that.
That's right.
Yesterday in depth. I get it, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse, as they say.
I don't know. The people might want to hear it.
I'm not. I think at this point, they're probably just so in their feelings right now. I don't want to add to that.
Sure.
So I understand.
Touche.
But I still think the Texans they're developing, they're growing. Now, I think that defense is in a place where you can contend for a title with that defense.
Yeah, I think that was.
I really think that's and we all know that's the strong point.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we know there's some work to do offensively, but with the game Saturday, it was disappointing. It was disappointing more so me from an offensive standpoint. You can't keep settling for field goals.
Yeah, and
you just can't.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right. That was very much a frustration. Getting one offensive touchdown when if that felt like one of the better offensive performances that you had in a while.
Yeah.
Grittiness.
Yeah.
Speaking of disappointment, on the phone right now, John Lopez. Lopez, what's happening, man?
John, what's up?
What's that? Oh, well, it's been a morning, man.
Answer for yourself, Lopez.
It's been a morning, that's for sure. You know what they say about the best laid plans, right?
Yep, I've heard that.
So here's the thing. And what happened was, I was, heading out, got all my stuff, put it on the dock, ready to go. I actually posted a tweet. Some people might have noticed this. Said, hey, Reggie and I are going to be live and local. We got you covered, blah, blah, blah. Then I went out to my truck, all right? And Reggie's been to my house. I live on a very slight hill that goes down, not even maybe 15 degrees, something like that if I had to guess. So I backed up, and I just got a brand new truck. And I've always had four-wheel drives on my trucks for obvious reasons, because I go to beaches and stuff. And on this one, I was like, you know what? I keep my boat in a marina. I really don't go to the beach that much. There's good roads there. I love this truck, so I don't think I need four-wheel drive on it, even though I didn't have it. I was like, I love this truck. So I start heading up the hill, and nothing. nothing happened. So then I said, I'll back up a little bit, get on some of this grass on the side of the road, and be good to go. And nothing. Then I started sliding backwards a little bit.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
And so I said, well, we might as well just own it. So I went ahead and put it in reverse and just slid backwards about 3/4 of a block to some flat ground. And I actually drew a little bit of an audience. Some kids were on that hill. Some kids were kind of, sledding down it on some whatever they were on. They were sledding down it, and their parents were there, and their parents crossed their hands and looking at me like, "Huh, look at that guy." And so I started. I was the entertainment for the block, and I was just waving at them like I was in a parade, and just backing up nice and slow until I got to some flat ground, and walked back to the house and deleted that tweet about Reggie and I being live and local. Called the office and said it ain't going to happen for a while. So that's my story.
Well, Reggie's live and local with Chris Partee. You are not, but don't think you're getting an off day. We will be calling you back periodically throughout the show to get your opinion on things. So stay close to that phone.
Oh, I like that idea.
Very
Absolutely.
Good. And we will start. We will start here. The guys on the morning show, Payne and Pendergast, we're interested in hearing your opinion on this Joe Mixon audio from locker room clean out that happened yesterday with the media. This was Joe Mixon yesterday.
First off, I'm going to say I'm a great recruiter. But another thing on top of that is I'm not here to sell no dream. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whether, going to the Pro Bowl or if I was just at the crib and, free agency started, whatever the case it is, man, when it comes down to it, definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. I mean, that's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team. And I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now. So definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
Know for a fact that Nick has something cooked up. Fireworks will be here soon. Your opinion on those bold statements from the running back of this Texas team, Joe Mixon?
Yeah, as you may know, I put that on the dock this morning when I was planning to go.
People don't know that,
though. But he does. I'm convinced 100% that he does. There's about 3 or 4 players on this squad. Most players don't know anything that the front office is doing, don't know anything that the coach is planning, and you guys know that. There are about 3 or 4 that do. Joe Mixon is one of them. I believe C.J. Stroud, obviously, is one of them, and there may be another couple. But Joe Mixon does know for a fact that something's cooking. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Obviously, everybody's going to speculate, what does he mean? What could it mean? I think what we really need to take away from that is it means there are going to be significant changes. It's not, for him to say that and comfortably say it, and to have had that discussion with Nick Caserio and perhaps even D'Amico, this is not like, they're planning on drafting a receiver, or there's this free agent right guard that they have their eye on. No, I think this is significant. And if I had to guess, I think it's now they're not going to talk to him about coaching decisions or anything like that, but I think they've given him assurances, because let's remember this. Joe Mixon did so much on his own this year, like whether it was the cutbacks, obviously Dameon Pierce couldn't have success, and other running backs didn't have the kind of success that he did. So they had to have assured him, this is my guess, that offensive line, it's going to be completely different next year, or 3/5 completely different. And I say 3/5 deliberately because I think three players are not going to be Texans next year, and that is Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and Shaq Mason. That is significant because I think what they ultimately landed on is the blocking scheme. The blocking scheme that they had, not only did these guys not execute it, it doesn't fit them. Those are big, burly guys. Those are the 3 biggest guys on the offensive line. As you well know, the zone blocking scheme, the West Coast offense, so to speak, is predicated on, we got to get to the second level. We got to create our blocks, get the leverage so he can have cutback lanes and get to the second level. Those 3 guys can't get to the second level like others. So if I had to guess, it would be those 3 guys, and I think it's going to be significant.
All right, John. Well, damn, you did the whole first segment on then. All right. All right. Enjoy yourself, but not too much. We will be calling you back.
All right, man.
All right, that's John Lopez, who is trapped at the house in the snow. But, yeah, pursuant to that Joe Mixon audio, right, how confident are you in the idea and the notion that Nick definitely has something explosive under his, or in his sleeve? Up his sleeve.
Up his sleeve. There we go.
It took me a second.
I certainly hope so, because again, as John not alluded to, but flat out talked about, changes on the offensive line. There needs to be something up his sleeve. But knowing Nick Caserio's history as far as running teams, building teams, I think that Joe is on the spot now. Is right on the mark now. Whether he knows for sure he's just talking, we don't know. But I do think Nick Caserio is going to make some changes.
Yeah, he said that with the level of assurance, but he also
a lot of confidence in that.
He also spoke of fireworks, and offensive line does not strike one as fireworks.
No,
especially also in such a way that if it is in the way that John is talking about there, John Lopez, the idea that, hey man, we're going to switch this offensive line around. I don't know how giddy he would sound about that, right? Typically running backs seem to forge a certain relationship with their offensive linemen to the point where I don't know that you would be like, man, so excited. Nick gonna do some things, get some cats out of here and get some new cats. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the tone of that would be a little bit different than what we got there. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, man, the notion of like an explosive move per se is something that would be fireworks is really interesting to me, because you came off of an offseason where you had those kind of fireworks. You had a number of free agent gets, including Joe Mixon himself. So I'm like, for him to pose whatever happens as fireworks, I'm very intrigued and interested to see like what that ultimately means, because I don't know, is that offensive line Or is that like Tiffany on the YouTube saying the cheetah, right? Like, is it something of that sort that ends up because you do need a wide receiver?
He wants out of Miami.
He wants out.
Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but he does. I think he has another year or two left on his. I think 2 years left on his.
I will pull that up. One of the ones that I did pull up is, or at one point, Cooper Kupp has kind of expressed some like that he still wants to play football, but he's not certain if that future is there in Los Angeles with the Rams.
Yeah.
It feels like wide receiver is the type of sexy that would
that he's talking
connote
about.
That
Explosive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, like you said, they need a receiver. It doesn't feel like Diggs is going to be back.
I'm not sure.
Really? You think he might be back?
He exists as a $16 million dead cap hit.
Okay, yeah,
for this team in a void year.
Yeah.
Without coming back. So I feel like there might be something within the cap ramifications of bringing him back and structuring those things to be able to manage that better. Now, I am in some ways out of my depths because it's not like I'm a capologist, and it feels like these teams legitimately need a specific person who does these things in order to keep them straight. So you're not going to get me out here acting like I am a capologist.
Break it down to cap, huh?
I will do my best. I will lean on the homie Texans cap, Troy over there. I'll do that. But yeah, maybe there's circumstances there. The question then remains: do you want a 30-plus-year-old who is dealing with coming off an ACL injury to be
tough.
the guy? Yeah, right. I don't know if that's the case. Some people are pointing to T. Higgins or Garrett Wilson. Those are all interesting, and those would be kind of that kind of move for a wide receiver. But it feels like, big change does need to happen here, though, right?
Yeah. T. Higgins would be huge. Bringing in T. Higgins here, that would be huge. Because T. Higgins is he's a number one playing as the number two. In Cincinnati currently.
They had the good fortune of having two number ones and a number two for a good period of time.
Crazy.
Or a 1B.
Yeah, 1A, 1B, whatever you want. Yeah. Wherever you want to go with that. But no, I do think what Joe Mixon is saying as far as explosiveness, that does point to something like receiver. You know what I mean? So not necessarily offensive line, but I think we're all in agreement. There does need to be some changes along the offensive line. To the offense, I think the offensive scheme in general, there needs to be some tweaks. But definitely on the offensive line.
In fact, we probably just need to go there, right?
Let's go.
All right. I will save college football championship game talk for late in the show. We're just getting going. I'm not going to lie. I did not account for the time that it took to talk to John Lopez, even though, again, John Lopez is out today because his truck literally got stuck on maybe the one hill that exists in the city of Houston.
And it's still sitting there.
It is still sitting. If you know the hill in Houston, go get John Lopez's truck. It's
go
there.
take a picture.
I think he left the keys in there too.
We need somebody to pull search and rescue on John Lopez.
Oh no, he's at that. He walked back home.
He at the crib.
Which, by the way, means he didn't make it very far.
Nah, he didn't.
That's something that was obvious. But he is out today because of that circumstance. My guy Chris Partee in here, and then we got Colin Neal. I almost called you Colin McNeil. But Colin Neal on the ones and twos, as we're just dealing with the epidemic here because Figgy Fig's still on his flu leave. Interestingly enough.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot of things happening.
There's a lot going on.
Of things moving on a snow day.
In the loop.
That is true. But yeah, we will keep you going here in the loop, keep you company on the snow day. But coming up next, let's get into it. How do the Texans get over the hump, specifically offensively? We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I like to have the siren. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope that you're staying warm. Hope that you're staying dry.
Yes.
In this snowy weather. I think the snow should be kind of paring down.
A little bit
here, so I think we might have made our way out of the actual precipitation phase, and now it's just snow on the ground.
I think the sun's supposed to come out a little later.
Ooh, that'd be nice too. Go ahead and get some of this out of the way. Hope you are having a good time, and we plan to give you a good time as well. I'm Reginald Atatula. No John Lopez. That is Chris Partee sitting in for John Lopez. In fact, pinch hitting on short notice. So our appreciation to Chris, and then we got our guy Colin Neal on the ones and twos today.
Utility players is what we do.
Okay.
We in the building.
Utility or bullpen?
I'll do both.
Okay. So you're super utility.
Pitch and hit.
There you go.
He said, I'm going to Shohei Ohtani off the bench somehow.
Right. Hey,
I love it.
We're going to figure it out.
That's right. Let's get into how do these Texans get over the hump. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. That's immediately the question after a Texans loss to the Chiefs, where I think it felt like a microcosm of the season in some ways, although you get to a place where the offense had played really well, had kind of gritted and toughed things out for, 3/4 of the game, which maybe you couldn't say is a full representation of it, but you ran the ball pretty well.
Yes.
And one of the better instances of running the football in that game. You had a pretty good game plan, especially good opening script. I will give Bobby Slowik a lot of credit there. Threw the football, decently well, but when it came time to deal with blitzes, when it came time to deal with stunts, that fell by the wayside. The defense was really good and I guess, honestly, when you started getting some big plays, right? Maybe not the same type of big plays that got you, and then of course you had some penalties that affected you that felt like that was a little bit of a vestige of the season that you had gone through. With all that being the case, how now do the Texans get over the hump? Where does one start, specifically the one being talked about, Nick Caserio, in trying to address, and I guess also D'Amico Ryans as the head man?
Well, we just talked about it. It's got to be the offensive line. I think that I'm old school in that sense. I believe you build a team inward out.
Trenches out.
Start in the trenches and you move out. So when the trenches need work, on the defensive side, I think you're really good. You're good over there. Offensively, John just talked about it. John Lopez talked about it in the first segment. Offensive line, there's going to be, sounds like overhaul, big changes. He said 3 out of the 5.
And that's one thing that I'm very intrigued by, is if that's even something that is plausible.
I think it is.
Because you've invested a lot of money and draft capital in that line. And I guess the money is the more important things because you're dealing in a salary capped sport. Yeah. And, when you invest, that is one of the, top 5 earning offensive line groups in the league, right? The production clearly was not passable. But then how do you get out from under some of that money? Can you navigate? And if let's go ahead and talk about the offensive line, because that one feels like the easiest or the most obvious one, right? And that's the thing that has to happen, because before you even talk about offensive coordinator, which, let's be honest, that is the next space
we're going to get there,
before you can evaluate him, you have to acknowledge that he was dealing with an offensive line that was not getting things done. So first and foremost, in order to overhaul an offensive line, who's the man in charge, right? Who is your direct report? Can I speak to the manager? His name is Chris Strausser. It feels abundantly clear that Chris Strausser will not return with this team. In fact, we've gotten reporting, I believe Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 had that in his piece where he was talking about some of the situations with this team, that it's not expected that Chris Strausser will remain. Now, I know Jonathan Alexander in his dispatch yesterday talked about the idea that he's talked to some people in the building where they're not certain on coordinator Bobby Slowik, but then Chris Strausser feels like that's probably going to be a thing. So it feels like offensive line coach is going to be one of those things, and specifically getting a coach that matches the scheme that you would like to run is probably a good way to go. That feels like the start.
That just it makes too much sense almost, right? To have a coach that fits the scheme that you want to run.
That was a question that was asked time and time again this year is, wait, so why again did Chris Strasser get hired last year if he had never had any experience running in that like Kubiak Shanahan kind of offense that you clearly are reporting over with Bobby Slowik's experience in with the San Francisco and all that. Why exactly is that the guy? And it felt very evident that time and time again, technically, these guys were not handling. And this is something that shows from a national perspective. I think Nate Tice has done a really good job talking about it recently. I know that he's been, but it's not just him. Like, there's a lot of people that looked at this offensive line and they're like, man, games and stunts, and you can see it. But I mean, if we are looking at it from a hyper focused perspective. We got blinders on looking at this Texas team. People that are dropping in are like, damn, they don't look like they're well coached, and that's never a good sign for you. You know?
They just aren't prepared.
And yes. In some ways, I was about to say, I don't even know that's, but yes, man.
I think it looks like you said, if you're from the outside looking in and you're not watching every single week, it just looks like they are not prepared.
Yeah.
And I believe when you have a coach that doesn't fit your scheme, ultimately, your players are not prepared.
No.
I believe that.
But I think the offensive line, the guys that you talk about that you probably, I think that it might be a two-man change that is viable here. I think that it might be Shaq Mason is probably the easy one, and I say that with respect to the man because he has been a very good veteran.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much of some of this is just not having the right technique being put in place. Because we've seen him be good before, but also he's over the hill. And I say that again as respectfully as I can because you start talking crazy about people, but. It feels like the game is going from him. You've seen instances where the mobility isn't in the same place, and I mean he's not a spring chicken. And I do wonder if that right guard position. Not wonder. I think that right guard position can be filled in a better way. So the thing about it is, I think he still has. And let me go ahead and pull up my cap situation here. Shaq Mason for next season has what is the cap hit is where done lost where the cap number is. The cap number is here at 14 or about 15 million, 14.5 million.
Okay.
There are ways that if you make him, with the new league year, you make him a post June 1 cut and you can save yourself $9.5 million.
Okay.
About on the cap.
Okay.
That feels like something where you can make that change happen. Now, of course, you would have to, you'd already have gone through some things before that,
through free agency and the draft would have happened already. If we're talking about June,
but I think you would, with the new league year, you would be making the designation.
In March.
So it would be in March.
Yeah.
So at least you would, but you have to make that designation of that's where you want to go.
Yeah.
And I think that might be one of the things that you need to do. That feels like one of the easier ones to make happen on the offensive line. Laramie Tunsil is the one that I think a lot of people want to because there's a deep frustration with how much money he makes, the fact that you keep getting these penalties that show up, and then the fact that, sometimes that run blocking isn't quite what you want. Yeah. However, down the stretch, did it not feel like the run blocking was better for him?
For Joe Mixon, it really did. And I mean, a lot of that, honestly, could be Joe Mixon, making something out of, I don't want to say nothing, but, because sometimes there wasn't a lot there.
Not could be.
For him.
I maintain that he was doing a lot of individual brilliance during the course of this season.
Yeah. And I mean, that just goes to show you his level of skill, really. Because, the running back position and offensive line are, they've got to be in sync. That's one thing that has to be in sync. And we always see most of the great running backs, I guess, other than Barry Sanders, have had pretty good offensive lines.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
it's one of the reasons why the modern, some modern NFL talking heads, I guess, for lack of a better term, or analysts is probably a more respectable way of saying that, have talked about the idea of the value of a running back is, hey, man, you can't just get a really good running back by themselves. You have to have this offensive line.
Yes.
Plus, the difference necessarily from one running back to another might be negligible compared to what you are ultimately going to invest, right? But, yes, that the running game is not just is that running back good. It is the scheme working for that running back? And, of course, as you talked about, is that offensive line blocking in a big way, which you saw get better, which also you saw get better after Titus Howard moved over to left guard. And I find that to be an interesting thing because Titus Howard is a guy that a lot of people had gotten to earlier in this year and said, I am probably done with him. And I feel like there might be some revitalization seeing him at left guard.
Turned around on that a little bit.
Well, I don't know if people have turned around. However, I think the production that he showed at left guard. Remember, he played pretty decently at left guard. He was all right at left guard last season.
Yeah.
When he was made to go there, and then of course again you had the situation where he moved in left guard this year, and he played pretty well there. In fact, this season. And I know that there's still some of the stunts that got them, which. That's just going to be, you need your new offensive line coach to come in and make that better.
To me, that's a scheme thing right there.
Sure.
As far as the stunts getting you pretty much every time,
right?
That's a scheme thing.
But I felt like he handled that in a good way, and I think the major thing you come up with Titus Howard is the idea of, okay, is he willing? Right? He can, but is he willing? Because in the past he's talked about, I'm a tackle. I'll play guard, if they need me to. And there was a lot of the coaches going, hey, we appreciate Titus Howard, making that move. It felt like in the media availability that happened yesterday in the locker room as dudes were cleaning up, he felt like he was a lot more open to the idea of playing guard.
Staying at guard.
And that might be an understanding that, hey, Blake Fisher came in and played right tackle. He was drafted pretty highly as a rookie at tackle, and it feels like he's a replacement, and he handled it well. So I feel like you might have your right guard, your right tackle, and probably your left tackle as well, because Laramie Tunsil is just, if he played better, and that's a contract that's really big that I don't know is the easiest to get off of. And I feel like now you start talking about, are you going to make an adjustment at right guard and maybe center? I don't know. Like I feel like that might be more of what it is, and that might not feel good because you probably end up in a place where 4 of the guys that end the season in those positions are in those same positions. But I feel like that might be the thing that is manageable. Now, that is me thinking within the box. And maybe Nick Caserio and co are going to get to a place where they think more outside the box, but that feels like that is a doable way of executing this.
And I'm sure they will come up with some outside the box ways of thinking about this, but there's always ways to kind of finagle the cap. We see it all the time now. Usually what teams do is kind of, kick the can down the road as far as, moving guys around or bringing other guys in. That's not always the best way to do it, but where there's a will, there's a way. So I think they can figure out how to, you mentioned, possibly at least 2 of those spots on the offensive line being new guys next year coming in. I think they can figure out a way to do that. But again, you also have to counteract and balance that with what are you doing at receiver as well?
Yeah, and
because that's another big part of it.
Look, we'll come back around to it because look, we just talked about offensive line and trying to get over the hump. That's clearly a big one. There's another big one that we probably need to talk about. Yeah. We'll circle back around to that probably at noon, maybe at 11:20 if B. Scott finds his phone. I'll tell you what I mean by that. Because coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. It's a snow day here in Houston. What are the best snow day activities? Let us know. 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that as we keep going here on Sports Radio 610.
For the second straight year, the Texans season comes to an end. Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Chris Partee in for John Lopez.
Oh, yeah.
And we got Colin Neal on the ones and twos. Are you letting me know that we did it again?
We ready to go.
We did it again. Our question of the day is going here, 713-572-4610. What are the best snow day activities? If you're not in the great city of Houston, if you're somehow listening to us on YouTube, which is available to you, Sports Radio 610, or if you're on the Odyssey app and not in Houston. Hey, man, we in the snow right now, and a good amount of it. Like, yeah. I am nobody's meteorologist. Actually, you know what? We go now to our in-the-loop meteorologist. He is a man who is absconding from work on this day. His name is John Lopez. How much snow do we have?
I got just at under 5 inches in my house.
Wow. Okay.
Like 4.5.
And what's the address of your house again, so that we know about where in the city?
Where to go?
Well, you can't miss it. There's a truck at the end of the block.
Just a random truck in the middle of the block, just sitting there.
All right, so Lopez, what is your favorite snow day activity, and why is it just leaving your truck in the middle of the road?
Well, okay, that's definitely one of them. Back when I traveled a lot on the Winter Olympics and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I used to just like you gotta be outside, like among the trees and maybe a big landscape, a big hill, and just go for a long walk. I mean, it's gorgeous. I mean, the thing about it is you bundle up, you get out there, and as you know, I live kind of near a big open nature area. So I walked over there. We walked over there, took a couple of pictures. I mean, just that old winter landscape. It doesn't sound real sexy, but a nice walk in that snow, especially while it's snowing, man, there ain't nothing better than that. But as far as activities, I mean, come on. I saw a guy today going down a hill on Twitter. I forget who. I think it was Sally McDonald over at Fox 26. She tweeted the picture.
That's right.
Some dude was going down the hill in, I think, Allen Parkway. Maybe it was Memorial Park.
It was Allen Parkway.
Yeah, on a rubber duck.
Sledding on a rubber duck, and then people are skiing.
Yes, actual skis. So you got to do that. You know what my favorite activity now though is as you know, I've got a little slightly over 2-year-old granddaughter and an almost 1-year-old granddaughter, and getting the videos from my kids of them experiencing snow for the first time. Dude, that is the best. Like my oldest, she was like, no. She was scared of it at first.
Good.
And then next thing I know, she's running all over the place.
No, train her up. Snow stinks.
Yeah.
You get 1 hour snow that's good, and then it stinks. All right, Lopez, we will be calling you back soon. Enjoy your day off, but we're going to make sure that it's not a day off.
I will be here.
All right. There's John Lopez.
Thank you, John.
He was snowed in at his house. And so we are making him work by calling him periodically. But yes, question of the day: What are the best snow day activities? What do you think, Chris?
Well, from just personally today, my snow day activity was spending the night at the station.
That's right. Both you and Colin, you guys.
It was a group of us here.
Yeah, so that you didn't end up like John.
Exactly.
Y'all were up here at the studio.
Yeah.
Of course, I am relatively nearby, so me traversing the streets wasn't too difficult.
Yeah.
But you guys, y'all were like, look, we're not handling that.
Yeah, I'm out. I live out in Cypress, so it might have been tough for me to get in here at short notice.
Definitely would have been.
So yeah,
tough to be. How did it go? Was it fun? Did it work out all right? Did you eat good?
We ate good. We got snacks in there and we got soup, but we didn't have bowls though.
Wait a minute.
We talked about that. We didn't have any bowls.
Yeah, it's soup, but no bowl. So I'm guessing you didn't eat any soup then? Or
I did not have soup.
Did you heat it up like you were riding the rails? Like you put a can of beans over an open fire, open flame?
I think it got close to that. I think Patrick had some soup last night.
Shout out to PC.
So now, late last night, it was myself, Colin, and Patrick Creighton. We're up till probably 3 a.m. watching Monday Night Raw.
Heating up a can of beans.
Heating up cans of beans and soup. Over an open fire.
What a good time. It sounds like y'all having a great time.
We did it. It was a good sleepover. I'll put it like that. We had fun.
And so I will share with you guys one of my favorite snow day activities, which is eating a hearty meal. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I made me some chili last night, buddy, as those flurries started falling, and I felt great. I just felt warm inside, had some cornbread with it, just watching the snowfall.
I wish we would have known that. Seeing as how close you live, I wish we would have known that last night.
I got you, though. I will take care of you guys because I didn't know that y'all were heating up a singular can of beans to spread amongst yourself. Some other snow day activities.
We have to fight for the scraps.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's enough. There's enough. I was planning on eating on chili for the next couple of days, but I will share it with my brethren here. Somebody said snow day activities from Maryland, sledding at any closed elementary school with the hill. Yeah, I mean, people are apparently out there, and thankfully there's actually enough snow for you to do that, because sometimes when the snow sticks, you get just like a little bit, so it's like it looks covered, but it's really not actually sleddable, I guess.
Well, I mean, John said he got almost 5 inches. Yeah, so I mean, that's a good amount of snow.
And he was, in that instance, I believe he was talking about snow. I hope that he was.
I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
I surely hope
that's
so.
What was the reference there. But yeah, man, getting out there. I guess, how many snow days have you actually had? Because I feel like I'm also being unfair in asking you this question if you haven't had that many.
Well, I grew up in California, so not many, but I did live in Chicago for about 3 years.
And the tough part about it is, like, at that point, it's not a snow day, it's just a day.
Exactly, that's the thing. Chicago don't shut down for snow. You know, when you go up north a little bit, they don't shut down for snow. So, but again, I grew up in California, so for me, it was a culture shock to get there, and I mean, like, not just the snow. I'm talking about -8 degrees.
And the wind chill. It's the wind chill that gets you.
And I lived 2 blocks from Lake Michigan when I was
gross.
there. It was cold. I mean, when I say cold, it was cold.
Did you get one of those, what is it, balaclavas or whatever? Now they calling them the shiesties?
I probably should have. I did not, but I probably should have.
Because I remember the year that I lived in Kansas, that was the thing that got me. I was like, all right, it's cold, it's cold, that's fine.
Yeah.
Then you walk in that parking lot, and that wind just hits you in the face, and you're like, I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to be here. So yeah, that's probably the tough thing there. I wonder, because again, I did not spend very much time outside today. I'll be honest. Maybe later. Maybe I'll go on a walk. Or sled like some of you fine folks on the snow day. But I don't think we got the wind chill going in the same way as you might.
I sincerely hope not. For when I do have to go back out there, I hope it's not windy like that.
From the 713, snow day activities are to have a snow fight with a beautiful woman, then go inside, drink alcohol.
I like that.
Enjoy that time.
I like that idea.
Yeah, look, man, especially if you don't have any responsibilities, although the kiddos are at home. So, you know, if the kiddos are at home, maybe be a little bit careful about that. But, you know, getting a little nip on. You know,
but if you don't got no kids, you good.
Get you a little whiskey.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Are you a whiskey guy?
I got some whiskey.
Okay.
I do some. I'm not a huge drinker generally.
I'm not either, but I do like whiskey. If I drink, it's usually going to be probably Jack Daniel. I'm a Jack guy.
I feel you. I'm also I'm a social drinker, so I'm drinking what you drinking.
Okay.
It takes away some of the decision making, and then
drinking whiskey. Then
okay, I like that. I can bring some up later as well. Apparently, I'm gonna spend my day also in here at the station with you guys by choice as opposed to by necessity.
Right.
Somebody also said shoveling the driveway and de-icing your car is fun. I can't imagine that it actually is. Also, how many people are actually going to shovel their driveway in Houston today? I can't imagine. I mean, it'll melt here relatively soon, won't it?
So it should. But the first time I had to actually shovel snow and de-ice was when I was living in Portland, Oregon.
Oh,
and
what?
They don't really get snow a lot, but this was like 2017 or 18.
It's just a lot of
rain.
They
got a lot, tons of rain, just like Seattle. But they got a lot of snow, and that was the first time I had ever had to shovel my car out of snow and de-ice the car and do all those things.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I love Houston, because once we get to that place, it's like the work that comes with snow, we're like, oh, I'd rather just not. I'm going to stay where I am.
Wait till it melts.
Yeah.
That's what I advise.
It's like, I can't go anywhere. Sorry. You get the John Lopez. You're just like, sorry, can't do anything, until it all goes away.
Can't work, can't go to school, can't do nothing.
That's right. Also, I guess one of a good snow day activity is just go out there and play with the kids, man, because the kids are going to enjoy themselves. And our guy, Brandon Scott, apparently has done that. We'll see if we can actually get him on the show today, because I wanted to keep the B. Scott from Hiram Clark energy at 11:20 and get his thoughts.
Right.
So apparently his phone got lost out in the snow. So we'll see if he still has a phone, if he can find it, or even if the phone works, because I imagine if that chills out in the snow for a little bit,
it might be a wrap.
He might be cooked.
If we call him, maybe he can find it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's try
Go
that.
Ahead. Give his phone a call and see if that helps him find it. While we do that, shout out to our Sports Radio 610 homies that are also listening. Tyler Milner of The Drive said that he believes that actually the bad wind chill temperature is coming tonight.
Oh, come on. Thanks, Tyler.
So tonight is the day where, so get your snow day activities out while it's still light out. I was about to say the sun is up, but it's overcast. You know what? Go ahead and enjoy the snow day activities now, because it also we're gonna have the low still below freezing. So someone on the YouTube is mentioning it'll melt, but then it might freeze.
Exactly.
And that'll be even worse because then we're just talking about ice.
Then that's when the streets are really dangerous. So everybody, please be safe out there. Please.
Oh my goodness. And shout out to Ron Hughley, who he is a snow veteran, being from Missouri.
Okay.
And so he said that he actually shoveled his driveway today.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, I guess I was about to say I don't know what he's using it for. It's because he's going to be on the drive from 2 to 6 today. So he want to make sure he can get out the house.
He needs to get here.
That's right. That's right. So shout out to everybody out there. Hope you are having a good snow day, keeping warm, getting you something to drink, and playing with the kids. And another snow day activity, listen to Sports Radio 610. How about that?
There you go.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, hey, did a team in the AFC South actually get better with this hire? We'll talk about it next.
We're bringing the best sports. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we were just talking about snow days. And because obviously it's snowing in Houston.
Yes.
Right.
A little bit.
It's very notable.
Just a little.
Just a little bit of a tease ahead.
I couldn't tell at first.
Yeah, that's right. A little bit of a tease ahead. What's popping? There will be some snow talk as well. I apologize if you're fed up with it, but there will be a little bit of snow talk because it is indeed what is popping.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're talking about that. Various people talking about their snow day activities and the things that they're doing. Shout out to the listener from the 719. They live in Colorado Springs, and we actually got more snow than they did. Now
that's crazy.
They do have a temperature of -9, so I feel like we probably still win there.
Yeah.
But we beat Colorado on precipitation.
Trust me, we don't want no parts of -9 down here.
Not the
parts.
slightest.
I'll take some snow.
And if we don't want no parts of -9, Brandon on the YouTube's talking about the worst that he remembers is waking up in Canada to -53. And
God.
That's not even a real thing in my brain.
Oh,
my brain doesn't even compute that.
Good Lord, -50. What do you do with that? Like literally, what do you? That's not even a snow day.
I have a single word for what to answer your question. Hibernate.
Yeah.
That's what you do. You sleep it off.
And just wait for it to pass.
That is, at least that's my plan of attack.
Don't leave the house.
Like just lower my body temperature or lower my heart rate and hope that I can go into hibernation mode and just wake up when it's over.
Yeah.
That's my personal idea. But yeah, stay safe out there, especially if you're out there in these streets. Because you might end up like John Lopez with your truck on the side of the road. All right, let's go around the NFL. Oh, actually, before we move any further, I did mention also one more thing on the snow day, which is that Brandon Scott, our guy B. Scott from Hiram Clark, he had been playing with the babies. He had lost his phone in the snow. I just got a text.
Oh, did you?
We were starting the
He
segment.
found the phone.
He found his phone.
There we go.
The phone is found. So expect to hear B. Scott from Hiram Clark at 11:20 in the next segment. But right now, let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Tired of the hassle of selling your tickets? Say goodbye to the stress and let their experts get you the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. That's QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. I begin with the thing that I mentioned in that, what was the second segment of the show with the Los Angeles Rams. Los Angeles Rams bounced out of the playoffs by the Philadelphia Eagles this past weekend in the divisional round, and immediately one of the things that shows up, I guess, are some of the guys that are a little bit older in that locker room, right? They have a little bit of a changing of the guard eras-wise for them when they were, gearing up to try and push for that Super Bowl. Remember the F them picks time period? Mm-hmm. And they've, interestingly enough, it's one of the major things about this Rams team is they've turned around that defense with drafting in the second, on day 2 and day 3 of the draft, and they've hit on all those. But now you're coming in with young guys that are filling in those spots. However, some of the old guys are still there. Matt Stafford, one of those, he seems to have proved that maybe he has a little bit more juice.
I think so. A little bit. He just got to stay healthy, stay on the field.
Yeah, and I'm not sold about that,
no?
to be honest. No, I'm not. And maybe I should have questions about this guy's receiver. Cooper Kupp said yesterday that there is, quote, no doubt in his mind that he wants to play football next season. And while he would love to be in L.A., he has no control what will happen in the offseason. So that actually brings up an interesting question, as this is a team that clearly these Texans are going to need a wide receiver next year. Cooper Kupp is a guy who has dealt with a decent amount of injury, and he has a level of age that we were talking about as well. Is Cooper Kupp an interesting idea at all to you for like potentially wide receiver? I know that a lot of people look for wide receiver in the draft this year, relatively early for the Texans. But if you were inclined to go for a veteran at all, would Cooper Kupp interest you at all?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that worries me is, we talked about salary earlier, and I mean, his cap hit is what, $29 million next year, I believe. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, but
right
I think you'd be talking about probably a buyout. I don't know that they would, or not a buyout, but they would. They have a option, or they have an out there where I don't think that they would be like, hey, we're going to
on
trade
the
him
line
necessarily.
for all of that.
I don't think that. I feel like you'd be signing him up for something.
Yeah, much cheaper than that. I would hope.
Yeah, because if we're talking about this at the cap hit that he's at, I think that's the reason why there's an uncertainty if he'll be back with the Rams next season.
And I mean, and let's be realistic here. He's already seen his replacement. His replacement is already there. Puka Nacua. Basically become the number one there. So he sees the writing on the wall, I believe. You know, for many factors, he's been hurt the past couple years as well.
31 years old, similar injury situation.
Yeah.
Like at that point, I do wonder, like, would you feel more comfortable with Stephon Diggs because he has been in your system, although his injury is more recent and he is actively having to rehab it?
I mean, if you can get Cooper Kupp, you know, for not necessarily on the cheap, but cheaper than what he would make, you know, if he were to stay with the Rams, I think you can go for that. But, you know, if you're going to have to pay him almost $30 million, then there's no way.
Yeah, I can't. And
not trading for him, you know, straight up like that.
No, and I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to give up assets in that situation.
No way.
You already traded for Stephon Diggs last year. I don't want to have what ends up being like an asset drain. That's one of the things I absolutely hate about with an organization is when it just feels like you're slowly dripping assets, and then you look up and they're not there for you.
Yeah.
Anyway, some 936 says they'd much rather trade for Garrett Wilson or Tyreek. I'm clearly going to be more interested in Garrett Wilson because of the
age
that exists there, right? Tyreek is an interesting one. I do wonder how if that works well with what you're doing. And of course, I guess we'll have to have the conversation about what's the offense look like next year. Like, do you have an offense that is similar either from Bobby Slowik remaining here or another Shanahan type disciple as that offense continues to take over the lead? Or is there a situation where you could see a different offensive philosophy come in that maybe, you know, has the opportunity to utilize that deep threat a little bit better?
I think it's possible to see a different philosophy come in. I mean, and that goes to, you know, we haven't touched on it much here yet, but I know at some point, you know, is Bobby Slowik going to be back? I mean, that's like the lingering question or elephant in the room, whatever you want to call it.
Correct.
You know, and I was talking to a buddy Saturday during that game, and I'm like, you know, if they keep settling for field goals, I mean, I can see this being, you know, not the, I guess, final straw, but a huge determining factor in them just saying, okay, this offense just isn't it with Bobby Slowik. You know what I mean? And potentially moving on. Now, if they don't do that, obviously, we talked about it earlier, there's going to be a lot of changes. We talked about offensive line. They need another receiver. I'm still not sure if Stephon Diggs is going to be back. And I mean, even if he is, we don't know where he's going to be coming off that injury.
Yeah, and you see the videos of rehab, but I want to do a project.
I mean, we see guys working out all the time.
Right, exactly. The Workout Chronicles. We are officially in the offseason, although he was obviously working out prior. But yeah, I'm interested in going back and looking and not that it's going to be the end all be all because different dudes rehab in different ways, but coming back off of ACLs, especially if I could find it at a certain age for different wide receivers, what that looks like. But continuing around the NFL, we circle back around to the AFC South, the division that your Houston Texans still won back-to-back years. Don't forget that. And it's one that we've talked about as, hey, man, this is there for the taking for the foreseeable future with the way the teams have run. I'm interested. Does this change your mind at all as the Colts are hiring former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo to take over those same duties in Indianapolis? So he will now be their defensive coordinator for the Colts. He has been in charge of a couple of defenses that have not been all that good the last couple of years for the Bengals. This year in particular,
I was gonna say,
pretty putrid.
They were horrible this year defensively. The only reason they were
29th in yards. Not that yards is the best way to look at it.
But I mean, in points, they weren't much better.
No, they were not.
As far as ranking.
Let me get you the good old EPA here soon, and you can enjoy just how poorly it looks there as well.
So I mean, I don't know how big of a difference he makes for the Colts defense.
And that's why I asked the question, because Lou Anarumo has been in charge of some strongly heralded defenses in those years prior to that. And of course, even this year's defense, they tightened up when they were like, when they're behind started to pucker. Yeah, they're like, exactly. Wait, let's get together. And they tightened up a little bit.
It was still too late by then.
It was very much too late, and it still wasn't great. But I also acknowledge the Cincinnati Bengals historically have been a deeply, deeply cheap franchise. And
Yes.
They got Joe Burrow, and it looked like they got their act together for a little bit. And then free agency came, and you saw the likes of Jesse Bates and some of those other really good defensive players leave. And so I asked myself, how much of that is also not having the support and investment of a franchise to actually give you talented players? Because, again, Lou Anarumo he was looked at as a potential head coaching candidate not like a year or two ago.
A couple years ago,
because of how good he was at scheming up defense. So I do wonder, does that give you any level of pause in division that you go from Gus Bradley, who Gus Bradley, I don't know how he keep getting jobs in the NFL, right? As a defensive coordinator, to now Lou Anarumo, who at least a couple years ago was looked at as a very, very good defense coordinator.
I mean, it can maybe make you pause a little bit, but again, like you just mentioned, we talk about schemes and coaches and coordinators all the time, but you still got to have the dogs to pull the sled.
It's not
man.
the X's and O's, it's the Jimmys and Joes.
There you go. You got to have the dogs out there pulling that sled.
I like that. You made it a little snow reference. Dogs pulling the sled.
I do what I can every now and then. I do what I can. But you got to have the players. So we talk about even you can look at the Houston's Texans offense this season and the offensive line. We thought they had the players. Now, that could be more scheme, but we thought they had the players. But obviously, we're talking about replacing 2 to 3 guys on the offensive line this offseason. So apparently, they did not have all the players there in place that they thought that they thought were going to take them to the next level as far as that offensive line goes.
I'll be completely honest. That I am very interested in what that Colts team will look like under Lou Anarumo. Even though EPA wise, evenly efficiency wise, they were 27th. So like the Bengals rather.
Yeah, Bengals.
Compared to the Colts, who were they were 14th EPA wise. That was not.
That's middle of the road.
Defense.
Middle of the road.
And we know that they have some talent on that defense. Yeah. And they've drafted some good ones too. Like that defensive line probably shows some. Possesses things that can be problems for you. Obviously, ultimately, where that team goes, it'll be can Shane Steichen elevate the level of play of Anthony Richardson. But I think that defense can be really interesting under Lou Anarumo. I feel like, hey, look, the AFC South made a hire that was pretty good. Now, continuing around the NFL, here's an AFC South looking stupid as Ben Johnson, formerly the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, will now be the head coach of the Chicago Bears. He's agreed to take that job in division for him. And it makes sense. Like, that is a team that has a young quarterback with a lot of talent and a defense with some nice personnel involved there as well. So it feels like, hey, that's a pretty nice situation. Now, you, in talking about this before the show, you brought up one big issue that keeps popping up when you talk about the Chicago Bears, and that is?
But they're just a mess.
That's right.
They're again, I told you, I was in Chicago for a few years, covered the Bears a little bit, and it just seems like anytime it seems like they've gotten it right, it's still wrong.
It's somehow wrong.
It's just, I'm not one that really believes in, I'm not real superstitious and believe in curses and all that, but it just feels like they are cursed. You know what I mean? Like, they just cannot get it right. No matter what regime.
Pretty bad ownership, too.
And that's really what it comes down to, is the ownership. Because the ownership is the one making most of these decisions.
Yeah. Well,
as far as who to bring in, as far as the regime.
Right, and they've stuck. I mean, this is another instance. Ryan Poles was one of those guys that I know Bears fans in particular were clamoring to get out of there. He's still in charge. He makes this hire, which I imagine is a good one. We'll see if they continue to put the good things. But, I mean, that's a defensive line that has Montez Sweat, that has, obviously, Jalen Johnson and Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker, like a really good defensive secondary. Like, and we saw them this year. Like, they have some nice things working there. So
they got some pieces.
We'll see. We'll see if also remember when early on in the coach carousel, when it was floated out there that the Bears were concerned about Ben Johnson's like leadership stuff. Like, he has the scheme, but can he be kind of
all smoke screens?
Yeah, I was like, do you believe that to be a smoke screen, or is that going to be something that we actually have to watch for him in his tenure as the head coach? Yeah. I imagine, yes, you're probably right in that way.
Smoke screens.
The reason why I tie that to the AFC South is that, according to Diana Rossini, the Jaguars were interested in Ben Johnson, but she was told that the setup that they have was not in line with what he was looking for in his first head coaching job. And I will do my best to be a front office translator, and that means he definitely didn't want to work with no Trent Baalke. That's what it sounded like.
I was going to say setup in terms of the front office, probably, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the weird situation when you had Shad Khan and Trent Baalke on a video conference call with the media, at which point Shad Khan basically says, with Trent Baalke sitting right there, I mean, yeah, if a coach comes in and says that they want to, have a different structure, I'd be willing to hear them out, and if they're right, we would change it. And I'm like, dog.
Right next to you.
But if you're that willing, why not make the change?
Right.
And it feels like, again, reading between the lines, that might also have been exactly what lost them out on the most coveted coaching candidate this cycle.
So in Ben Johnson's estimation, the Jaguars are an even bigger mess than the Bears.
Ooh, that's a great way of putting it. I like that. Hey, Jaguars.
That's what I read.
Hold that.
That's what I read.
There are people in the industry that look around at the Jaguars and like, I'd rather go to the Bears.
Yeah. That's how I read that.
That is tough.
And I'm someone that still believes Trevor Lawrence can be maybe not exactly what we thought he would coming in, but can still be a good, really good quarterback.
Good starter in the league.
Yeah.
I mean,
I still think he can be.
One would imagine so, but they're going to have to find themselves probably a head coach or at least an offense coordinator with the system to do that in a strong way. We'll see, man. This has been a weird coaching cycle because I look at some of these jobs and I'm like, I don't love them, but they're out there, man. Shout out to Ben Johnson also not going to the Raiders as possibly reported. And I was like,
they thought they were getting, like, Raiders fans, I should say, they thought they were getting Ben Johnson. They really thought that.
I don't know who the hell they think they are.
Yeah.
Like, man, somebody got to come and coach this. Aiden O'Donnell. What is it, O'Donnell?
Yeah. I think it's O'Connell.
Yeah. Somebody going to want to come coach Aiden. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Coming up next, let's see if the phone of one Brandon K. Scott has thawed out from being in the snow. Let's see if we can get some B. Scott thoughts next.
The Texans fought hard but couldn't take down the Chiefs, and the
rewards program at Staples.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it is indeed time to talk to B. Scott from Hiram Clark and Brandon Scott, our guy. He is not in studio because I'm not a sick man. I'm not somebody who's going to demand that people traverse the snow and such. And honestly, I don't think I could demand. I feel like B. Scott would have told me where to shove it if I tried to pull that card, because he is at home with the babies, having fun. Apparently having too much fun. B. Scott, how you living, brother?
Man, I am thankfully living with a phone. I was like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna make this hit happen without no phone. I tried to figure out, like, how do I even let Reggie know that I can't be on the air if I ain't got no phone to hit him up, man. I had to go to that desktop and hit you up the old hard way. But I'm doing good, man. We've tried to make a snowman, but we're not built for that. So we did a little sightseeing in the neighborhood, walked around, drove around the block a little bit.
Y'all got the car moving?
That wasn't happening either. So it's been a full day here for it to only be just around noon, just under noon.
Wow, y'all got the car moving for that and everything.
Got further than John did.
Yeah, that's true. Because this is, if you don't know, Chris Partee is in because John Lopez got his truck stuck on a hill.
Hey, look, let me tell you, as somebody who tried to get out of his neighborhood, look, let me be clear. I've only made it around my neighborhood going around 15 to 20 miles an hour. So who knows at what time I would have had to have left the house just to have made it. I probably would have had to leave the house at like 6 or 7, right around when Payne and Pendergast got started, just to get to you in time. So I understand and feel John's pain right now.
Very good. Just to let you know, we've been making sure that he's still a part of the show and not just sleeping in this time where he's supposed to be working by calling him periodically. But yeah, we appreciate you jumping on with us. All right, I did want to make sure that we did not deprive you of the space, and just because I enjoy hearing what you got, you have any thoughts that you've been ruminating on?
Yeah, man. So my thought, really more than anything, to put a bow on the game over the weekend, and I know we're probably moving on at this point, but I just felt like that game was there for the taking for the Texans, and while the officiating did not help, it in fact did help the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't feel like it prevented the Texans from winning the game. And so that's how I came away from it, still feeling really salty and really in my feelings about it, because I'm like, man, even with the poor officiating, there were moments there for the taking when they could have won the game, or when they could have scored points, scored more than 12 points, or scored a touchdown, or made a field goal, or made a play, and they just did not. And so I came away from it feeling like there was more so that the Texans left on the table than I did feel cheated. But at the same time, we got to acknowledge the foolery that was going on with some of those calls, man. I think two things can be true at the same time, and the fact that it would happen against the Chiefs kind of exasperates everything. So that's where I am on that game specifically. As far as the season, I thought it was a successful season overall. You win the division, you get to the playoffs, you win a playoff game. But if they want to be a serious outfit, if they want to be a serious contender, be anything like the Kansas City Chiefs, be anything like the teams that are still standing, the Buffalo Bills, they've got to build a team that can survive a playoff atmosphere. When you need to run the ball, you need to be able to run the ball. When you need to come up with a big play on special teams, you need to be able to do that. But for me, it all starts up front, man. Like this whole offseason, as we talk about it from day to day, week to week, it's going to be about how do the Texans reimagine themselves as a physical football team that can impose their will. All of the teams that we thought could win the Super Bowl or still think can win the Super Bowl are able to impose their will in some form or fashion, and the Texans just simply do not have that. So from guard to guard, the interior offensive line, maybe even the offensive line as a whole, and it sounds like they're going to start with the offensive line coach, but that is where it needs to begin for this team to transform from being a nice story, a cute team to watch, to becoming a serious contender in the end.
Yeah, man. We're talking to our guy, B. Scott from Hiram Clark now. And I'm with you there. I think that's the first place we start. In fact, we were like, oh, what do they need to do to get over the hump? And we spent the whole segment just talking about the offensive line. We didn't
breaking it down.
We didn't even get done with it. We still had to come back to it. But with that, everybody's like, all right, changes need to happen. I don't think you can run back this 5 by any stretch. With that being the case, over under at 1.5, how many changes can you imagine or do you feel like would be necessary on this offense or even capable or viable of happening on this offensive line?
Yeah, if you're setting the over under at 1.5, I'm going to go way over because I think you could, and it depends on how much you view Blake Fisher as a change because obviously he played quite a bit.
I don't view him as a change.
And was thrust into that position at right tackle. So maybe that one doesn't count, but I could still give you 3. I mean, look, Jared Patterson did a good job for what he was asked to do, but I don't think you could say that his job is necessarily safe as the center going forward. So, again, from guard to guard, left guard, center, and right guard are all obvious positions, and then the tackles are expensive. And I think you have to ask yourself, is it worth paying this much money for tackles for an offensive line overall? Because, look, offensive line, you need all 5, right? Like you can't just have one guy. It's not quarterback. You need all 5. So is it worth it to us to pay this much money for our tackles if we're not getting as much from our interior and our overall offensive line is just not that good? Like, what's the point in paying that much money and investing that much into the offensive line if the overall production is going to be what it's going to be? So if you're going to set the over-under at 1.5, brother, I'm going to go way over because I'm starting at the very least 3, and it can't be any less than 2.
Could I interest you, as we're trying to fix the offensive line here in B. Scott's thoughts, could I interest you in Titus Howard fully making the transition to left guard and possibly making that more palatable with a reduction in salary if you can get that to go?
You can interest me in it a little bit, Reggie, but honestly, man, you can't, like you and I, after watching that game over the weekend, after watching that game on Saturday and the performance that Titus Howard put up at guard, okay, and I'm not killing him for it because he's really a tackle, but, like, he wasn't good enough. He gave up a sack. He wasn't good enough in the run game, I don't think. I think he was much better in the run game. But, like, he's not good enough at guard for that to be anything more than a contingency plan, right? Like, they did that as a last-ditch effort. And you remember how I felt about it at the time.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the best plan that they could come up with for the personnel that they had. But with an entire offseason to plan, with an entire offseason to reflect and think about what you got going on, that to me cannot be your plan. Either he's your right tackle or you're moving on from him and Blake Fisher is your right tackle, which I think is a viable and a credible thing to put out there. And then you're remaking the interior of that offensive line. Like honestly, you could give me reasons why you would bring some of these guys back, but to me you're unserious if you're not starting with, hey, we need to totally reimagine and replace the interior of this offensive line. So either Titus Howard is going back to right tackle or you're failing to plan, which you know what that means. You're planning to fail.
That's right.
Hey, Brandon, it's Chris Partee here. So Reggie and I, we talked about offensive line earlier. We also got into the wide receiver portion of this team moving forward. Now, where are you at on wide receiver, and where do you think they might go? If a Stephon Diggs is not back this next season.
Yes, I love the question because I think that is the kind of the big question. Like, I don't think we thought going into the offseason that even if Stephon Diggs was going to be available, that was one of the, like, that's not one of the names that we were throwing around when we were talking about adding a wide receiver last year, and then that's who they got. Same thing with the running back. We were talking about signing Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry or Jacobs, and then they ended up trading for Joe Mixon. So it's very much possible that the option is somebody that could be revealed to us later on. But I do think that it's just as pertinent now as it was then. Like the need to go out and get Stephon Diggs or whatever led you to that space, you should be in a similar space in this offseason, right? Given what happened to Stephon Diggs, and maybe even more so given what happened to Tank Dell, right?
Yep.
So, like, you're going into this year with Stephon Diggs not on the team anymore, a free agent, and knowing that Tank Dell not only is not going to play for you this year, but might not ever be the same player, right? And I think he factored into your long-term wide receiver plans in a similar way that Nico Collins did, right? So now you've got to reimagine that on top of the offensive line. I think you're looking at draft. I think the T. Higgins thing that is like I won't say elephant in the room, but something that people have been talking about ever since it was clear that he wasn't going to get paid or that, you know, that it is possible that the Bengals could part ways with him at some point. Like that's somebody that I think you got to look at. They 100% have to upgrade that wide receiver room, because for the second year in a row, you get down to the end of it and you're kind of like pulling from the scraps. Like, think about it. Jarrett Wayne played significant snaps for them in an AFC divisional game, and you would have never thunk it. So that's where we are now, man. You've got to figure that out, whether it be in the draft, free agency, or pulling one of those Stephon Diggs type of trades that we didn't see coming.
As you talked about that, and we'll wrap it up here, I imagine. I feel like you have just like similarly to the offensive line, it might be a dual faceted effort where you get a free agent and you draft, because one of the things I was like, how many of the guys do you want at the top end? But it feels like you were in a place where you can't really trust Mechie and Hutchinson. Do those feel like, kind of lost projects at this point, or are you still in on one or both?
Well, I think they're fine, like, on the team, but I think their roles and what we've seen from them is about what they're going to be like. I don't think any of those guys are going to ever be more than, your third option, your third or fourth option. And I'm talking about just in the wide receiver, not counting your tight ends and your running backs that might factor into the passing game as well. I'm talking about just within your wide receiver room. You're not talking about anything. Like, think about it. Who is the number? Let's forget about Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell for a second, because we were having a debate going into the season. Who's the number one wide receiver? Mm-hmm. Who's the number two? Who is the number two wide receiver for the Texans right now? You got him? You got him by name? Because and you don't. And I'm gonna tell you now, you don't, because they don't really have one. Right. They got a cast of guys around Nico Collins. And after that, the options are just limited. So like, I'm not out on Hutch. I'm not out on Mechie as like pieces of the team, but like to thrust them into, say, wide receiver number 2 role, to me is more aspirational than functional, if that makes sense. It's more something that it's more of hope trafficking than an actual plan that you should have.
Yeah. All right. There he is. Brandon Scott, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, joining us on the phone line here, because he's always working, even though he's spending time with the babies at the house,
multitasking,
doing the snow things and all that. What's been your favorite snow day activity on the day?
Man, so far it's just watching the kids do the snow angels, and then the activity that led to me losing the phone. Me and my son throwing the football around, pretending to be in the frozen tundra. I was trying to explain Lambeau Field to him and say, man, we're out at Lambeau Field. We're out here in Buffalo, like trying to give him that vibe. He wasn't getting it. He just wanted to play. But soon after that, man, I couldn't locate the phone. So what I'm going to do now is go out there and enjoy some more of this snow, but leave the phone inside.
I was going to say, leave the phone in the house, please.
We've learned lessons today is what we have done. Yeah. And we've gotten a lot smarter from listening to our guy, B. Scott. B. Scott, enjoy the rest of your day, my man.
Y'all do the same, man. And shout out to y'all for working, man. I can't help but to respect that, man. Shout out to y'all for working through the conditions.
Didn't have a choice, but yep.
We gonna make it happen.
Yeah, man. Making it happen. Work was open. I was scheduled to be here, so I had to be at work. That's how that worked.
Hey, got to get that check, baby.
That is right. That is right. There he goes. Brandon Scott, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, joining us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Man, I always appreciate talking to him. It's always fun to get that level of perspective. Because he's got a good one, man. He's got a good one. All right, coming up next in the Loop, let's get into what's popping on this Tuesday, this snowy Tuesday in Houston. And hey, look, what's popping is snow. We'll do that next.
All right, Houston Auto Show right now, HoustonAutoShow.com. Man, that's next week. It's a great event for the family.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this snowy Tuesday here in Houston. Reginald Atatula, Chris Partee, and Colin Neal are the configuration on this day. No Lopez because he thought he was coming in. He was confident about it, too. He sent out a tweet and everything. Got in his car.
Almost cocky about it, huh?
Very cocky about it, in fact. And in fact, I'm going to be honest, and maybe this would be maybe that should have been confession or whatever. But yesterday, I mean, like, we knew the snow was coming even before yesterday.
We were warned.
Right, we were forewarned. You are correct. And, you know, there was a call put out for everybody in the station. Like, hey man, you know, do we need to get some plans in place? Let me know what's happening. And John was just like, nah, you know, I'm in the loop, literally in the 610 loop, and you know, I'll be able to traverse the surface streets and get here. Nope. He got in that truck, found himself an incline that was a little too high apparently for him, and he couldn't get into the studio.
B. Scott has been able to get around his neighborhood.
Yeah, but neighborhood I feel like neighborhood's okay. Although neighborhood
but John
is
couldn't even
dangerous.
get off the block. John couldn't even get off the block apparently.
I guess.
So where he's at, it must be really, really bad. There's that hill. That one hill.
Yeah, there's the one hill apparently.
The one hill in Houston.
Kept him out of there. But yeah, I feel like when it comes to like dealing with snow, and driving particularly, as we don't have salt, and we don't have like those plows. Highways, like we overlook Southwest Highway here, 59. You can see the places where enough cars have gone to kind of melt the snow into like some tracks that you can then follow.
Yeah.
It's the streets that are not well traveled.
Exactly.
That's like, hey man, you are going on snow that is maybe even like soon enough will melt and then solidify again to ice or whatever. And then you were just kind of, you got a little slip slide to you if you're not careful.
It's a risk. You're taking a risk.
There are definitely risks being out there. So make sure you take care of yourself if you do indeed have to leave the house.
Just stay home if you can.
I mean, yes, if possible.
Don't go nowhere.
Yeah, if possible, absolutely. Stay at the crib. Some other things that are popping, I guess, not in a good way, unfortunately. Yesterday, the Rockets faced off against, they hosted, in fact, the Detroit Pistons. And the Pistons got a victory, 107-96, on the Rockets' home floor on MLK Day. And that was a little surprising because the Pistons, not particularly a great basketball team. Not a bad basketball team this year, though. Giving J.B. Bickerstaff and his staff some credit. Like, that is a team that is young and, hungry, and they played like it. Cade Cunningham, guard there, had a crazy good game. 32 points on 12 of 22 shooting.
That kid is the truth.
He's really good, and usually one of the things I was a little disappointed in is Jalen Green didn't have an incredible game. 19 points, 8 of 21 shooting. Like, that was not great, especially with the kind of hot streak that he's been on, the high level play that he's been on, but also because that dude enjoys going up against Cade Cunningham. They got beef, and so I thought that would bring also like the fullness of this out for him. Unfortunately, didn't quite do it. This was a game where it felt like, oh, okay, I see one of the places where not having, for me, Jabari Smith Jr. in this, I was like, it showed up a little bit because I was looking at, and of course, this is probably not the best way to look at it, just go through the box score. But going back and looking at it, hey, man, you got out-rebounded in this game by a good 13 rebounds, and that's not something that should happen with this Rockets team. Like, as they're constituted, boards, particularly offensive rebounds, is something that is necessary, especially when you're not going to be an incredible shooting team.
Yeah.
And you got smooth out rebounded, and that showed up in watching the game. That the Pistons looked like, and this is probably not a fair way of making this point, but they looked like they wanted it more, right? And that feels like it should never
though.
It feels like it should never be the case with this Rockets team that's young, athletic, energetic. You always imagine that if anything else, they will win on that front of the game, and it felt like they didn't. And that was part and parcel of a loss.
Yeah. With this Rockets team, you talked about it right there, Reggie.
Also the Pistons scored 40 points in the first quarter. That also doesn't help either.
When you get off to that rocky of a start, when you're supposed to be a defensive team and you give up 40 points in the first quarter, it's probably going to be a long game.
They tightened up. They ultimately gave up 100 and 107 all the way around.
Once you get that far behind the 8 ball, it's kind of tough to get back in when, again, like you said, not a great shooting team. And when you're not a great shooting team, you pretty much everything else has to be on point. So you can't be getting out-rebounded. They got out-rebounded, out-assisted. The Pistons had 5 blocks to their 1. So, pretty much all around, the Pistons just came out and this seemed like a much bigger game, even though, it's game number 40-something of the season, 41 or whatever it is, for the Rockets. So, once you start winning a little bit, sometimes I feel like even young teams can kind of get into that mode to where they play lesser teams, and it's kind of like, all right, we're probably going to win this anyway.
Yeah, you would hope.
You don't want that, but in a long season where you play 82 games, it's inevitable, and it's going to happen.
It's worth noting that this is a 1 p.m. game that was played yesterday. Ime Udoka,
when you're used to playing at 7:30.
Yeah, he said that guys kind of just looked like they weren't woken up, and I imagine that he means that in a metaphorical way. But there's something to be said. I don't think we think enough about with basketball players how their schedules are kind of slid later.
Yeah,
like literally they get off work around 11, like 10, 11.
Yeah,
midnight maybe.
Yeah.
It's not. They're not going right home and going to sleep in that moment. Like they're going to be up,
especially not in Houston,
right? Yeah, man. They might be up to 3, 4 in the morning, but then you come back, you get your sleep, you wake up, and maybe you're at shoot around midday. Like that's when they were starting the game.
Yeah.
Yesterday. So not to say that there's an excuse there, but
no excuses. It's a thing though. Let's just put it like that. That is a thing.
Yeah, and I do wonder if this is some level of new world that the Rockets live in, where you got to acknowledge that, hey, being as the number 2 seed in the West at this moment, you are now moving into that place, especially having been there for the entirety of a half a season, where now you're going to get team's best shot. And that's going to be a different level of play that's necessary. Not to make this one bigger than everything else, because, again, the Rockets have been very good this season. But it was a little disconcerting seeing a loss versus a Pistons team that you are definitively better than. But, hey, man, losses happen. Still 28-14, and we'll see if they still can host the Cavaliers on Wednesday. I have not seen anything to the contrary at this moment, but that is one of those places where you kind of just wait and see how that goes. Remember, the airport's shut down today, both of them.
Yep.
So that's what's happening there. Speaking of the snow, it seems like there's been snowfall totals around 3 to 5 inches around the city, which apparently compared to previous snow days, this snowfall of at least 2 inches makes it the single highest day totals since 1973.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Before most of us in the building were born.
At least in the building. Yeah.
Man, my parents were not even born yet, man.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, Colin is super young.
Yeah, I was like, Colin, wow.
Colin is super young.
You definitely
man.
made some people listening feel
Right?
old right in that moment. I'll tell you that for sure.
Not just listening.
I still, Reggie, who was that guy that said in the text line that said I look like a teenager with a grown man's voice?
That is true. Someone did say that last time that you were on the show with us, and I still think that they're right. I think that they are right in that regard.
It's pretty accurate.
That
Let's
is
be honest
right.
here.
Are you a tennis guy at all?
Not a big
I
tennis
was
guy.
hoping. I was hoping I could get you. Australian Open going on, the first major, or I guess Grand Slam is the way I should say it, of the year. And salute to the Americans. Last night, I guess for us, I saw was it Taylor Paul was the American that was facing off against Zverev. Unfortunately, he falls in that one on the men's side, but he was playing some incredible tennis, like really good range of motion, and he got himself into a couple tie breaks in the first couple sets that he lost that ultimately put him down. But on the women's side, a decent amount of Americans. Unfortunately, Coco Gauff had a lot of errors in her quarterfinal matchup, and so she falls in the quarters. But there's some other young women that are still there. And I guess when I say I shout out the Americans, I should probably say their names. So Coco Gauff falls to Badosa. She'll face off against the reigning champion Sabalenka. But you have Madison Keys that's still in the running, and as well as Emma Navarro. They will have quarterfinal matchups tonight that'll be on television. And then also, Ben Shelton still holding his own in the men's quarterfinals, and his action will happen late tonight as well. So shout out to the Americans in the tennis. I was
representing.
I was really hoping to give some Aussie Open updates with Figgy Fig, but because Figgy's my tennis guy.
Okay, he's a big tennis guy.
But Figgy's still out with the flu.
Got the flu.
And I was like, well, Chris, now you got to be the tennis guy for me, so I can get out these tennis shout outs. Yeah, no, I mean, like, no, it's cool. But yes, I just wanted to give those shout outs.
Throw that in there. It's all good.
Shout out to the
It's all
Americans.
good.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the Americans. And shout out to all you fine folks staying warm, staying safe out there, hopefully. Out there on these, hopefully not on these streets if you don't have to be. Let us know what you're doing on this snow day on Tuesday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, that's what's popping. Well, coming up next, I should let you know, or coming up in the noon hour, which I guess is next, you'll have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th to February 2nd at the NRG Center. Yes, we are still giving those tickets away all week long, so keep it locked here. But yeah, coming up in the noon o'clock hour, 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show. And coming up next, does there need to be a change in offense coordinator? And does this audio give you any pause on the possibility of that? We'll break that down next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center right now. Low T Center is going to make you feel better. Now's the time to get it done. Start of the new year. You're in the
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula alongside Chris Partee, who is in for a snowed-in John Lopez, and then Colin Neal on the ones and twos in for Figgy Fig, who I believe is still dealing with his flu time off.
Yeah.
I think that he's feeling better, though.
I think so?
Yeah.
Should we call him too? No, I'm sorry.
Get Figgy on the phone. Go ahead and call Figgy right quick. Get Figgy on the phone. Let's
Sorry,
check on
Fig.
him. No, we're just calling people now.
We just gonna call anybody now.
We're just gonna call anybody and everybody during the show today. Real snow day vibes. I feel like I'm leaning heavily into the snow day vibes of it all. So we just want to make
I'm all
sure
for it.
All right, very good.
I'm with it.
All right, so get Figgy on the phone and we'll just we'll get a well check on him on air.
A wellness check.
That's right.
On air wellness check.
On air well check to see how he is. All right. This has been a conversation that I feel like has been brewing for a while.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're going to solve it in one segment by any means.
But
right?
we're going to try.
Okay. I like the perspective on it, right? The question that comes up is that should the Texans change the system, right? And of course, in asking that, you're indirectly asking, should Bobby Slowik still be the offense coordinator of this team? We heard yesterday in the opening statement, as if to just ward off all the questions that would inevitably come, that honestly still came in some areas. But D'Amico Ryans started off by saying that, hey, in fact, you have D'Amico Ryans here. Let's start there. I realize that I probably should just play the audio instead of telling you about the audio. But D'Amico Ryans' opening statement from the press conference yesterday, because, I mean, he immediately set the tone for like the time frame and what he is dealing with right this moment when it comes to personnel and staff decisions.
Be a lot of questions about, staffing players and all those things. Just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know that.
Okay, right. So he tried to get that out the way. So he's at least going to be a week. I imagine that
at least
come next Monday, there'll be someone that's like, "Hey, D'Amico." I don't know, I don't even know how they be getting at him, but just, "Hey, D'Amico."
What's the deal?
At the grocery store. "Hey, D'Amico."
What's happening?
Where we at? But first and foremost, do you feel like there should be a change? And I have some audio that I think will be interesting in the idea of if this changes the perspective on it at all. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to audio. Okay.
No, I had some audio that
my bad.
That's my bad on setting it up.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. There should definitely be some changes, but personally, I'm bringing Bobby Slowik back. And I know people don't want to hear that.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move out your way. I'm going to let you, so that if anybody, 713-572.
I know they're going to get at me.
4610.
I know they're going to get at me. I know they're going to get at me, but hear me out.
Okay.
We've seen, it's been 2 years with him as the offensive coordinator.
That's right.
The first year was magnificent, right? Now, I get it that he's taking a step back in terms of calling this offense and preparing this offense. But I think they can get back to that. Now, there does need to be some changes scheme-wise. And I think the way you go into this is if there's any reluctance on Mr. Slowik's part to make changes to the offense, then he's got to go. He's got to be open to constructive criticism, as we all need to be in all of our jobs or whatever we're doing in life. Open to constructive criticism when you hit a few road bumps, a few hiccups, whatever it may be. So, no. I would bring him back. I just think 2 years is too soon to just throw everything out and start over again. I don't think you want to get into that cycle of running through offensive coordinators with your young quarterback, because we see it a lot in the NFL.
It's interesting that
you've seen it too many times.
Right.
I don't think you want to start down that path just yet.
It's interesting that you brought that up, because one Peyton Manning, who was on Kevin Clark's podcast on ESPN, and he brought up a similar thing, and I was wondering, does this give anyone pause, especially the folks who immediately are in the dump Slowik train of thought? Here's that man.
You're exactly right. It's got to be an organizational plan. Okay, I mean, it bothers me that Bryce Young is already on his third play caller, and he's only played 2 seasons, right? Caleb Williams is going to be on his third play caller sometime next September. And that to me, that's a miss, right? If we're going to draft this guy, okay, who's the head coach going to be? The coordinator. This is the system we're going to run. If the coordinator leaves and takes a head coaching job, I want the guy that's replacing him shadowing him 24/7. He's riding to work with him. He's eating breakfast with him. Maybe sleeps in the same room. It's kind of awkward with the coordinator's wife, whether she wants somebody laying on the floor. But I want them there the whole time so that quarterback doesn't have to learn a new system every single year. I think Baker Mayfield had to learn 5 systems in 4 years. Alex Smith, 6 systems in 6 years. Tom Brady had the same system his whole career. I had the same system my first 14 years in Indy. There's a reason that going back to those reps. And so, yes, you're exactly right. It's more than just – it's an organizational plan. What is the best way to develop this guy? Don't make him learn Latin, German, and French all in the first 2 years. That's not fair.
I hate how charismatic Peyton Manning is.
Very. He is. He just oozes charisma.
He does.
He does.
He really does. But, I mean, I think his point is in line with yours, the idea of, hey, man, the idea of making too many changes early. I don't know that a move away from Bobby Slowik would quite fall into that bucket. Yeah, man. I know the first 2 years of having C.J. Stroud in this system is what it is, right? You have this level of comfort that he has with it, but it would not necessarily be the same as in year 1 and year 2 and year 3, like having a whole bunch of times. And I think C.J. Stroud is developing as a quarterback. I feel like that was some of the struggles that you saw this past season was like a level of growth. I know that he would be comfortable. He even spoke about such, like being comfortable being with Bobby Slowik another year. But I would hate more than having him have to learn more often is having him have to shoulder too much responsibility that your play caller and your coordinator should be taking off of him with the scheme that you have. And that was the big issue for me with Bobby Slowik this year. Some of that was offensive line. In fact, a lot of that was offensive line issues as well. But it also felt like there weren't enough answers being given by the scheme that you had there. And they're also in the midst of having a regression after your first year, which I think it is Seth Payne that says this very well. I think he coined it, or he kind of phrased it in a way that really clicked with me, is last year's offense with this Texas team was promising. It wasn't inherently flatly good. And so if you have a promising offense, what you need to have after that is an offense that is an improving offense. What you had this year was an offense that was not improving. It was an offense that was at best stagnant and maybe regressed from a promising offense. Yeah. That feels like that's problematic. And in addition to that, it did not feel imaginative. So at least you could go, okay, where there was risks in there. It felt like it was a regressing offense and an offense that also was not like particularly, it didn't reach for the stars in some ways.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is you don't think that with Bobby Slowik at the helm next year they can recover and get back on track. I guess more similar to what we saw in year 1 with him and C.J. Stroud.
Well, in year 1, you didn't really scheme up a good run game. In year 2, you didn't really scheme up a good run game either. You just had Joe Mixon. And this is a offensive philosophy, especially like the bare bones Shanahan offense that Bobby Slowik calls, as opposed to some of these other Shanahan-based offenses that have concepts built upon them, right? It's incumbent upon running. And that's true. Running the football, we come back around. Like these things are inextricably linked. Running the football depends on an offensive line. You did not have good offensive line play. I understand that makes this evaluation tough, but it's rare in football where you are going to isolate the variable completely. That was one of the things, and maybe I need to put $1 in the bucket by bringing this up. When I was in Dallas dealing with Jason Garrett, remember the Cowboys kept Jason Garrett for 10 whole years, and it was evident to everybody outside of the Cowboys that Jason Garrett, not a particularly great coach. Fine, right? They'd be like 8-8 or whatever.
After year 5, he needed to go.
Everybody knew it, right? Around the league, and everybody was happy. Everybody was happy that the Cowboys kept making that dumbass decision because there you go, right? But it's because in that situation they kept doing the thing where it's like, oh well, there's this one thing that happened, and there's this injury that happened, and it's like you're not going to isolate the variable completely. You have to be able to make an educated, decision and an educated estimation based off of what you can see. I don't know that you can isolate the variable here, I guess. Like you could make sure to get this offensive line better and bring Bobby Slowik back, but at what cost, right? The young the young, cost-controlled quarterback in a situation where you have young talent that is developing around him, plus you've brought in veteran talent that honestly looks like they could compete at a high level, right? With all the things that we've talked about, bad offensive line, a scheme that feels like it is not imaginative and at least is not progressing. You were competing with a back-to-back champion and a team that is playing at a high level, one-loss football team for 3 quarters. Imagine if you get that to be better. And so I'm like, look, man, this feels like the instance where you absolutely move on. Now you have to make sure that you get the right guy to fill in on the other side of that.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. I mean, I just feel like, let's say the Texans do go ahead and get rid of Bobby Slowik. I feel like you are almost setting a precedent that if it's not looking great after 2 years, we're just going to keep trying to replace that guy. You know what I mean? Like, the offense keeps struggling now after 2 years. I feel like you're kind of setting a precedent there. And then again, like Peyton Manning talked about, and, it holds a lot more weight when he says it than when I say it. But I'm on the same track as Peyton in you don't want to look up in 5 years and CJ's had 3 different coordinators, 4 different coordinators. Yeah. That's not a track you want to be on. That's not a winning track. It's just not. And that's not helping. That's not helping his development, for one. I mean, we talk about all the other things, offensive line, running game. But we know in the NFL, if you don't have that quarterback, you're not winning the Super Bowl at this point.
Correct.
We're far removed from the NFL where you can have your defense just take you to the promised land all the way, just on defense and not being able to really do anything on offense. We're far removed from that. The Eagles have a great defense, but they still have a really good offense. They have the quarterback.
They run the ball really well.
And they run the ball really well. And I'm not saying Jalen Hurts is the top 5 quarterback, but he's good, though. He's a good quarterback.
What are you saying about – no, I'm just playing.
But that's what I'm getting at. No, you got to have that quarterback. And if you're switching up offensive coordinators every 2, possibly 3 years at most, his development and his growth is stunning, in my opinion. And Peyton Manning, pointed to that.
Yeah,
flat out said it.
I feel like what also stunts him is not having the level of experience necessary. Because one of the things that you have to remember here is it's not just an offensive coordinator position in a vacuum. It's an offensive coordinator with the defensive head coach, which means that you out there as the man on offense, right? Like you don't have anybody offering a certain level of guidance on this. And I know that kind of like the OG is supposed to be with Bill Lazor, kind of that offensive assistant there. But I don't know, and maybe this is disrespectful to Bill Lazor, man. You go back around and you go, hey, Bill Lazor, I've looked at those offenses that he was the offense coordinator of, and I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. That does not inspire me a whole bunch. And so I feel like if you're going to have a young guy in that situation where it is his offense, he needs to bring something special schematically, which I do not feel like, or you need to have a level of experience and play calling in some of these situations so that you can helm all of this on your own. And it feels like Bobby Slowik is just not in the right place for his talents. I'm not saying that he's a bad offense coordinator or that he cannot be a good offense coordinator. This just does not feel like this is working for the situation that you have. And rather than waiting and trying to make those things fit together, I think that you have the opportunity to match what is, as you rightfully pointed out earlier, a championship caliber defense with an offense that at least is complementary to it and capable of accentuating what they have. Because you talked about it, you're right. You do have the quarterback for this. Yeah. You do have some incredible offensive, keystones to work around.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about
they got
Nico
pieces.
Collins.
Yeah.
You talk about Joe Mixon. You do not want to waste that any more than you already have. I mean, hell, you were talking about Joe Mixon. Bring this back around because we made this all about the quarterback, but there's other facets of this. Again, you need the run to work. But the run did not work outside of Joe Mixon doing it on his own.
Yeah. And that is rough. And we've talked about it pretty much all show about the changes that need to be made along the offensive line. But again, like I said, if you're putting me on the spot and I got to make a decision, I'm staying with Slowik. But that's going to come with a lot of changes to the scheme. And now maybe you bring in another, someone to consult, and work with him and CJ.
Sure.
Maybe not saying it has to be Peyton Manning, but someone along those lines that have been in those trenches and has had a lot of success in the NFL, playing that quarterback position, and can come in and consult. Pay somebody to do that, bring them in.
And if you're paying somebody to come in, at that point, why not pay somebody to take over?
But do you think a Peyton Manning wants to be the offensive coordinator, though? Take on that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but you're not going to pay them what you're paying the offensive coordinator.
If you find someone who is capable of bringing those kind of answers, does it not reason to say that somebody who can come in and give you those types of answers to fix your offense might as well just run the offense?
Yeah, but somebody I'm talking about is probably not someone who's going to want to come in and do the daily grind of being the offensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about more of a consultant role. And I'm not talking about someone to come in and just fully replace. I mean, because if you're going to do that, then obviously, just go ahead and do that. I don't think that's I just don't think that's the answer right now.
And at that point, that this is when we need to start digging into the names and the possibilities. I know people, especially after the national championship game, are looking at the likes of like Chip Kelly.
Okay.
That has come up, and obviously you immediately go to like the well of who are the guys in that further in that Shanahan tree that are the quarterback coaches and the guys who are following in that vein. In fact, in that audio that we heard from Peyton Manning talking about, hey, you don't want to change too much, and maybe if you're going to move on, you have someone that's in there. I know that you had the quarterback coach Rod Johnson of this team that people have looked at, but it feels like if you're going to make that move, you make it in order to make a distinct change away from what you've had. And again, Jerrod Johnson would come in with a certain level of inexperience as well. Plus, if Jerrod Johnson had the answers, I imagine some of those would filter up to Bobby Slowik. And I say
they would have been there already, you would think.
Yeah, no disrespect to Jerrod Johnson. This definitely feels like there's a level of experience that is necessary with this offense, especially you do not have the cover of having an offensive head coach who is going to come in and also give you game, right? It feels like you need a shift.
Yeah.
And again, taking yesterday, if you were listening live to D'Amico Ryan's press conference, when he mentioned Bobby Slowik and the growth that he had this year, he kept that real short and sweet.
Yeah, He didn't elaborate.
He did not.
Not too much.
And we might be reading too much into it, but
we probably are, but still.
Yeah,
what we heard. It didn't seem like he wanted to go on and on about it.
No, and it doesn't. I don't know how much you can go on and on about the development of this offense under Bobby Slowik, and I think that's ultimately the issue. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get Figgy on the phone in the next segment. How about that? Well, as a confession, we'll see how Figgy is doing. But right now, I did mention that we were going to give away 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show. Let's do that now. Caller number 10 will win a chance for those 4 tickets. The Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th to February 2nd at NRG Stadium. 713-572-4610. That's the number to call. And then coming up next, we will indeed do our lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's do some confessions here. And did you get Figgy on the phone, or are we going to get him on? Okay, we'll get him on later. So I will bring up this confession, which, you know what? I'm being lazy. I'm just going to bring the conversation we were having on air.
Let's do it.
Back up. I'm not certain Chip Kelly brings what we think he brings.
I'm right there with you.
Because Chip Kelly obviously is the
right
name
there.
that starts being brought up as an offensive coordinator. And maybe I'm being unfair. I will need to go and do more of my legwork, and I'll admit that. I'll confess that part as well. But with Chip Kelly, the thing that made him great all the way back at Oregon was that, one, right, they used that Uncle Phil money, got them some speed, right? They had a lot of speed, and then Chip Kelly was on the cutting edge of some of this player performance stuff, tracking sleep, all that type of stuff.
Head of the curve.
That works when you have a little bit of, a lot of autonomy and authority over the guys you're coaching. He went to Philly, and I understand the Philly the connection when D'Amico was one of the things that people are linking to. I don't think that worked as easily in Philly, and you lost that advantage because, it felt like it's not as easy to tell all these pros, these adults, that, hey, now I need you to track your sleeping and all this when you're not at work. That doesn't go over
talk
as
to
well.
some of those offensive players that were there when Chip Kelly was there.
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear the ways in which they did not seem to have the highest opinion of him. And of course, people can grow and change. However, he went to UCLA, and when those advantages that he had when it came to some of those things, when they were not there anymore. No. And UCLA, admittedly, right, that is not a place that is easy to win. No. Right? So when he was coaching there. But then he goes to Ohio State, and it looks good again. But you know why it looks good again? He's coaching at Ohio State, brother. Did you see Jeremiah Smith?
Yes.
Have you seen him? Have you seen him? How hard is it to get the football to Jeremiah Smith?
Not very.
And this is probably unfair. But my read on is, it feels like, all right, we might be doing a little much.
I'll just say this: be careful what you wish for
on Chip Kelly.
With Chip Kelly. That's all. I'll leave it at that. Be careful what you wish for. So I don't think we want him here in Houston, to be very honest with you.
I am reserving some judgment there. However, I am not immediately going to that place.
Okay, so
hold on, we got to do this right here.
Oh, it's Figgy?
No, right here. Wait, it's the transition. It's the transition. I got you. No.
My confession.
There you go.
My bad.
Look, man,
I was ready to go.
You are pinch hitting here. Look, man, I understand. You just got up. You ain't getting no hacks or nothing, brother. You jumped right in. So
he's already to try to hit a home run.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to.
Let's put the ball in play, baby.
A little aggressive there.
It's all good.
It's all good. My first confession talked about, spending the night at the station already, but,
Yes, if you don't know, it's snowing out.
Yeah.
Makes it tough to so shout out to all the people at the station who made sure that they were on standby. Of course, Colin, one of those folks, and Chris as well, one of those folks. You guys actually stayed here at the station.
We stayed here.
To make sure that just in case someone like John Lopez couldn't make it in.
And I got up this morning, slept on one of the couches. I got up this morning and saw a text from the boss man, Parker, and I had about 40 minutes to get ready to come in here.
Hey, look at that.
I did not wash my face. I probably still got sleep in my eyes. That's my confession. I just got up and came in here and joined you guys and, tried to start prepping.
If there was ever a day to do that, though, it feels like
I was still wiping the coal out of my eyes when I walked into the studio with you guys.
I'm going to be very careful with the way that I say this because I never want anybody to be able to accuse me of being dirty or musty or any of those things. I feel like that is the biggest knock that you can have on someone, right?
What?
Calling them dirty or musty or something. Yeah. But I feel like, because I am somebody, shower every single day.
Yeah.
Washcloth, wash my face separately, all that, right? Yeah. We staying as clean as possible. However, if there was a day where you get to be a little grimy, maybe don't change your clothes, maybe don't hop in the shower.
Get a pass.
It's the day where you're snowed in. And you are effectively snowed in. You had work snowed in, but you're effectively snowed in. So I feel like this is the day, this is the one where you get to just get up and not have an opportunity to wash your face or nothing. I feel like this is the one where you're all right.
Now, once we get done here, I'm gonna go do that.
Yes,
but
for sure.
I'm gonna go handle my business.
Head over to the gym area.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard the gym on one of these floors, and we can go use the showers and all that stuff. And but yeah, definitely go wipe the sleep out of my eyes. But that's my first confession.
Okay.
Sleep in my eyes.
All right, good.
Didn't wash my face.
I'm glad that you have you've done that. You've washed your face, gotten yourself to a better place.
These are my confessions.
All right. I talked yesterday with Lopez about the college football playoff, like the general situation, and of course, shout out to Ohio State. We'll talk about that more a little bit later. Their national championship here. But I feel like with the 12-team playoff, I will double down on the fact that I don't believe it's the best way of determining a champion. And that's because there's not a good way of determining a champion of 130 schools or whatever. I just do not. It's tough. There's not a way that is like the best. It is a way, and I feel like there's clearly some advantages that I will admit, right? One of the things is it was nice to have the playoff run up where everybody, the entire sport is trained their eyes on this. So you get to know the players, not just like the people that are involved, like the schools and everything that are involved, but also the players themselves over this run on a national level. So like you get a feel for who these teams are over the 3 games or whatever that lead up to it. I appreciate that. That being said, I mean, I was 100% cool with the BCS.
Really?
Yes. Okay. Because, again, there's not a good way to crown a champion. So you're just crowning a champion. So why not just have one game while also you still have, you have regional fiefdoms of sorts, right? You have little domains that everybody has. And, of course, the regional gets a little tough when you have the conference realignment or whatever. But these bowl games meant something. Like winning your conference meant – I mean, we're going to a place in the sport where the ACC – is talking about not having the best record team play in the championship game because you basically had a situation where the team that was SMU almost didn't get into the playoff because they almost lost the championship game. So they're doing this thing, or they're considering the idea of having the second and third best teams then play in the championship game so that you're not knocking your teams out. Like we are all doing this gymnastics in order to get teams into this playoff, and it siphons from the rest of the sport. Like, the rest of the sport suffers for this, man. And so I love the idea of having, like, the full kind of cultural tapestry all the way around college football. That's the stuff that's really more interesting to me about college football, and that's better about college football, is the tapestry that you have of 9-win teams having a great season because they won 10, right? Or a 7-win team having a great season because they won 8, as opposed to everybody vying for this one individual thing that I think in sports generally just makes us less happy. Having more things to attain, I think, is better because more teams can find success as opposed to everybody is vying for this one thing, which is making the playoffs and then winning this one trophy.
I do agree with one of your points there.
The rest of them, he's like, those are trash.
The rest of them, like, I don't know about the whole BCS thing. I wasn't a huge fan of that.
BCS. Well, here's the thing, right? We just changed what the BCS was. Like, because the thing that I did not like about the BCS was, like, the coaches poll being manipulated, people putting it to try and manipulate the system. Yeah. But you know what we have? We have a committee of 13 people that are picking these teams that we don't even know what they're picking based off. In fact, I'm not sure they know what they're picking based off. So do you feel better about that?
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a criteria, not like a distinct criteria.
I'm like,
that would help.
There's not a good way. We're going to complain about all this. So I would much rather have just let these two teams play in this national championship. And then these other bowl games are really fun, right? Do you remember who played in the Rose Bowl this year?
That was going to be one of my points. The bowl games, they don't mean anything anymore.
I mean, they've taken all of the major bowl games and put them in as like
but they still don't mean what they used to.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
When they were just singular when the
Notre Dame won 2 bowls this year.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, no, I'm with you on that. The bowl games don't mean as much. But see, I'm a guy, I like tournaments in sports. I like a tournament.
Lot of people do.
I like it. I don't know. That's just me. I like a tournament to determine one winner. What did Colin say?
No,
okay. I thought he had a opinion on that.
No, we're talking trash behind your back.
Oh, okay. It's all good. Hey, no, it's all good. It's all good. Go ahead. Colin was already talking trash. Called me old last night. It's all good. Yeah, he did.
Whoa, hey, whoa. But honestly, I feel like the old man right now. I'm the old man, like raging against the machine. The conferences are not going back. We're not moving. Like once you open the can on the playoff, it is there. It's
not going back now.
I just want to remind you guys that. You're not, and I said this honestly earlier, and of course I was not on these airwaves, for it to land. But I'm just like, it's not going to make you happier. It's going to be different. You're not going to be happier about it.
Different.
And that's fine. Like sometimes different is all you need, and it is interesting enough. And I'm here watching it, right? So I'm not going to pretend like I ran away from it, but it's not inherently better.
Well, it'll be a 16 soon enough. So
yes, it will.
They're going to keep expanding.
We're gonna have the NCAA. We're gonna have the March Madness.
Now I hope it doesn't go that far.
It'll be the January Madness.
I hope it does not go that far.
There will be no conference schedule. You'll just go right into the tournament. 135 teams. And we'll work our way down.
Oh my God,
that's what we'll do.
These are my confessions.
Okay, I got one.
All right, Colin, what you got for me?
I'm stuck.
Make it a good one.
I'm stuck right now.
All right.
I want to get myself something nice. I'm stuck between getting my own podcasting equipment or getting a nice Strat guitar. Strat electric guitar. I'm stuck in the middle. I'm sometimes indecisive when it comes to spending money like this because one of my New Year's resolutions was to learn an instrument because I never really learned an instrument growing up, and I really want to learn how to play one, and the electric guitar was one of them. And I kind of wanted to ask y'all, because I want the podcasting equipment for my own personal projects, but trying to learn how to play the electric guitar.
Podcasting equipment. I own my own podcasting equipment, and I've done podcasts in the past when I wasn't on radio.
And I happen to be selling podcasting equipment, so you should buy it. No.
Yeah, I will. We're both in.
I mean, I know we're in this business, but at the same time, I want to learn how to play Metallica and Van Halen and all the other good songs because I love that music.
You've got time for that.
I feel like I profile as the logical one on the show, as like, okay, well, I will make the decision based on a spreadsheet. And the text line also, I feel like, is making the logical case. Get the equipment, right? Everybody's like, oh, you working this? If you're doing a podcast or doing that type of stuff, I am going to go the other way.
Oh, really?
I'm and maybe I'm just doing it to be contrarian in this moment.
I think you are a little bit. I think so.
Hey, man, get the guitar. I can hear it in your voice that you're just like, you are infatuated with this thing. And I feel like that one is a space of joy as opposed to, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could be reading this wrong. It feels like the podcast equipment you're getting out of some level of necessity. Like that's not going to be like, yo, I'm doing this for the fun of it. It sounds like you're doing the guitar thing for the fun of it. Go with the fun right now.
Both
I
of them
think
would
he
be
enjoys
for fun.
both though.
Yeah, both of them would be for fun. I mean, obviously the price range is totally different. Because
I would like to. What is the price range that we're talking about?
I mean, there's a good guitar for $179, but the thing is, it's not just the guitar itself; it's also the amplifier.
Sure, no, I mean, understood. Yeah, man, go for the fun of it. Get you that guitar.
Okay.
Podcasting equipment. We'll talk off air because, like I said, I can point you in some directions of some different things.
All right. Let Colin know on the text line 713-572.
Help our man Colin out.
Help him make this only person that has weighed in has said get the equipment. That's where they are. Everybody's saying the podcast equipment, but I don't know. I'm looking into your eyes. I saw your face when you started talking about the guitar. It seems like that thing is gonna make you happy. And you know what?
Did his face light up? Did he light up?
It kind of did.
Did he? Okay.
It looked like it. And now look, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe you get that guitar. You get frustrated after 2 lessons, and it ends up looking like a decoration in your apartment. I don't know. Maybe that's what it looks like.
Now, have you ever taken any lessons yet?
No, he plans on taking lessons.
Okay, he plans on taking.
I don't know if I want to get lessons elsewhere. I know we're up against it, so I'll be quick. I don't know if I want to get lessons elsewhere. Just do it on my own. Just use YouTube. But
Hey, YouTube is a machine, man. You can learn anything on YouTube now. You can learn just about anything on YouTube.
It is true. They call it YouTube University. All right. That's you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We got Figgy? No? All right. We'll see if we could get. I'm just going to keep. You know what? We haven't even called John in a little bit either.
We do need to call Lopez back.
We just been letting him off the hook. Unbelievable. All right. Coming up next, I promise we'll get John. We might get Figgy. And let's do a midseason Rockets check-in. They have reached the midseason, halfway point. Let's check in on the Rockets. We'll do it next.
The Texans fought hard, but couldn't take down the Chiefs. And the O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Chris Partee in for John Lopez, and Colin Neal on the ones and twos on this snowy day in Houston. We're wondering why John Lopez is not in. Well, he was trying to come in, and then he caught a hill that he could not traverse, and then he just decided, well, we're going back home. So in order to make sure that he is earning his paycheck for the day, on the phone line now is John Percival Lopez. Lopez, what's happening?
Hey, I'm not going anywhere, man. Trust me on that. Literally.
Yeah,
I'll be here.
That's right.
Yeah.
We appreciate you continually answering our phone calls because Figgy is not, and that makes me really questionable on if he will make it in tomorrow. As he, maybe that flu is still hitting him. I don't know.
Hey, he's probably just sleeping.
He might be sleeping.
He's probably knocked out right now.
A great snow day concept. All right, Lopez. What we're doing here is that we are going to go ahead and, as I just got an update, that apparently there's going to be another change on the lineup today with the drive that I'll tell you about later.
All right.
We want to do the midseason check-in with the Houston Rockets, and so I just want to go ahead and get your letter grade for the Rockets' first half of the season, Lopez.
Oh, letter grade, man. I don't see how you can do anything but. I'll say A minus. I was going to say A, but I'm going to say A minus. There are still some things that might need to be tweaked a little bit. Maybe you're going to see some other things different, and they haven't exactly, played consistently all year long. No team does, but you'd like to have seen more. Yeah, I'm going to say A minus. I think about this, man. I mean, what we were expecting, and what we've gotten, especially from Jalen Green and obviously Amon Thompson. I mean, maybe some of the injuries are going to hit that grade a little bit, but I got to say A minus.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the check-in. We will be calling back again soon.
Oh, that's it?
Yep. I'm just trying to keep you on your toes. That's really all it is.
I'm on my toes. I told my wife, I said, I got to be by my phone.
That's right.
My phone.
That's right.
I think Figgy is playing snow football, snow tackle football, at least judging from his last
Maybe
tweet.
he lost his phone, too.
Oh, did he tweet? Okay, well, good. Well, that's excellent. I just wanted, well, he better not be out there too long. He's going to get pneumonia and then miss some more time on the show. I don't need that happening.
Should I try calling him back again?
He is. I think he was talking about it. But
right.
Yeah, man. Hey, just out of curiosity, what are y'all's grades?
Oh, the grades on this Rockets team?
I'm gonna go B plus right now.
B plus.
Yeah, I'm gonna go B plus. I need to see that offense gets stagnant sometimes, and not a great shooting team right now. And then sometimes defensively, I think they are phenomenal. Like Ime Udoka in 2 years has just turned that team around defensively. But I always like to think there's a lot more room for improvement. So I'm gonna go B plus.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold back. I will be very permissive in this. I'm giving them a straight flat A. Like based off of what the expectation was this season, they were hoping to be a playoff team. Right now, they are solidified as a tier 2 team. If you're gonna consider that the Thunder, I think, are in a tier by themselves right now. They're up there, especially in the West, and I feel like that means a good amount. Like this defense has proven that it is going to hold up under a certain level of stress testing. A funny thing to say after they lost to the Pistons, but you know what I mean. Like, you've seen it.
Yeah.
One of them games.
And then offensively, they have found a lot more than I thought was possible with how little shooting that they have. They have a pathway. And then, I mean, it's hard to ignore Jalen Green finding his level of stride. Again, odd to say after a game where he had not the best shooting night, but he's had an extended stretch of playing at a higher level. Yeah. The interesting thing for me is that, sorry, I got you with I be looking away from things, and you thought I was looking at something important. Nope, just looking at NRG Stadium. But yeah, going back to this, Alperen Şengün's seeming downtick in scoring and shooting around the rim has been really weird, because that's one of the big things. Is he's a great post player. He has really good post moves. He's just not finishing at as good of a clip, and that's been a frustrating thing, because for a little bit of time, if you had told me that it was like a couple of weeks, maybe a month, I'd go, all right, it happens, right? This has been half a season now where he has had a weird lack of touch around the rim. Yeah, that is a little concerning for me. He's added some defensive play, like he's definitely improved his defense this season. That's one of those things where I go, What is happening there, and could that be an issue? Because it feels like if you're not going to be a team that scores at a high clip, or at a high clip, you need to make sure that when you're in at the paint at those the best shot in basketball, that you're putting those down at a high rate.
Got to capitalize on those opportunities, all the time.
All right, that sounds like fantastic. I'm going to get back to eating my Frito pie.
Frito pie, okay.
Enjoy that.
Yeah.
Very good.
Enjoy that.
That's the perfect snow food. You got me thinking about chili yesterday, so we made some Frito pie.
Okay, I would say I was going to come get it, but I don't know how I would traverse.
No,
that
you don't want to come down this hill, man.
All right, Lopez.
All right, boys.
Talk to you later.
Thanks, John.
There he goes. That is the snowed in John Lopez. And we got a little bit. He gave us a little insight. Good for him. He gave us a little reporting into Figgy. Figgy's out here gallivanting in the snow.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so coming into we gave the overall letter grade, and maybe letter grades is the best way to do it. Text yours in 713-572-4610. What letter grade would you give the coaching, Ime Udoka and his staff in the first half of this Rockets season?
I'm an Ime Udoka guy. I love the culture he's brought and implemented here. So I'm gonna give him an A, like you did.
Okay,
like you did the team, but I'll give him an A.
Yeah. The interesting part about the coaching aspect,
or him and his staff, I should say.
Yes. The interesting thing about the coaching aspect of this is you have some questions that I don't think are necessarily like inherently bad, but questions about how you split up minutes. It's a very difficult task. This is one of the things that had all these people around the NBA looking at this Rockets team and saying, oh, they're going to trade, they're going to consolidate, because you had a ton of guys that you wanted to try and get minutes, and only a finite amount of minutes to dole out. And there was a moment in time where people were looking at, why can't Reed Shepherd get on the floor? In fact, right now he's getting, RGV minutes, right, in order to some G League minutes in order to try to keep him going and continue his development. Yeah. Kent Whitmore was a very interesting case there where he had some responses in the media that was like, hey, is he happy with his circumstance?
That was like back around Christmas or something.
It was, and that was right when you had some injuries where he finally got a chance to play. Now, as he's gotten more time to play, he's produced right?
Oh,
and then two, it seems like he has found, or maybe found isn't the right way, but he's displayed even more so like that energy and vibe around the team, that close knit nature that this team has. So, like, that is good, but it's like, man, that is a tough area to have to navigate. And I think for the most part, they've done that fairly well. And they've done a good job of bringing some of these guys along. They believe very heavily in Jalen Green and his ability to reach the place that he is attempting to reach, and I feel like nearing. And they've done a good job bringing him along. You've seen some of these guys who are not necessarily defensively inclined find some more defense in Alper and Şengün. I think that they've done a phenomenal job here, but I think for them, the real test is not even just the second half, but once you get to the playoffs, once you get this team to the playoffs, just how prepared are they for this? And that might be unfair to ask of just an inexperienced team. The only players on this team that have playoff experience, at least of the major rotation when everybody's healthy, are Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. So that's going to be
that helps.
It's going to be a training ground, but I'm interested to see how they handle that. But to this point, an A is, I think, the right answer.
Yeah.
Hasn't Steven Adams not been in the playoffs before?
I guess Steven Adams has been.
Steven
He
Adams.
absolutely has,
Definitely.
but he's been in and out with some of these injuries that they've kind of gone up and down with. But yeah, man, at the midseason mark, it feels like this team deserves a ton of credit. Sustainability has been a question that I've been asking. Are you at a place where you're willing to just like, hey, man, I'm not worried about sustainability anymore. I'm sold because you've made it through halfway through the season, not an insignificant task?
Yeah, I think they're here for the long haul. I think there'll be, I said this, I guess, going back probably to late November, early December, that I think that they can finish top 4. Obviously, we know that they're top 2 right now. I think they're going to stay up towards the top of the Western Conference. And a lot of that goes to the culture that Ime has brought to this team and has them playing guys that, like you mentioned, guys that weren't necessarily known for playing defense. You got guys playing defense now. Now, you bring in a Fred VanVleet, and then you bring in a Dylan Brooks. That obviously helps, but I always like to say that, and it's true, defense is about effort. If you get guys wanting to play defense, you go a lot further. Because a lot of guys don't want to play defense.
You can go a lot further. I always kind of I don't know.
I'm a big defensive guy, though.
I am as well.
Just personally, I'm a big defensive guy.
I always, effort is absolutely necessary in energy, but I feel like sometimes we go so far in talking about effort that we forget, no, there's some defensive talent that comes in here, right?
Of course, yeah. But when you talk about guys that aren't necessarily the most gifted defensively,
yeah,
that's where the effort comes into play.
Yeah.
You got to get them in the mindset to where they actually want to go out there and stop guys.
100%, and they have existed in that. I think the one thing about it is now, as you've kind of, earlier on, I guess I talked about the idea of, hey, they were expecting to be a playoff team. That was the goal. Yeah. Now, how do you shift or have you shifted at all your expectations of this team in the second half and towards the end of the season?
My expectation at this point is I think they can win a playoff matchup, first round.
Is that a change for you? Did you think that was a possibility before?
If we're talking about coming into the season, no.
Okay.
I thought, at best, maybe they finish top 6. And
I don't think that's unfair.
Yeah, and, maybe they finish top 6, get to the first round, and, go out in, 5-6 games. But now, I almost expect them to win in the first round. I really do.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it's going to be dependent on matchups and who they match up with. We don't know who that is right now, obviously, but I almost expect them to win in the first round. Now, the second round, that's going to get a little dicey. It's just going to depend on who they're going to play now. If it's going to be Memphis at number 3, they've had Memphis's number this season.
They sure have.
That doesn't always mean much when you get to the postseason, though. We've seen it in the past where a team will dominate another team in the regular season and then get to the postseason, it's a different story. But, if I had to pick one, obviously I'm going to go with the Rockets over Memphis right now because they obviously do have their number. We got to get there, but yeah, I expect them to win a first round.
It's funny.
matchup.
I'm in the same place.
I really do.
I expect them to win a first round matchup and have a solid chance at winning in the second round. Which, I mean, that feels like what we're talking about when you talk about a young team of this caliber. Is in fact going to the Oklahoma City Thunder, but not this current iteration. You remember the iteration?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
James Harden, Russell Westbrook. That was where they
Steven Adams.
That was
on that team, right?
Yeah, man. Those young that was the place that they made it to early on as well, making it to that Western Conference Finals, and then going and cutting their teeth in a different way. So yeah, man, it is a huge credit to the Houston Rockets team. They made it halfway through. They should continue their season.
I think so.
Into the second half of the season on Wednesday versus the Cavs. It feels like that should be able to happen.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, I'm not speaking off of anything that has happened. There hasn't been any news or
about a cancellation or anything.
But
no.
yeah, it's just a question that I have when you're looking outside and you see the Houston is shut down.
Yeah. 5 inches of snow.
Yeah. We'll see
in certain areas.
That's right. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about that national championship game that happened yesterday. And we'll do it with a man from The Ringer. He works at The Ringer. His name is Joel Anderson. We'll talk to Joel Anderson about the national championship that Ohio State won next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing, that vehicle you've been
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula here alongside Chris Partee for the day. Appreciate you hanging out with me, my man.
The show.
Colin Neal on the ones and twos. And right now, joining us on the hotline, he is a Missouri City native. He writes and does a podcast for The Ringer. And his name is Joel Anderson. Joel, what's happening, my man?
Man, appreciate y'all having me on, Reg. I don't think I've been listening to 610 my whole life. I don't think I've ever been on the air here. So it's a big deal for me. I grew up with 610, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. And so I'm glad to have been able to facilitate this, and I'm very happy that you thank me like you're not doing me a favor right now.
Nah, well, I mean that's true. But we doing each other a favor, brother. You know.
I appreciate it. That's right. And the next time you need a favor from me, I'll make sure I make that happen with post haste. All right,
okay.
So let's start here with the national championship game in which Ohio State defeats Notre Dame. The first question is Ohio State still going to try and fire their coach after winning a national championship?
Well, I mean, it is sort of a weird championship, right? Because by most definitions, the Ohio State season was a success. They went 14-2. They looked dominant throughout most of the year, and they finished as national champions. But if you go back and talk about some of the things that they wanted to do in the preseason, such as win their biggest rivalry game and win the Big Ten Conference, they didn't do either of those things, right? So it's sort of obviously Ohio State fans are happy about winning the national championship. This team delivered on its promise that it showed even before the preseason got started. Like once they started signing guys out of the portal, everybody identified this as a team that would do this. But yeah, they're still. I mean, I don't imagine that they'll be handing out those T-shirts. You know how when a championship team wins, they get the title and then they make a T-shirts for them and they put the schedule and they show every game on the schedule. They're probably not going to do that this season because there's no way that they want to look at that Michigan loss on that shirt forever. So yeah.
Yeah, I 100% get that. You wrote a very interesting piece about this game as you were covering this game in Atlanta. Actually, I believe you are on your way, trying to make your way out of Atlanta at this moment.
I am.
But during that game, I think you wrote a very interesting piece entitled Ohio State is college football's first NIL national champion. I'm very interested in that concept. Like, what do you make of like this new distinct era of college football, and what is the distinction for you? Is it simply that NIL aspect?
Well, I mean, the thing is if you want to compete at this level, it's going to look probably a lot like what Ohio State did. Maybe it's a little bit of a misnomer, right? Because Michigan, the year before the national championship, they used a lot of NIL money, but it was mostly to retain their own talent. Guys like Blake Corum and things like that. But what Ohio State did is that they said, well, we're going to retain our potential NFL draft picks, but also we're just going to happen to take some of the best players in the country from other people, right? So they went and got Quinshon Judkins out of Ole Miss. They got Will Howard out of Kansas State. They got Caleb Downs out of Alabama. So, they really went shopping, man. And they put a lot of money on those guys and they sprinkled a little around their roster. And that's a model that a lot of people are going to try to do, but it's going to be very hard to do it at the level that Ohio State did because not very rarely is a Caleb Downs going to come out on the market and, no offense to Texas Tech, he's probably not going to go to no Texas Tech. He's not going to go to University of Houston. That talent is going to be concentrated among the few schools like Ohio State or whatever. But I can't imagine Michigan looked at that last night and was like, hey, we couldn't do that. I can't imagine Georgia looked at that and said, maybe we should go shopping like that. So you can imagine that this is the sort of thing that might kick off a real arms race in college football all over again, which I'm all happy for because, look, as long as the kids getting paid, which has always been the problem for me with the sport, if they're getting their money and they're getting their benefits out of it and still getting to play and playing these big games and the fans get to be happy anyway, I mean, what could be wrong with that?
That's an interesting concept, and I agree in the basis of it. The thing that I question is it's still all Wild West, right? We have not really established some good parameters and guardrails on it. Like, do you feel like this space can continue in the way that it is, so largely unregulated and kind of, all over the place? Can we really just continue the Wild West of this all? And I guess that's kind of crazy to ask about college football. Or does this kind of have to be reined in?
Well, I mean, it could last this way, right? I mean, there's nothing stopping it from being that way. And did it? I'm guessing nothing that has happened in the past couple of years has affected your enjoyment of the game, has it?
No, not me personally, but I also recognize I'm a sick human being when it comes to college football. But yes, to answer your question, no, it has not.
No, right. But I mean, I think the thing is that we know that there's going to be some sort of, there's going to be some sort of settlement, and eventually there's going to be revenue sharing. And with that, there'll probably be some limitations on transfers and, something akin to like salary caps and things like that. All these schools are sort of gearing up for that future. And it may be 2 years away, it may be 12 years away. So we know that it's not going to be like this forever, but in the interim, it's going to have to go on this way because they can't. The NCAA and its member institutions, they're not really permitted to put any restrictions on, what these kids are able to make. And I mean, really, the thing is, there's some interesting test cases, man. I mean, there's even a legal question as to whether or not a guy can't play 10 years in college, right? I know that feels like there are a few dudes that have done that already.
It feels like it.
Right, yeah, there are a few dudes that feel like they've done that already. But, like, there's things like that are sort of an open question. So, I don't anticipate those things getting resolved anytime soon. And also, like, it's going to depend on they're going to have to lean on Congress. They're going to have to work some of this out through, through politics in the court system. And, I mean, if you think that that's going to be, that that's going to be a top priority, or that it's going to be the sort of thing where, it's going to go in an orderly, smooth and orderly, fashion through the court system, then, I mean, you're sadly mistaken. So I get the feeling that we should get used to this for a while. So, yeah, man, if you're a fan of University of Texas, good for you. If you're a fan of University of Texas A&M, good for you. I mean, you'll probably have the money to get the guys that you want. It's people that, the little fella like me, my alma mater, TCU, will be the ones that sort of suffer right now. But I don't think the fans of these big programs that they're not going to have to sacrifice that.
I don't think I've ever heard a TCU fan or TCU sound like try and sound broke. That is crazy to hear.
Trying to get sympathy.
TCU don't got all that money.
We're not working with Texas and Texas A&M.
No, that is
not like that.
We ain't working with LSU. We're a little injured that could. Now, I mean, it should be sad to those other programs that TCU is still the only program in Texas to advance to the national championship game in this era.
Okay.
But, that's
all right. I should have expected
Had to throw that in there. Hey, Joe, Chris.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, no, I'm not mad at it. Throw it in there. You kind of got into what I was going to ask you there, but I'm like, so, okay, now we talk about NIL and I guess Ohio State kind of being the model now, but like, what is the tipping point? It really is the Wild West right now with all this NIL, transfer portals, all these things. Like, what is the tipping point? What is going to get us to, I guess, a situation of where you're talking about, I don't want to say to where it makes it a little more fair or even, but I guess that's what I am saying. Like, what is the tipping point with this, with all the NIL stuff?
Well, it's kind of tough to say, man, because, I mean, think about how things have just tipped in the favor of the big schools. And I mean, the thing is, it really hasn't equaled out that way. Like, for all the money and all of the talent that Ohio State acquired, they still were sort of an underwhelming team, as I mentioned at the top. Like, they didn't even beat Michigan, and Michigan wasn't good this year. But you're asking me about a tipping point. Well, I don't know. Like, what if Jeremiah Smith went in the portal right now and was like, I'm not coming back to you. I'll pay you $10 million, right? Like, you could see something like that moving people and being like, oh, we got to get our arms around this. Or what if Arch Manning goes into the portal next year, right? And he decides to do it again. He just does it every year for every 4 years he's in. Kind of like, I don't know if y'all follow Bear Alexander. That's the homie that was at Georgia, and then he was at USC, and now he's signed at Oregon. He's a defensive tackle, right? So, I mean, there's guys that could do that, and you could imagine how that would antagonize fan bases, administrations, conference commissioners, and everybody else. And there might be some, there might be some urgency in getting their arms around this. But, I mean, look, man, like I said, Chip Kelly left UCLA, be an offensive coordinator. Caleb Downs left Alabama. Like, typically, a safety at Alabama, that's about a sure ticket if you get to the NFL. But he's like, nah, I'm going to go on and play up at Ohio State. So, I mean, those should be tipping points in a manner of speaking, and it hasn't really moved people yet. I mean, I know that there's a lot of work behind the scenes trying to get their arms around this stuff, but, I mean, I still think we got a long way to go, man.
Yeah. We're talking to Joel Anderson of The Ringer. He was at the national championship game yesterday, and I haven't really leaned into that part of it. You did mention Jeremiah Smith. How in the actual you-know-what did Notre Dame allow that man to go that free in that kind of portion of the game in the fourth quarter when you're trying desperately to try and get back into it?
Well, man, I think the thing is that everybody kept waiting on Ohio State to take a deep shot. Like, I predicted it in the second quarter when they were up 14-7 and then 21-7. I was like, at some point they're going to try to take the top off the defense, right? And they just never really did it. And so they're facing 3rd and 11, a few minutes left in the game, and this really could ice it. And I guess the thing is, because Notre Dame had not been giving them that look all game, and Ohio State had been settling for underneath stuff. So it was like that's why you hired Chip Kelly as your offensive coordinator, right? It's just like a perfect. Just think about everything that has to come together to do that. You got to get Will Howard, a low-round NFL prospect, available. You got to get Chip Kelly, the former UCLA coach, the former Oregon head coach that revolutionized offense, to call that play. And then at the other end, you've got maybe the best receiver in college football since Larry Fitzgerald, right? Ooh. And so, like that, it took all of that to work. So, I mean, like, you can blame Notre Dame for letting that happen, but when you think about it in those terms, it's like, how did that happen all game? Right.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's it was just the natural consequence of Ohio State playing the waiting game, and it was a great call and a great hookup between great players.
It was a great call, and I think you did a great job of laying out. Okay, but this is Ohio State. This is the benefit that you have of being Ohio State. Chip Kelly, his name has come up around Houston, not just because of that national championship game, but because the Houston Texans are in a place where I think there's a lot of people outside of the building that would like to see a change at offensive coordinator. What is your?
Slowik, huh? Okay.
Yeah, man. What's your impression?
What is he supposed to do? Block? Is he an interior lineman? Okay, anyway, go ahead.
No. That is a fair rebuttal. That is something that most people who would want to give him time are going to point to, is that offensive line was not very good this year. Yeah. But with that being
hard to play with a bad offense,
it is very hard to do that. But with that being the case, and obviously it's some overhaul needing to happen on the offensive line. Chip Kelly is a name that has come up if you do not end up with Bobby Slowik here in Houston next year. What is your immediate reaction to that, especially and what has been your reaction to Chip Kelly as offensive coordinator at Ohio State this year?
I mean, obviously Chip Kelly still has it. Like, he's still a really good, offensive-minded head coach. His problem, it seems like, has been whenever he has to do the CEO stuff or go recruiting, be the front man for a program, right? But if he can just dial up plays, you got to think that he's still, maybe he's not at the cutting edge. Like, maybe nobody's comparing him to Sean McVay or anything like that, or Ben Johnson, but he's still, one of the elite play callers out there. So I guess the issue is that, do the Texans, if Texan fans are hoping to have an Ohio State-like advantage over their competition within, that's just not going to happen. But do they think that Chip Kelly can do some things that maybe Bobby Slowik can? Maybe, but I don't know that that's an upgrade. But Chip Kelly is obviously very good at his job, and he's got a lot more interest in it now, which is just interesting because all he did was take less responsibility and start working with more talented people.
Joel, realistically, staying on Chip Kelly here, what do you think the chances are of him actually leaving college, going back to the pros, seeing as how his last stint in the pros, although he was the head coach in Philly, seeing as how that didn't really go too well?
Oh, man, I don't think he's ever going to be a head coach again. I mean, unless he decides all of a sudden he wants to be the head coach at, like, Troy or something like that, Right, because he's already shown that I don't have the aptitude for this particular part of the job, and it's more important than ever before to be out there recruiting and doing that sort of stuff. So I don't, and again, like, there's a lot of guys that could have done well with that collection of talent at Ohio State. So NFL head coaching hiring is a flummoxing process. I never understand why this person's hot and why this person isn't most of the time. Yeah. So, yeah, if they think Chip Kelly is a great head coach, well, God bless them. Good luck.
Joel, before I let you go, because I realized I did not talk very much about the other team in this competition, Notre Dame. Just
a little more Notre Dame.
Yeah. I mean, look, Marcus Freeman Marcus Freeman has done something phenomenal with this program, and I feel like we probably don't give Notre Dame enough credit for like constantly being in these championship spaces. Yeah. Like, how impressive is the job that Marcus Freeman has been doing? Decision to go through the or kick a field goal notwithstanding.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was one of the. I mean, I don't like to talk about people who make fun, but that was one of the dumber decisions I've ever seen in a game. Like in terms of a call. Like, I mean, you're still gonna have to score twice, man, and you're gonna have to do it with that offense against that defense. You might as well get to it now. No need to kick a field goal at this time. But anyway, obviously Marcus Freeman has done a fantastic job this year. But, I mean, Notre Dame has some things laid out for them. Like they had a sort of an advantageous schedule. Right. And they're still pretty loaded. I mean, Brian Kelly got that program running in the right direction, and Marcus Freeman has only added to it.
We're giving Brian Kelly some credit here. Interesting.
Yeah, man. I mean, Brian Kelly's a good coach. I mean, I don't know if maybe you're an LSU fan, you might not feel that right now, but he's a good coach. And he built that program up pretty good. And, Marcus Freeman, the advantages he's had, he's pressing him. He's a telegenic, really thoughtful guy. And you can tell that his kids like playing for him. So that's good at retaining the roster that you have. But also, it helps you when Riley Leonard goes into the portal from Duke and you want to bring that guy as your quarterback, or you want to bring in Sam Hartman from Wake Forest as your quarterback, like he did the year before. So he's doing really well. Is it sustainable? I don't know. But the one thing about it, Ohio State got money. Notre Dame got money too, man. And so that's going to be just as important as retaining Marcus Freeman and how much better Marcus Freeman gets at that job. The fact that Notre Dame can compete for talent and they can pay for talent now, and it's all above board. Like, I mean, I think you're going to, I think Marcus Freeman might, who knows if he'll be back in the championship game anytime soon, but I think we can expect to see them in the playoffs pretty regularly going forward in the immediate future.
That's my guy, Joel Anderson. Joel from Missouri City. Read his latest piece. Ohio State is college football's first NIL national champion on The Ringer. You can hear him. It was the Press Box podcast on The Ringer, correct?
The Press Box podcast on The Ringer. That's right.
That's Joel Anderson.
Thursdays. Mm-hmm.
You said release on Thursdays, you said?
Yeah, Mondays and Thursdays, but I'm usually on Thursdays.
Got you. Joel Anderson. Joel, I appreciate you making some time, my man.
I appreciate y'all, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Anytime.
Thanks, Joel.
There he is. Travel safe. That is Joel Anderson of The Ringer joining us after the national championship game in which Ohio State, they did it. All right, coming up next, you're in the loop, and it's typically where I hand it off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. Again, Figgy not here. John not here. I'm here.
You here.
So I will handle Figgy's mixtape, including a question that I would like you to answer, dear listeners, and you, Chris, and you, Colin. What's the silliest way you've ever been injured yourself? We'll go through some of those, and also 6 weird things that can get you flagged by TSA. We'll do that next.
If you're in the market for a new home, you got to go see my buddies over at
Toss the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, it is Figgy's Mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610. I am not Figgy Fig. He is still out. He was out before, but he's definitely out with the snow. John Lopez is out as well. I'm Reginald Atatula with Chris Partee, Colin Neal on the ones and twos. And we're still keeping you going here on this Tuesday. Hope that your snow day is going well. I hope that you do have a snow day, because I know not everybody has that good fortune, right? Some people are essential. You got to keep things going. Yeah. In fact, I always want to salute like the working people just generally, but specifically the working people that have to do like the electricity stuff. Because as soon as something bad happens, you are in work. You are, in fact, in more work. Yep. And I know that the Centerpoint Energy and such, they was on their grind immediately, because I got a text ahead of this.
Did you?
Yesterday, I got a text at 6:45 from Centerpoint. I was like, yo, Winter Storm Enzo was coming, right? So, hey, and save energy and stuff. They were already like, look, it's going to be some stuff. And I know that
love it.
There have been some houses. No, you don't. Don't do that. You can't.
No, I'm saying that they're on point.
Oh, well.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, I don't love the idea that they know that something's coming, so that they have to be on point there.
I don't love that, but the fact that they on it and they letting us know, I love it.
I know that there's a few is probably way too little, but there are some houses that have been without power through this, but thankfully it does not seem to have been like a large rash of those. So
let's hope not.
Hope that you fine folks are doing all right wherever you're listening, however you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your Tuesday. All right. The question I asked is, hey, man, what is the silliest way that you have injured yourself? I don't think it's a far stretch to imagine what brought this back into utility and usefulness, considering that, hey, man, it is slick outside. And one of the things about being slick outside, especially if you start trying to foot it, is that if you do not have the appropriate footwear, you will end up horizontal. Yes. And that has happened to your boy before. Yeah.
How'd that play out?
That was actually when I was in Kansas. That was when I was in Kansas at Kansas State University, walking on the quad. I had not fully appreciated black ice. I knew what it is, but I had not fully appreciated it. And I was walking at night. I was going to the studio because, again, things don't shut out in other places when they get to the snowing and the icing and such. And so I was walking, and I got one of those swoop. Now, I wouldn't say that's one of the silliest, because like there's funnier ways or there's sillier ways that you get hurt on like the really dumb ones. But again, let us know. 713-572-4610 what yours are, because I guarantee you, me starting the betting at falling on black ice in a normal way is not going to be. It's not going to win. It is me starting at the lowest ante, because I know people get hurt in the funniest ways. And one of the reasons why I know this is that people online have weighed in on this, and there's all sorts of things, including this started from a woman in Indonesia trending because she managed to get her nose ring caught in the back of an office chair.
Okay.
So that is a silly
How do
way.
we even get to this point?
That is a very silly. Yeah, I was like,
that point.
Why was your nose all up on the office chair like that?
How do we even get there?
There's something up right there.
Yeah, like your nose was all on the office chair. Your nose should be well above and away from the office chair.
Yes.
But apparently that happened, and that got her injured. So the text line already warming up. Somebody said from the 713, over a decade ago, they were climbing on their roof to clear the dryer vent, which, by the way, good thing to do, because if you ain't done it in a little while, I guarantee you're not being efficient enough, and you run the risk of some bad things happening. But they were going to clean their dryer vent, and then they said on the way their foot slipped on the ladder. One leg fell through the ladder, racked themselves. Yeah. Tried to brace themselves with the arm on the heavy steel patio furniture. Hand slipped. It ended up hitting their arm on the chair. Screwdriver went in the back of the mouth and broke teeth.
Dang.
Yo,
they did a lot of damage.
Sounds like some Final Destination stuff right there.
Right?
Jeez.
That is a lot there. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I hope whoever that is fully recovered from their injuries, because that sounded pretty bad.
Yeah, I was like, that's got to be traumatic. From the 512, they said they were drunk in Spain. That's always a good way to start. And they tried to jump and slap a sign, missed, and face-planted on the street. You, Kurt, my friend, are the leader in the clubhouse. Fellas, do you have any ones that you would like to add to the bidding here?
This one actually, and it was more embarrassing than anything because I was on a date.
Oh yeah, we're I think you're in the range here. You might be able to take the lead.
I was on a date, and we're walking. Had just had lunch or whatever. I think it was a lunch date, whatever. We're walking, and we're gonna go. It's a nice day out. We're gonna go to a park, take a nice walk, just chat, continue to get to know each other. We go to cross the street. I step off the curb. One, I roll my ankle.
Oh.
Two, I also tweaked my hamstring. So now I'm laying.
I didn't know that. Like that's what we're talking about, a 3-4 inch drop.
It was a little bit higher curve, but still, but still, it was embarrassing though on a first date, going out and just totally eating it. Now I'm laying not in the middle of the street, but like on the side by the curb,
and you can't get up.
She can't pick me up. I weigh 230 pounds. She can't pick me up. So I'm just laying there looking.
And you can't pick you up.
And I can't pick me up at the time. It took a couple minutes. I got back to it, but needless to say, there was not a second date.
Oh wow!
And now this was years ago. This was before I've been married and I'm divorced now. This is long before all of that. But it's something that sticks with me.
I imagine so.
It sticks with me.
I think that would do it.
It does.
Yeah, 100%. How about this? Some other ones that were put together on the internet. A guy waxed his floor. Tried to do the Tom Cruise slide from Risky Business.
No.
Didn't stop, and he busted his lip on the door frame, which is not nearly as bad as what was that viral? Was it like on Vine or something? Where like there's a mom that kind of put some oil on the floor in the kitchen and yelled for the kids to come get their juice.
Oh, that
slid right into the oven and.
That's an all-timer right there.
Come on now.
That's a classic. So yeah, man.
Ain't that borderline child abuse?
Probably.
Come on now.
Likely.
Come on, CPS.
Apparently, there was a woman who was singing Part of Your World from The Little Mermaid at karaoke.
Oh.
Got too into it and somehow tore her ACL. Tearing your...
Okay, come on now.
Sports-level injuries while singing is something entirely...
While singing at karaoke on top of
That's right. Well, I mean, you gotta show out.
That's next level right there. That is next level.
Who is that NFL player, defensive line from for Chicago a few years ago? He jumped up in the air and did like the swee, and he like tore his.
Oh, the Sue? I don't remember who that was, but yeah,
that sounds familiar.
There have been multiple instances where like the player injuries are insane, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to remember. There was one that I immediately thought of, and I completely forgot it as I was going to say it. But yeah, man, there's been. Oh, it was the Nate Burleson. You remember when Nate Burleson hurt himself because he had pizzas in his passenger car side of the car, and he tried to save it.
Yeah.
And then boom, like he got in an accident, hurt himself. Yeah, man. That is really tough. Oh, the person who tried to clean the dryer vent and had the worst thing in the world happen to them. They said that they're fully recovered. However, every now and then they have to go get a new bridge for their mouth, which they're actually about to do this week.
Oh my goodness.
And they have a second ladder store. I would never be on a ladder again.
Never ever.
You would
never
not find
in
me
life
on a ladder. Not once.
I would have to find someone to do it for me. There's just no way.
That is wild. Some other ones. Someone sliced their finger open on a disco ball. You never think of those.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know if the disco. I don't have
what kind of disco ball.
I don't have further details.
Is this the text line?
No,
YouTube.
This was online.
This is online.
This is
Okay.
online.
Okay.
And I don't have any further details.
Yeah.
This one I feel like you were asking for. It stood on a beach ball and fell into a coffee table.
Yeah, you were. Why are you standing on the beach ball?
Didn't need to do that.
You didn't need to do that. Was not a necessity to life.
No.
You didn't need to do that. You were showing out. You were showing out.
A woman was washing her face in the shower, shoved her pinky finger up her nose, and then got a horrible nosebleed. So just like...
So she was digging for gold.
Yep. Well, not intentionally.
Okay.
She was just washing her face, and then, in the up and down motion.
I get it, but you got to be a little more cautious than that.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like, was that the first time?
That's pretty aggressive face washing, in my opinion.
Yeah, you might be doing too much.
You're doing the most.
You need to get something that, like, I don't know, chemically
Don't scrub your skin off.
Yeah.
You don't need to be scrubbing your skin off.
Like,
just wash it.
It is soap. You know what I mean? Like, it will do the job.
It does its job.
You don't need to, like, I hope it wasn't like steel wool also.
Oh God,
involved here, right? I mean, like I feel like it was like you're doing a lot here.
You're just doing extra damage,
doing too much.
So what about times when like you're like a little kid? Like when I was like 4 or 5 years old.
That's always a good one.
My mom told me to not touch the clothing iron. Well, I was curious and I touched it.
Of course you were.
Yeah, that one feels like a typical kid thing, but yes. Oh wow.
Uh-oh. We got a good one.
From the 713. I don't think this is going to be the lead in the clubhouse, but it's a solid submission. They got 6 screws in their ankle. How, you ask? Tripping on the curb lighting fireworks.
Oh, see?
Fireworks is one of those things that it feels like I don't like doing because the risk of injury is high there.
Yeah, I'm not, no.
Like, I don't want to JPP it, but I also feel like there are these types of things where it's like, oh, I'm running away from the fireworks as I lit it, and then you just caught the curb.
So that made me think of another one when I was 6 years old.
See, this is the thing. I don't get to have as much fun here, but I guess I have more fun in the long term because I have not been injured all that much. I've
had a multitude of injuries, but the firework thing made me think of something. So I grew up in the church, lighting the Advent candle. Lighting the Advent candle. They had us do it. This is back in the day. They had us do it with matches, not the little trigger gun.
Yeah.
So I go to light the candle and burn my finger.
Oh, you just let the match roll too long.
Yeah. So I haven't touched a match since then.
Why would you?
We're talking years and years ago. I have not touched a match since then.
We have technology now, and you add trauma into that? Yeah, I wouldn't.
No.
In fact, I've gone so far as I don't even use the little lighter with the fluid in the handle. I actually use what they call an arc lighter, although I'm rarely lighting something important. It's usually just a candle. Yeah. They have the little arc lighter where it's actually electricity around the edge, and that'll light the candle.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice, man. Like the technology.
Technology works, man.
We got into a good place here. But man, I don't mess with with a mattress either.
No.
There was one time though I got like a cigar and I realized I didn't have like a torch for it.
Okay.
And so we had matches and I had the little the little wood stick that they give you.
Yeah.
And I was trying to do that and I was like, clearly I'm not doing this right.
Yeah.
And of course I have a healthy and this is probably why I haven't had these stupid injuries. And I'm not saying this as a level of credit to myself. It's just
it should be though.
I have a healthy skepticism of a lot of things. And so I'm like, I strike that match, and unlike you, where you're like, ooh, I let it linger too long. I'm like, 1, 2, we got to put this thing out. And we getting a little too close to the hands to put this thing out.
Yeah.
And did you light what you were looking for? Nope, but I'll light another match. It's fine. That one's expendable.
No.
On the YouTube, they said they were changing the pigtail on the dryer. What does that mean? I'm not sure exactly what that means, but they said instead of attaching it to the dryer, they plugged it in, touched the hot end, and electrocuted themselves. Yep. Shout out to all the people that work.
That doesn't sound good at all.
No.
Nah.
No, you get electricity in there, and that goes really poorly.
I'm good.
But yeah, I say all that to say, hey, man, there's a lot of really dumb reasons that people have gotten hurt. Please don't add any more, right? Be careful when you're on these roads. Be careful when you're walking.
Yes.
Stepping
off of curbs.
Remember, black ice does exist, right? It may look like it's clean. That might be, especially, that'll probably be more of a tomorrow thing. Is I think obviously the snow has stopped coming down.
Yeah.
The sun is out, so it might melt, but then it might also freeze again.
Exactly.
So then that's when you really got that ice that you got to work at. So yeah, make sure that you be careful out there. Really, just stay in bed if you can. If you can, just like spend the whole day in bed. It's what I wanted to do.
Or if you're like us yesterday at the station, sleep on a cot. Just stay there
cot,
if you can,
or a couch,
something.
Yeah, take care of yourself. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Coming up next, we'll get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. Today, it'll be Show. And Patrick Creighton will be in. I imagine there might be a story there. We'll get that later, but we'll do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not a blame. credit.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, a little snow day broadcasting here for you in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We were going to be live and local for you. It is Reginald Atatula, Chris Partee, and Colin Neal on the ones and twos. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, especially on a day like today. I hope that we were able to give you some level of comfort, some level of enjoyment during this. Hope that you're having a good one, staying safe, staying warm. A man who we know is safe and warm because he did not come into work. One John Philip Lopez.
Well, that's a big assumption there, but I mean, you're not wrong.
Well, I mean, it is a big assumption. That is fair, but I knew that you would not. Well, I assumed at least that you would not be able to make it into work and then go gallivanting in the snow or something.
Right.
I figured that you would stay warm.
Although I am gonna go see if I can get my truck at least to the driveway here once this snow starts melting, which it seems like it's kind of starting to right now.
I mean, if the snow is melting, why not just come and stay at work so you can make sure to be here tomorrow?
I could do that.
Come join us and have a party.
Well.
He's not doing that.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
I could do that. Get pitch a tent, so to speak.
There you go.
There was a tent here last night.
Nah, you lying.
I saw that.
Yeah, one of the hosts for the other station, one of the other stations, they had a tent down in the game room.
A literal tent.
Very nice.
It was it's a nice tent too. It's a nice looking tent.
Lopez, you got a tent at home?
Oh yeah, I got a tent. I'll bring a Coleman stove, man. I'll bring my Coleman stove.
Hey, well, don't do that. We're still inside. We don't want to burn this thing down. A thing that has come down the chute this last hour, I guess, is that there was the Pro Football Writers of America All Rookie Team that came out, and Kalen Bullock does make an appearance on this list, and that is
who didn't?
Yeah, he is one of the two safeties for the Houston Texans. However, another defensive rookie for this team, Kamari Lassiter, did not make the rookie team. The two rookies that were selected, Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, both Philadelphia Eagles. John Lopez, go.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Kamari Lassiter probably, I mean, very much, not to take anything away from those other cats now. I mean, they had great years, but kind of silly that he wasn't involved. Kalen Bullock, though, continues to be probably the best surprise by any stretch of what the Texans had as rookies. So I was happy, but not altogether happy 100% because I thought Lassiter should have been on there.
Yeah, and I guess it's tough because they were both very good for the Eagles. But, I mean, in that same capacity, you had these guys here with, I think, a lot better metrics. This ends up being kind of a team success. And then, let's be honest, this is a very visibility, like the Philadelphia Eagles. It's bigger markets.
Of course.
And it's just it's a wildly more visible team than the Texans, which is funny because it feels like the Texans are becoming more visible, but still not going to be in that same space.
Not right there with, the Eagles yet.
No, and especially not with the Eagles. The difference in success, at least when it comes to the schedule and the record that they had this year. Like the people are going to view the Eagles more highly. They probably should at this moment, and then they're going to turn and go, okay, but look at those rookie cornerbacks that they had. When in all reality, and maybe you know what, I do wonder how much of that is Derek Stingley being an All-Pro has somehow overshadowed Kamari Lassiter. Is that a fair?
I think you better get used to it. I think that happens perennially wherever there's a big time shutdown cornerback. Just go over the years, that doesn't necessarily mean the other guy is not certainly capable of accolades, but a lot of times they get short shrift on that,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. One of the things that we talked about earlier, which I know was something that you wanted to get in, so I guess I will give you an opportunity to do this if you really want to. But asking the questions, so the Texans changed the system that they have here, which in a way basically talks about the Bobby Slowik. It's going to be a conversation we have, I imagine, all week long and up until we get a certain level of clarity on whether or not he returns. But I know this is something that you wanted to talk about, so I will give you this opportunity to make sure that you fully get your work in today.
Yeah, look, I think this is not only something that we're going to talk about. I think it's something they're talking about because as we mentioned earlier regarding the offensive line. These are players that don't fit this system. So the question then becomes, you're going to get rid of the players, you're going to get rid of the coach. That's 3 versus 1 or 4 versus 1. The problem is I'm not so sure if they're sold on these players, but I know they're sold on the system. I know that that certainly D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowik are very tight. They go way back. That was the first call he made when he got hired here. So don't be so sure that, usually you pick players over coach. Don't be so sure if you don't pick coach over and system over players.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be too crazy here if you have to make one selection over the other to look at the players and go, that was significantly beyond or below the standard of what you had, where it would make it so that's not so absurd,
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely on the table. And I think, D'Amico talking about he wants to take a week, to kind of contemplate all this. That might be the discussion they're having, because as you know, decisions like this on coaches, they normally don't take a week. They take less than 12 hours. Usually you have that Black Monday, and whether it's, coordinators or head coach or whatever, that decision is made. So clearly he could have already made a decision on the coach, but it sounds like it's something that they're contemplating.
Yeah, they're going to take a lot of time to think on it.
And I mean, for all we know, they may have made the decision already, but they're going to wait this week to kind of let that sink in and come back and then make that announcement, maybe Monday, Tuesday, whatever it may be.
It's a possibility.
Well, they're also, I think they're sort of looking at the landscape to see who's getting interviews where.
Yeah.
And if they want to get their guys interviewed in here and how that might play out. So I think a lot of it is already sort of in motion.
Stupidest way that you have injured yourself, John Lopez, is...
Oh, my gosh. Let me count the ways.
Oh, yeah, because you be out there fishing. There has to be at least one or two to happen on the boat.
The most recent one that I can remember, we talked about it on the Bite Me podcast, and I got deservedly lambasted and criticized. I was about to come back into the marina on my boat, and first time in my life, 40 years on boats and stuff, I actually ran out of gas. And I knew I needed it, but I ran out of gas, and I used the trolling motor to get back to the marina. No harm, no foul, right? Well, then the trolling motor died about 3 or 4 slots away from where my boat is parked. So I had to paddle my way into a slot so I could go get some gas, and it wasn't my slot, but into a slot to get some gas. And as I was paddling and I was getting up, I got a cramp in my hamstring and my calf. So I started flopping around on the deck of the boat like a fish that just got caught, and people were driving by wondering if I was having a heart attack or something. So It wasn't a horrible injury, but it was a very humiliating injury.
Hey, I feel that.
That is excellent. All right, John Lopez, I appreciate you still being a good sport, as we called you. Was it 4? Did we get him 5? Did we get 5 calls in?
I don't
know.
Colin, how many calls did we get in?
We got 4.
4 or 5.
I think it was. I thought it was 4.
I think we're right. I think we're right about. So I don't think we hit the over though. I think you said it at 4.5.
Yeah, I did set it at 4.5. All right.
Yeah.
Make it to work next time.
Well, maybe if we call him, maybe if we drop the call right now and call him back.
We're not gonna fake the number. It is what it is.
We didn't get there.
All right, Lopez.
If I don't have any cramps or any slides down a hill, I will be there.
All right, very good. All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right, we'll talk to you.
I realized that I made a mistake here because in being so enjoyed or enthralled in the conversations that me and Chris are having, I did not create space for one. Ron, the show Hughley, to have his space
in the building.
I try and be good about moving. So Chris, what am I ask you to do? Give me 30 seconds.
It's all right. So we gonna get Ron in here. We got Reggie moving out of the way. Come here. As we make our awkward transition here into the drive.
Yeah.
And it seems like we're missing someone.
Yeah, it seems like
here.
We're not going to get Clint today. I imagine that drive-in was not going to be very, very smooth for him. Yeah. And so we will get...
And I'm sure there's a story behind that.
Yeah. And I wonder if they have the story. That might be one that we have to get later. But we're getting Show. We're getting Patrick Creighton in. And, of course, T. Mill. T. Mill made the drive. T. Mill made it in, though.
And he toughed it out.
He did tough it out. Shout out to T Mill. Shout out to Show. Who? You're not close neither, are you, Show? Like you got a little bit of a drive yourself in order to make it in, don't you?
Yeah. It took me came in from Missouri City.
Shout out Mo City.
Usually take me about 35. They shut down that That Fort Bend tollway on me, so I had to go around. It took me about an hour to get in.
Damn. That's not bad.
That's what Tyler said too. About an hour 10, something like that.
That's about what he said.
Yeah.
But I mean, coming in a little bit later because we're in a little bit earlier. Like, well, how was the drive itself? I know the time took a little while.
Yeah. It's just, man, it's the first time I've ever driven in snow. And
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sorry, not in snow. This is the first time I've ever driven in snow, and like ain't nobody got a truck.
Okay.
Ain't got no plow truck.
Nothing.
These bad boys ain't been touched.
No.
Like it's
you're driving on just like real
like
snow.
getting up, like only times I've had to get up real early in the morning. I'm the first one on the roads driving. I'm like, damn, okay, gotta go back to the old Kansas City days of thinking like, okay, let me follow tracks.
Exactly.
Let me follow these tracks.
Exactly.
Let me hang out. But no, man, it was cool as long as you get past the people that are scared to death out there driving about 5-7 miles an hour. You got to get around them. It wasn't too bad.
Okay.
All right, so we are both in the same circumstance that we are hosting shows today with dudes who spent the evening here at the station. Both PC and Chris here had to spend the night here, and apparently they were like heating up a can of beans over a fire and stuff. It felt like y'all had a little bit of a tough night, didn't you?
And watching Monday Night Raw till 3 a.m. We was up late.
Now I could have caught on Monday Night Raw. I ain't seen it yet, so don't
gonna say nothing.
Don't spoil it for
Won't
me.
spoil it for you.
I heard Punk came at Hulk Hogan.
Yes, he did.
But nah, man, that ain't my ministry.
You gotta sleep in your bed. Huh?
I've had times where it got real bad that I went out like I've got to be stopped. I remember my old job in Kansas City was pretty rough. The only reason why I stayed to spend the night, after 30 minutes of attempts, I just couldn't get out. I couldn't get out of the parking lot. I couldn't get over there was a little small hill. I tried for 30 minutes.
Hey, that hill will get you every time, right?
Apparently, if you ask John Lopez, and maybe was Dirty Red supposed to be in, or was this just like, all right, he's not making it?
I don't know. I don't.
He said we roll.
I don't know what his plan was.
He was trying.
But
he's too busy playing with Olaf.
I know Baytown.
Yeah, I bet he is.
I know Baytown is deep, and I don't know how much experience he got in driving in the snow.
I bet all it took was them baby girls saying, I want to build a snowman. He was like, I'm not going into work today.
I was out there shoveling. Them people was looking at me like, what is that?
What's he doing?
For Clint Stoerner, you are a wuss if you cannot handle the Houston heat, but he cannot handle a frigid cold at all.
Now hold on, Tyler.
No, we've had this discussion. I'm not even being.
I don't know that he can't handle the cold. I just think maybe he's not confident in the drive.
Yeah, well. Excuse me, sir. What is that thing you are using to get the ice off of your window?
That's right.
I had that shovel rolling up that driveway. It was like people looking at me like,
wow, where did he get that?
Wow, look at that. What's that? Like coming over and taking a look at it. Can I hold it?
Taking pictures.
All right, that's where I leave. We're done in the loop.
We out.
Chris, I appreciate you hanging out with us. Appreciate Colin Neal. I ain't the one who said it now.
No, but you just stop taking your mind there, man. I'm talking about the shovel. Nobody talking about nobody's penis.
All right,
what's wrong with you, man?
All right, well,
20044,
That's
and
right.
we've already got our first P
That's
word.
right. Hey, man,
man,
it is fully a snow day. Hey,
it is.
He might not be confident in his drive in, but I'm always confident in this drive. It's show, it's PC, it's T-Mill. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. And there you go, Laura. Got that traffic rolling. I'd like for her to give us a couple of traffic reports today. Sure, she can get real nasty.
We could use them.
Okay, I bet she can.
I'm so excited that we can be together again.
Tyler, I'll right off the rip. Give me a little this catch you off guard. Give me how do you think Laura would describe sexy traffic?
Oh, this is a good idea.
You need a couple of minutes, or can you freestyle it right here?
You steam on the mic, bro. I can freestyle it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, here we're gonna send it out. Here we go. Here is Laura Reynolds with a little sexy traffic. Laura?
Hope you're all being safe out there today.
Oh, yeah.
Because that snow is piling up real thick.
Ooh, how many inches?
The snow is getting quite girthy out there on these dangerous roadways, Houston.
It's so dangerous when it's thick.
So make sure you are using protection. Chains on the tires, of course. Something to keep you safe on these dirty, snowy roadways.
Wow, that's doing me in.
Don't be bad out there. Respect your other drivers. Don't be naughty. Don't be naughty, Houston. We'll get through this snow together. Cuddle up maybe by the fire.
Take your time.
Stay warm. Turn that heater in the car way up. Roll the windows up. Get a good sweat going here. And we're going to make sure we get where we're going safely. It's sub-zero feeling like here in Houston. We're not used to it, but I'll warm you up.
Okay, there we go.
Do you feel that fire, baby?
I know I do.
Everyone be safe. That's traffic on Sports Radio 610.
That's good. That's good. Good for you. Right on the spot.
That's a solid B+.
That's good. That's
also,
good.
to my boss, Laura, please do not fire me.
Oh, you can't. She enjoyed every bit of that. She's writing one up right now. By the way, Laura, if you're listening, ball's in your court. That was his. Where's yours? We got 4 hours. Ball's in your court. Call it with your own sexy one.
You would have got an A if you used the words wet and slippery in there at some point.
You're
It was
right.
so easy, right? It was so easy. It was there for you.
I'll have it ready if we do any more sexy traffic.
You to use. Yeah, there it is. But no, hey, honestly, stay safe out there. If driving in the snow ain't your thing, don't try to be a hero and make it your thing. Stay your ass in the crib if you ain't confident in that thing. But be safe out there. As obviously this is the most snow I've seen in my time here. I saw a little dusting during that winter storm a few years ago, but this was a little bit more than that. But good time. Hopefully the kids are outside running around having a good time. My kids was making snow angels. I saw a lot of people's dogs out there. Saw Tyler taking pictures of his dog, doing their thing. So have fun out there. PC, good for you, man. I'm telling you, man. Hey, you spent the night here? Oh man, pass on that. Dog.
So let me give a shout out.
You look like you slept on a bad couch.
I probably slept on the best couch, to be honest with you. Let me give a shout out to our management team here, who was really cool and brought in a truckload of food and stuff. They brought in, I don't know, like a whole bunch of cans of soup and like soup packages and stuff. And I was looking for, hey, you know what? We got some this is pretty good food for, sitting around here, staying around. We don't have bowls.
There ain't no bowls?
There are no bowls.
Oh.
Yesterday,
I just got them flat plates.
I asked Parker, I said, hey, Parker, we got any bowls? And he says, oh, that might be a problem. Hold on, let me take a look. So he starts rummaging through all the cabinets. We don't have any bowls. So he's like, hold on, I'm going to go check a couple of the places. And he checks a few other offices. Yeah, we don't have any bowls. We got tons of soup, no bowls to heat it up in.
Y'all messed up. Well, what did y'all do? Because there to me, Tyler, there is a clear solution to this problem.
Well, we had sandwiches. We had all kinds of snack, blueberry muffins and chips.
But you wanted that soup, so you just didn't eat the soup?
I would have eaten the soup. What was I going to put it in?
Why don't you go grab 2 of them coffee mugs?
Coffee mug, that's where my brain
pour that soup in the coffee mugs.
Let's see.
I didn't done that. I've done that here.
The coffee mugs are like yay big, and the can of soup is yay big.
Listen, I'm telling you, it might have taken a couple of mugs, maybe 3.
That's way too much effort.
No, it ain't too much effort. If I wanted some damn soup, that sound good right there. Sitting out there in the cold, give me some soup. Man, give me about 3 of them puppies. Pour it in there, heat them up. When that first one's gone,
when
I got
the
another
soup
cup.
is all over the damn counter and the floor, we all know who we're blaming.
Man, you got to understand. Nobody telling you to fill it up to the rim. You just got to understand what you're doing.
Then we had some Hot Pockets, and we had some toaster strudels.
Oh my God, can you hear that, man? All I can hear right now.
Those are some good snacks.
Am I fat mindem? Right now, give me a broccoli cheese soup. Give me one of them Hot Pockets. I can dip that Hot Pocket in that broccoli cheese soup.
Got to be careful with the Hot Pocket, though. They're notoriously out there about burning the roof of your mouth, scalding it, in fact.
Yeah, now you really added it up.
We had some teriyaki noodles and stuff. So, yeah, we were eating all night.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. Yeah, man, use them coffee cups. That's right there. They got good mugs. They actually got a real big one. They got a real big mug out there, Tyler.
Nice.
Man, this
guy. Yeah.
All right, we'll have some fun today. A little snow day. We got that action here for you, but we're gonna have some fun, man. And you can be a part of us, and we truly do appreciate you being a part of us here. YouTube and Twitch. I see guys out there. Guy Gene in the building. Rob, I see you. And everybody else, we appreciate you joining us. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, and then on the text line 713-572-4610, you can jump in as well. All right, I just want to throw this out, and you all can respond and give me your thoughts. I guess I'll talk with Tyler and PC because they can talk back to me. Are we ready to get past talking about the officials and then kind of talk about I think things that are really, are we not ready, or do we still need some, or do you still need some let's talk about the officials?
I mean, I think the officials in this divisional round game with the Texans and Chiefs is something we're going to be talking about for years to come, man.
The way that it is going, it feels like it is. But like, are we not ready to move on there, or are we ready to
Sure, yeah.
have some
just for this segment, though.
Some big boy conversations?
Yes,
we
sir.
have some, we can talk about the officials a little bit later on.
I think the answer is no. If we're going to be honest, the answer is no.
So we're not ready.
If I'm going to
So you need some more to get out of your chest? Go ahead, PC.
If I'm going to speak for the city of Houston, the answer is freaking no.
Right. If you need to get some more out your chest, I'll let you get it out.
You know, I think that people in this city are pretty freaking bent that a play where you got the rules analyst for ESPN saying, well, he didn't hit him in the head. He hit him in the chest, hit him on top of the shoulder pads. But, the referee from his angle couldn't tell because, Patty snapped his head back like he got shot. And they're not allowed to review it if there's any contact at all.
With the head.
No, just contact. You can't, if there's contact.
If there's contact with the helmet. If it's contact with the.
But according to the replay, there was not contact with the helmet. He hit him up on the top of the chest.
Walt Anderson kind of went the other way.
Well, it wasn't Walt Anderson. Well, say the rules analyst.
By the way,
York.
Have you heard of Russell York? Has he been there all year? That's first I saw Russell York.
Well, Russell thought it was a bad call, but that because of the NFL's rules, it couldn't be reviewed. Then you saw Troy Aikman go, come on, man. You heard Troy Aikman visibly like just disgusted over the personal foul on Henry To'oTo'o, where the Texans didn't actually hit Mahomes. They hit each other.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
So, and again, not really reviewable. So, that's twice the Texans could have got off the field, and instead the Chiefs scored points.
Well, one time they definitely would have got off the field. The other time it would have been 2nd and 5.
Uncalled, hip drop tackle. And maybe we should just accept the fact that part-time officials don't know how to call a hip drop tackle because I think we saw one hip drop tackle called all year long.
So that was an everybody thing.
Across the league, the refs sucked at calling hip drop tackles.
And I'll let some people here. People are getting off their chest. No, Patrick Mahomes is a little B, and somebody should have taken his floppy ass, picked him up, body slammed him to break his ribs. Punch her. God, these people are hurt. Punch her long, and they can bleed through their eyes and their mouth and nose. Sorry, that one broke up a bit there on the text line.
Yeah, it got violent quick.
No, show F. Clay Martin and his B-ass crew hope the next quarterback throws the damn ball at him for those BS calls.
Boy,
all right, yeah, obviously, if you all aren't ready to have big boy conversations, we can hold it.
I think that they're capable.
Let it out.
Of having big boy conversations while still being
I didn't say they're not. I'm not saying they're not capable.
While still
ready.
Being
are they ready?
angry.
Are they ready? I just want to see if they're ready here.
Sometimes you're just angry. And it's going to take a while to get out of your system.
Let it out.
But we can still talk about the other things because I am in agreement with you in this. That is not the sole reason they lost this game. It's probably not the biggest reason they lost this game. Can you say it was part of many reasons why they lost this game? Maybe, but they also had plenty of their own self-inflicted wounds, Chris Boyd. Hold on, let's block a D end with a tight end. Again. How'd that work out? All 3 times. Not well. They continued to make the same mistakes. I think Travis Kelce is still running free somewhere. Where Aziz blew an assignment, and then Kalen Bullock couldn't make a tackle, and then another defensive back also couldn't make a tackle, and 49 yards later, that's a broken play. It never should have happened.
I like that one right there.
So were the refs part of the reason why Houston fans feel like they lost? Yeah, probably. Were they the biggest reason they lost? No. But they were definitely part of the group of conspirators that ultimately undid them.
Text line coming through next season before we play the Chiefs in the regular season. We need to sign some guy off the street who is dirty as hell, order the code red on the side of Patrick Mahomes' left knee.
People
he will never be able to throw again.
People be
I
angry.
think he'd still be able to throw.
And you know what? The problem isn't Patrick Mahomes. The problem is poorly written rules that Mahomes is smart enough to exploit.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
The problem is poor officiating because the richest sports league in America refuses to have full-time officials and also refuses to make meaningful changes to their game year in and year out. We'll get stupid changes, but we don't get things that are meaningful. In fact, the last meaningful change they had, Ron, was when they made PI reviewable. And it lasted 3 years, and then they undid it. Why?
It slowed down the game. It was stupid. I agreed with that.
You know what's stupid? Having officials that don't know what the FPI is.
Yeah, but to me, since they took that rule out, I feel like it's gotten.
You know who would like a review on PI right now? The Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I would like to. You don't hear as much that first quarter bad call cost them the game, or that first half bad call cost them the game as much as you're hearing it about those two right there. As I see more people lending out, listen, I'm telling you, I did have somewhere I wanted to go, but I want to make sure that you guys some aren't ready. Someone texted in, asked Jared Goff about QB hits. Yeah, he took one. By the way, Jared Goff did lead the NFL with the most roughing calls in the NFL on him from a quarterback position. So he did have the most called during the year, but I hear you. He did get screwed in that game against Washington. Is anyone else, shout out to Alexander on YouTube and Twitch, is anyone else tired of Ron insulting / mocking the Texans fan base? Last time I was here, he was doing the same thing.
Well, damn it, Ron, why are you always doing that? Always doing it.
Again, like I told you, like we did last.
Just like Bobby Slowik refuses to adjust.
Like we did last Friday, Tyler. I told you, I swear to God.
It's the weirdest phenomenon I've ever encountered.
They hear what Nick Wright and what Carrington is saying, and they swear before God I'm saying it.
You're a Chiefs fan, but you've never been overly
Yesterday. Could you, I just throw this out there, and it should be the case, but I just want to make it known, Pat and Tyler. Do you know what happened yesterday if the Kansas City Chiefs lost to the Houston Texans and the Chiefs scored 12 points and their special teams took a dump all over the field the way it did, and their coach Andy Reid made some interesting decisions through the game? Do you know the kind of trash that y'all would have been talking to me?
Man, my buddy Alex Sold might have had a meltdown.
Do you Tyler? You see the text line. You see YouTube. Do you know what kind of trash y'all have been talking? And Tyler, you did the show with me yesterday. How was I yesterday? Was I mocking people?
No.
Was I insulting people?
You really weren't. And I, for one, am very thankful because I was in a bad place mentally yesterday.
Never talk trash. Never do. Never come on here and do. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that, yes, damn it, the Texans lost that game because of those. Or I'm not going to sit here and agree with Clint and say it's crippling from a play that's 720. Right, a lot
of people want you to be as mad about it as they are. They want that mirror effect of I want my radio host to be as angry as I am about the same things as I am, and because you bring a different perspective. And look, as a sports fan, people should appreciate that you bring a different perspective, because if everybody sounded exactly the same way, we'd be boring AF.
I'm good with that. And I do bring a different perspective, but I'm just talking about just there, like as I said with Tyler, like there are people who have, honest to God, created and made up narratives of what they hear me actually saying.
Real Ron the Harrison,
like what they hear me saying. That's why. Like, right, take your ass back to KC, Ron. No, I think I'll stay here. And I've got a shovel, the only one in the city to help you shovel up your driveway.
Hope you don't need it.
And I'll be there to help.
Smile on my face, 6 miles wide.
Actually, I'm gonna send my oldest to you.
Wearing his KC Chiefs jersey.
Look, I'm cool with you being mad. I get it, man. And I said on Twitter, man, y'all need to take it. And I'm doing it right now. Let it out. You can take it out on me. I just don't make up stuff in your head.
Ron be out there in his Patty Mahomes jersey shoveling sidewalks. Oh, it's free. Don't worry.
I don't have a Patrick Mahomes jersey. I have a Derek Thomas jersey.
I can respect that.
Shout out.
I have a Davis Mills jersey.
I respect the fact that you're brave enough to admit that.
Still not sure what to do with it.
And
I'm just gonna donate it.
Nah, man. I think you just got to keep it.
Yeah, you know what? It goes in.
What I think you should do,
St. Vincent de Paul box.
I think you should hunt down all of the other Davis Mills-like quarterbacks in the history of the Houston Texans and try to get like I have a collection
like
of
the Browns jersey where it's got every quarterback.
No, I want them in Texans. Get you a Sage Rosenfeld jersy.
Sage and Copter.
Those of you YouTube and Twitch, those doing on the text line, help me out.
Tony Banks.
Get you a Tony Banks. Almost forgot. We got to get you a Matt Schaub.
Yes.
Like add to the collection. Get you a Brian Hoyer.
Mm-hmm. Osweiler.
Oh God.
Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod.
Unless he's going as
we can stick Tyrod in there.
Unless he's going as Tyrod this week.
What's the Ben Seaver, Tom Savage?
Yes, Tom Savage, a favorite of Bill O'Brien.
Get you a Savage one. Get you a Dave Ragone one. Thanks, Rob Torres.
You need a Fitzmagic.
Get
all of those ones that have led up to you falling in love to C.J. Stroud because you didn't have to deal with them jokers.
The only one you don't need to get is the air humper. That's the only one you don't need to get.
You don't need to get the shot. Yeah, let that go. Case Keenum, someone texted in, Guy Gene. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. All right, coming up. All right, I'll get into what I wanted. I'll make the decision. You guys are ready to have a big boy conversation. I'll discuss here. To me, this is the next step for the Texans. This is clearly, to me, the next step for the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
Oh, TJ Yates.
For the second straight year, the Texans season comes to an end in the divisional round. D'Amico's defense kept the game close for 3 quarters, but at the end of the New Orleans for Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling, the best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You think, Tyler, you going to watch the AFC Championship game?
Yeah, probably.
Do you think we're going to be talking about the game more or penalties?
Oh, I mean, just as much as the refs give us a reason to talk about them, like last game against the Texans.
I wonder what will be the conversation out of those games.
The cheating ass refs took over for the Chiefs, and the cheating ass refs helped the Buffalo Bills the most egregious pass interference call since Minneapolis and New Orleans. So clearly, you now have two teams that the cheating ass refs are always helping. Now it is going to come to a head. Which team will the cheating ass refs side with? Drama.
Oh my God!
That sounds like a man that wanted some soup last night but couldn't get that damn soup. So he had teriyaki noodles and Hot Pockets. All right, that's PC, Patrick Creighton.
Hot Pocket.
He's in the building.
Hot Pocket.
I was never a big Hot Pocket person.
I was, but just ham and cheese.
To say you clearly were never that poor then.
Hold on.
Hot Pockets, ramen noodles, Easy Mac.
Hey, boss, I bought cheaper than Hot Pockets.
Syrup sandwiches.
I bet you
Kroger brand.
And
Hot Pockets.
I'm not trying to brag. I'm not going to say we was poor, but I mean, if we got some Hot Pockets, it wouldn't say Hot Pocket. It would be a different version of it.
It's a Kolache factory.
It's a hot envelope or smoky. Yeah, it'd be something off. Now I was the pizza roll up. I was the pizza roll up dude. I'd go in there and give me them pizza roll ups.
Totinos.
Yeah, baby. That's what I rolled in. Pizza roll ups. And then if it was breakfast, I'd do it with some syrup. And if it was after breakfast, I'd do a little ranch.
Pizza rolls.
I did.
Syrup.
I'm just saying you got to try.
I'm sitting next to Will Ferrell and Elf.
I did.
Just put syrup on everything.
I had a little bowl. Like in the morning, I tried it, but I would do it with the sausage ones. I would get the pizza roll up with the sausage. Give me the pizza roll with the sausage. Give me a little. I told you I got fat. I've been heavy.
Listen, y'all got to explain something to me.
But then I would give me a little bowl with some syrup, and I would dip that sausage pizza roll up in the syrup.
Syrup, is that SIRRUP? Syrup.
However I said it.
Hey, I got it. What is this thing? Coming from Brooklyn, the idea of people putting ranch on pizza is very much a foreign concept.
Really? So good.
Why do you ruin your pizza with ranch?
No,
just enhance it.
It enhances it. Yeah, it brings it up to that next level.
Like crap.
Now, whenever I take a trip that I want to take. And I want to go to Italy. Whenever I do that, I won't do that to them.
You might get shot.
I won't ask for ranch. But no, man, you get to.
Yeah, I didn't do that when I was in Italy.
No, but you get if you get some, American style pizza, have that little ranch and good ranch. Like some good homemade.
That's key.
Some good homemade ranch.
I think the problem is y'all are eating bad pizza that needs ranch.
No, I'm not eating. No, I'm not saying it needs it.
There's some bad ranch out there, though. You got to be careful, and you got to avoid the bad ranch.
And it's some popular ones. It's some good ranches out there.
I'll tell you right now, HEB brand ranch you get over at the Heb.
It's doable.
It's good.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's doable.
You don't use Hidden Valley for pizza.
I wasn't going to say it just in case Hidden Valley wanted to do some business.
Oops.
Because I'll be right there with you. Hidden Valley, I'm open.
Want to sponsor Tyler's Turds?
I take the packages and everything. But, yeah, that's one I avoid.
No, ruining your pizza.
I don't avoid. Yeah, man.
No,
Listen,
we're saying we
it.
don't use Hidden Valley pizza.
No, he's talking about any
you ruin
ranch.
your pizza with ranch.
Hold on.
You ruin your French fries with ranch.
That's not true
Ooh,
either.
now that is one I can't.
That is just gross.
Dude, ranch with fries changes everything.
Alexander, who's going to be mad at himself because by the end of the show he's going to enjoy us. He said ranch on pizza has been around since like 97. I think it's been around longer than
since 97.
I think it's been around quite a bit longer than that.
I think it started when Ernest Givens was with the Oilers. I think it's been around a lot longer than that. No, I understand where you're coming from. You're from Brooklyn. You got the Brooklyn style, pizza. You fold it up and you do your thing. I went to New York for my birthday. Fantastic. Enjoyed the pizza. Went to Brooklyn, had some pizza. It was fantastic. But no, man, get your. Have you tried it though? That's my thing.
No, I don't like ranch. I do not like ranch.
Go to hell.
I'm already here.
You don't like ranch?
I don't like ranch.
Hold on, dog. Hold on.
I don't like creamy-based things. I don't like mayo-based things.
Are you a communist?
Hold on. What are you?
No, I don't like communists.
A little too far. When
I don't like mustard.
So hold on. Stop. Patrick, when you go out and you say, "Hey, man, I want to give you a nice little salad. Give me a nice little salad, maybe a wedge, maybe I don't know. I want a salad." And they say, "Okay, we've got several dressings. What kind of dressing? What do you go with?"
You got some kind of vinaigrette, some kind of balsamic vinaigrette, red wine vinaigrette, non-creamy Caesar or Italian.
Well, he said he don't like creamy stuff.
Don't like creamy stuff.
Do we need to do another sexy traffic?
Not a French, not a Thousand Island, not a Russian, not any of that stuff.
Caesar's got to be creamy.
I'm gonna try. I'm trying not to be judgmental because I have
so badly
I have some weird things, foods I don't like. But like ranch. And my man said, "Let me hold a balsamic. Let me get a balsamic vinegar. Come on, a vinaigrette. You don't eat ranch?
Hold on. Did you see this? What just came on the text line? Only eat ranch or ketchup on frozen pizzas. Who the hell puts ketchup on pizza?
Go with the ketchup.
That's sinful.
Honey is really good on pizza as well too. That's
never had it, but I can't knock it till you try it.
Honey is good on wings.
The place, I don't know if you remember when we went to Kansas City and did the draft and we did the show from Kelly's. Kelly's historical spot. They do honey on the pizza. Fantastic. Honey and hot honey on the pizza.
Ooh, hot honey.
Fantastic.
I've used hot honey with some smoking of the meats.
Listen, I know we're driving
those are some personal things that I need to know about, Tyler.
We're driving some of you all crazy. I promise you. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I promise you we'll get to. Okay, I'm not going to promise you, but we're going to do our damnedest to get to this point because I do feel like we're ready for a big boy conversation. I really do. I've teased this twice. I really do. And this time I promise I'm not going to piss away the tease. We're going to get to this. Big boy conversation. This is the next step. D'Amico and them, I'm sure they're not listening, but this is the next step for the Texans.
Pizza gives me uncomfortable gas. Hey, fellas, y'all lacking motivation and drive? Maybe you feeling a little tired, gaining weight, or noticing a loss of muscle mass? These could all.
Pick Six credits that expire in 30 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive. Stay safe out there. If you're listening, we appreciate you for rolling with us. All right, PC's in the building. Patrick Creighton, you hear him every single night right here on Sports Radio 610, Area 45 with him, Sean Bijani, and Chris Santiago. He is in the building today. Clint is out and staying safe. I did see a photo of him with him and the girls as they were in the snow, so it looks like.
And Olaf.
Was Olaf in the picture? Missed it.
Oh, maybe one. I just know he tweeted about hanging with Olaf or something.
All right. Well, it looks like they had a good time and staying safe out there. listen, I started off the show, and I just wanted to let you guys get it all out, and probably not getting it all out, but getting most of it out. And I think it's time now Tuesday here to have a big boy conversation. And I think the big boy conversation to me with the Texans is, I think there is some spaces of not really reality that they're living in. And I think that's going to have to be the next step with it. And you can jump in on this on the text line, YouTube and Twitch. You hear some stuff throughout the year and some stuff at the end of the season after it came to an end in Kansas City that to me is like, I think it's the next step to understand, to get better, is to be completely honest with yourself. Here's a little bit from two of the top voices and top people in the organization after the game and after things went on in Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm walking out of here discouraged. This one hurts, right? Because I know we're a better football team than we showed today, no matter who we're playing against. Like, to go back and still have to talk about mistakes that we made in this moment, like, yeah, it's discouraging to be here.
You know, it was a tough loss. I think we had a really good team this year. They looked really good. I thought we were the better team on the field today. We have a lot of great guys in the locker room.
All right, that was the owner, the last voice, Cal McNair, who came on with Sean and Clint on the post-game show. Shout out to those guys. They did a great job all season long. Seth as well in the post-game show. And then obviously the first voice was D'Amico. Will Anderson kind of echoed the same things that his owner said, felt like they were the better team. And for me, I just listened to some of those statements, and I just think it's not really reality yet. I think it can be reality. I just don't think it's really reality yet. And I think that is a place where they have to start being honest with themselves, Patrick. And that is, to me, is what D'Amico saying, hey man, that's not the football team we are. We're better than this. We've heard that multiple times. He also later said, I don't think we're far off the level of a team like Kansas City, and we were the better team. Will said the same thing. We were the better team. That's just not the truth.
I think there's different parts of this, right? Because I think talent-wise, they're close. And if they didn't have some of those injuries in the wide receiver position, they might be even. Are they better than what they showed? Yeah, they're better than what they're showing because they keep doing the same stupid things over and over again that are preventing them from being this great team that they think they can be. And that's why you and I were on the same page there. Great teams don't make those mistakes again.
But Patrick and Tyler, how many times have we seen that? Like, what were the issues, fellas, in the game?
Can't protect the quarterback.
Special teams.
Can't protect the quarterback. How often has that been a problem this year?
20 weeks.
Every week.
You're not better than that. That's you. How many times have we seen players kind of go rogue a little bit and get out of control? Chris Boyd to kick off the game. Have we seen that?
20 weeks.
Alshire, have we seen that a little bit? We got Stephon Diggs about to fight the entire Packers team.
Every week, though. There's no excuse
and D'Amico's coming out saying that's not us. No, at some point, it's you. At some point, you weren't the better team. You're not the better team when you score 12 points and take a dump on the field, special teams, and you get your quarterback sacked 8 times. You're not the better team.
The broken plays on defense, where they'll be playing great defense the whole game, and then they give up a 40, 50-yard play with a broken coverage and a missed tackle. Like why are their games with Indy always so damn close? They kick Indy's ass defensively the whole game, and there'll be 4 plays where they just give up huge chunk plays out of nowhere.
We've seen chunk plays have been a thing from the first game. Some completed, some not. But that's just my thing is, like, you can't say, I think we're the better team, and I will give him, Will did it. They admitted mistakes. D'Amico admitted mistakes. But, damn it, that's a part of why you didn't win and why you weren't the better team.
You're
like
not
people,
wrong.
Like people in Baltimore are saying that too. I think we're the better team. No, and you're not. You turned the ball over 3 times. You couldn't catch the ball at the 2-point conversion.
Your tight end put it on the carpet in the middle of the field.
Your quarterback did it. He put it on the carpet in the middle of the field, threw a crazy pick. That is just wild to me. Like, and I think that's just. I think this what D'Amico and what they're saying is, this is the level and the place they're trying to get to, Pat, and not where they are. And I think that's just where they got it. You can't keep saying we are shown to be a better football team. No, you want to be a better football team than this. But as we said, these are things that kept, like the things that came back to bite the Texans are not a surprise whatsoever in the game, because there's been things that have been an issue. You lost to the Tennessee Titans because how long was that field goal? Kaimi said it right that time. How long was that field goal? 30 yards?
No, not
He's been missing extra points. Like, it's not a shot. You're not buttoned up.
Not as long as that pass play they gave up to Okonkwo.
Yeah,
who might not be any faster than you, me, or Tyler.
Are they on the level, fellas? Are they on the level of the Baltimore Ravens? Like when you say we're on that level, are they on the level?
The Ravens kick their ass
relentlessly. Yeah, and who can't the Ravens beat?
Apparently, they can't beat the Chiefs.
All right, you're not on the level. The game was competitive.
I mean, that
but
was
we got to start to be honest. But you just got. I think you just got to start being honest. Like, this is where I want to reach. We're not there yet. I believe this team can get there. I believe they can clean this stuff up and get there. But you're not a better team when you score 12 points.
No,
you're
wasn't that the conversation coming into the season, right? This Texans team needs to now be on the level of the Bills and the Ravens and the Bengals if they were ever healthy, but the Bengals gave away all the defensive players in the offseason, so that you could be the team that is going to challenge the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, they didn't challenge the Kansas City Chiefs. They didn't challenge the Baltimore Ravens. And since they held on to beat the Buffalo Bills way, way back early in the season, the Bills got exponentially better, and the Texans' offensive line got exponentially worse. So, like today, if they had to play the Bills today, they would lose. So, no, they're not on that level. They're not on that level. They're close. They should be on that level, but there are certain things holding this team back. A little bit of it is injury. A lot of it is just refusal to adjust, stupidity, broken plays, self-inflicted wounds, dumbass penalties. A lot of times they shoot themselves in the foot 3 times. This game against Kansas City, how many times were they driving the football and then penalty, drive killer? Driving the football, sack, drive killer.
Like Tyler, let me ask you this. Would you consider this Houston Texans team to be disciplined?
No.
Would you consider this team to be?
No.
I think.
Are we comparing discipline to like the 70s Raiders or to like, modern football?
I'm just saying right now, when you look at the Houston Texans, do you consider them disciplined?
No, there's way too many foolish things that go on.
And I think that's what they want to get to, is to be disciplined. But they got to be honest with themselves. Whenever they keep having moments where they have penalties that flare up. They had another 8 in this game. You want to take away 2, fine. They had another 6 in this game.
Every week, though.
It can't be we're better than this. This isn't us if you keep doing it every week.
Disciplined physicality is what the best teams utilize when and disciplined physicality. They are tough, they are physical, they are violent, but they are not stupid. The Texans sometimes broadcast into stupid. Azeez, look, I love Azeez. Azeez is the kind of guy you want on your team. He's a very physical, vocal leader, but sometimes he goes way off the freaking rails. He does.
Yeah, there are just some spaces of, and I can understand it, fellas, because last year, like, all of that other stuff felt like, man, God, I've never seen a team go from where they were to getting buttoned up that quick, or doing the culture, all of that stuff that fast. And I still think D'Amico is a great culture builder, and obviously they're in a much better place when a televangelist was running the thing. But they got to tighten some things up and got to understand and admit we're not there yet. We are not there yet.
I also think that there's got to be greater accountability.
Well, that's a word that's been.
I can't see Chris Boyd, who after a 63-yard return makes a tackle, knocks the ball out. He never even looks to see who's on top of the ball or go for the ball himself. After he knocks the ball out, he jumps right away into that DB no-fly zone with the arms going out, takes his helmet, throws it 15 yards forward, 1 yard for every penalty yard he's about to get, comes off the field. You see Frank Ross, and we know what Frank Ross looks like when he's excited because we've seen him running up and down the field, yelling, screaming, happy. Frank Ross was pissed. And Chris Boyd runs up to him and gives him a two-hander that nearly put him on his backside.
He didn't catch his face.
And then we get, well, I don't think that he was trying to be disrespectful or anything. That dude should have been friggin' walking home. No questions. You get a 15-yard penalty on the opening drive for chucking your helmet.
Opening play.
When you know damn well you can't take your helmet off, let alone chuck it. And then you shove your coach, I'd have made his ass walk home.
Yeah, he lost himself. He really did. But I mean, but again, it's just they're not there yet. You weren't the better team. You weren't. And this is you. And you got to clean this stuff up. That's got to be the next step coming into next year. All right, coming up, we do have a new national champion. Last night, Ohio State took care of Notre Dame. And I think we're starting to see some shift in the college game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio. WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They stole that right from the Texans. I just looked up here on
Thievery.
NFL Live. Ben Johnson, who took over the Bears job. It reminded me of that scene when they brought in D'Amico, like into the building, and everybody was all on the stairs and stuff, cheering him on. It seems like that's what the Bears just flat stole that from you.
Copycat league, Ron.
It is
Copycat league.
Copycat league. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Someone called ranch Satan's what?
Sperm.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things I can say.
I'll be honest with you. I like spicy ranch too.
There's a lot of things I can say there that do not violate FCC as far as the words are concerned, but the connotations, I'm going to try not to get fired and just shut up about it.
Yeah, spicy ranch is good. I like it. All right, as you hear that voice there, that is Patrick Creighton. You hear him generally, you hear him all over the station, but generally you hear him at night, Area 45. He, Bijani, and Christopher Santiago. You hear him every single night. And I believe now you guys are going to be going back to get back to going to 6 to 10.
So from once we start, because there will not be an Area 45 tonight since I'm on now. But once we bring Area 45 back and we're done with all this crappy weather, Area 45 will be on 6 to 10 through the Super Bowl as Texans radio is on hiatus. And then after the Super Bowl, we'll be back in our regular 7 to 11 slot.
There you go. All right, I want to stick a pin in what you just said. We'll entertain that in a bit. Last night, another champion was crowned, Ohio State. They won. I'll be honest with you. I then decided to move on over to Balin. In the middle of that game, I slid over to Balin. Tyler knows our girl who has Tourette's, her new show on TLC. It is fantastic. I've been following her for a while.
Is Balin the person or a show?
It's the same thing. She's the person, but the name of the show is Balin. She has an aggressive Tourette's.
I have no idea who this is.
Oh, I'll show you in the break.
The fact that she has really bad Tourette's makes me want to see it.
And I'll be honest with you, I was kind of in the space that I think you're in right now. I put Tyler on her. I put Tyler into knowing or listening to her. I didn't put Tyler on her. But it is kind of the feeling that you have right now. And then it's just kind of dope because like she's just kind of living life. And, you could see her family. She's got a boyfriend. But it is aggressive. It comes out.
So are you protecting the boyfriend by not putting Tyler on her?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to protect Tyler. I didn't want to say I threw Tyler on her.
She ain't ready for this.
We did find out in the first episode during intimacy, she does not go off into
Does she not like the nipples or something? Because Tyler's big onto the nipples.
I don't know. I don't think
his own specifically
against nipples. I just remember she's not against. She doesn't have her tics during intimacy. Is what?
That's clutch.
I don't want to give it away, but check it out.
Yeah,
but anyway,
check it out.
It was the 31-7. I said, well, I'm gonna slide over and check out Balin because I've got her on DVR, and then I came back in after putting the kids to bed, and they're 2 scores down. I said, okay, Then they drove it again after getting a turnover to start the fourth quarter. I thought a terrible decision, but he missed the field goal. Still 2 scores. Then they got it back again, and they scored pretty quickly. It was like, it's a 1-score game with 4 minutes. They got all 3 timeouts. Here we go. But then Ohio State pulled away and did their thing. And they won that game behind Will Howard, who what a year he had in the transfer portal. I never saw him play that way at K-State, but he was special. Big game, probably had his draft stock raised big time. But I think this is where we're going, Tyler and Patrick, and I know, Tyler, this is uncomfortable for you. The SEC is now normal. To me, I believe now where we are, the SEC has reached a point where it felt like, it was the SEC above everybody else, and then it was all the other conferences. And now we're 2 years removed. The Big Ten, Ohio State, and Michigan have won the last 2 championships. Then you start actually looking like Tennessee goes one and done, and they get the doors blown off of them by Ohio State. All right, and then Georgia loses to this Notre Dame team, and they lose in SEC country in the Sugar Bowl. Then Texas, who just got to the SEC, they had a fight with Arizona State that could have gone either way, and then they end up losing to Ohio State. And then even in the bowl matchups, Michigan, who is down this year, beat a number 11 Alabama. South Carolina lost to Illinois. I just think the SEC is now come back to the pack, and it's not a different thing. And I think rankings will look different. I feel like there were times in the past that the SEC schools would get the benefit and just get higher rankings, and you'd look up there because they're in the SEC. I think it's going to be back to the pack now with the Big Ten having these big wins. Notre Dame beating SEC teams. They go on the road to beat an SEC team to start the season. I won't say the name of the team, but then I'm trying here. I'm not trying to get
son of a.
I'm just saying I'm trying. I'm not saying the team who it was.
I'm in a good place today.
It is an SEC team. I'm just saying. I think the SEC has come back to the pack, and Alabama's not the same. In Georgia, and that the transfer portal has had something to do with it, but we got a fully level playing field almost now.
I think,
at least amongst conference.
I think the Big Ten will kind of increase their level of play this year. You know, Ohio State was really freaking good this year. Penn State was really good this year. Oregon was terrific this year.
Yep.
Indiana had a great season. I don't know how many great teams they beat. Still had a great season. So I feel like, the addition of Oregon, who was already a really good team, to Ohio State and Penn State, Michigan's going to get through their penalties, and then they're going to wind up being Michigan again because they're Michigan.
Yep.
That the quality of talent and the quality of play in the Big Ten is now going to rival that of the SEC because we don't have a Power 5 anymore. We don't even have a Power 4. We have a Power 2.
Yeah,
and the ACC and the Big 12, there's some good teams,
but
they're not on that level of the Big 10 and the SEC, and it's not close.
But Texas was arguably the best team in the SEC this year. I think probably because you lose to Georgia, I'd probably give it to Georgia. But Texas got further than anybody else, and they're in an absolute dogfight with Arizona State. That's not what you're accustomed to from especially an SEC team or whatever. Like, they're in a dogfight. They should have. I bet you there are people in Arizona State who think they probably should have lost that game.
Arizona State was a really good team this year. Very underrated team this year.
They're underrated, but they're supposed to be beaten at the top of the SEC.
Texas, I kind of felt the quarterback position kind of held Texas back a little bit. I think Quinn Ewers is a good college quarterback coach. I don't think he's a great college quarterback.
I think he may be a good college quarterback coach. I agree with you on that. Quinn might be a good quarterback.
I don't think he's an NFL, like a real good NFL prospect. And I thought he was a good college quarterback. He wasn't a great college quarterback. And I think when they go to Arch Manning next year, they're going to be better. They're going to be noticeably better.
They should be. Is Alabama going to be better? Are we about to, Tyler, you admit, do you think the days of, and Tyler, you're big-time SEC, the days of the SEC just being clearly head and shoulders above everybody else, I think that's dead.
No, I wouldn't say it's necessarily dead. I agree with you 100% right now in this moment in time as we look at the scape of college football. Yeah, I think you're hitting it on the head, but no, I fully expect going into next football season and otherwise, I mean, whether it's recruiting or wins and losses, the SEC to be that top tier in college football.
Again, I'm not saying they're not going to be good. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, it's not going to be, I think moving forward, I don't think the SEC is going to get the benefit of the doubt. Like when they get teams in, hey, man, if you lose 2 games, you lost it in the SEC. That's a hard. I don't think that they're going to get that benefit of the doubt anymore. Just I
think they're still going to get it, But I also
think it's going to take some time before that.
No, I just think the Big Ten is also
going to get it.
And you got to keep in mind the CFP committee, the way it's set up. After this coming year, so going into 2026, that committee will largely be controlled by the SEC and the Big Ten. So those two conferences are going to absolutely dominate the 12 teams that are in there. Notre Dame does not want to, officially join a conference. They want to stay independent, but they're usually going to be good enough to get an at-large. So you're going to get, the champ of the ACC, the champ of the Big 12, whoever your top 5 non-Power 4 team is, and then you're going to get a ton of teams from the Big 10 and the SEC.
Yeah. Maybe that's a fair thing. Maybe they've come back to the pack of the Big Ten, and not the pack of the ACC and the Big 12. Maybe it's just two bigs, and to do that, I don't know. I don't
even know if I'd say they came back. I think the Big Ten has elevated its play. I think they're better.
Oh, I think they've definitely come back.
I think they're better.
Like the top of the SEC. The middle, all of it is not nearly what it was. Like right now, I think the top of the Big Ten is better than the top of the SEC. Like when I say that's going over.
Well, top of the Big Ten is better than everybody right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. And I don't think it's just because they have grown. I think there's a step like Alabama, Georgia. Like right now, the top of the SEC is Texas, Alabama, Georgia, or I guess Tennessee.
Say those four teams.
Let's
LSU,
say that four. Let's say those four. LSU was
5.
A&M was ahead of
7.
LSU, so I'll put that in there. But if we go over the top 4, and then you go Oregon, who was the number 1 overall
Oregon, Ohio
seed,
State. Those two teams just trump everybody.
And even Michigan. And
Michigan for a season this year wasn't good.
They weren't.
They had a big game against Ohio State.
And then beat
they
Alabama.
won a bowl game.
Who was Alabama?
But I think overall, were they 5-4? I mean, they didn't have a big season. No, they're going to be better next year.
Yeah,
I think Alabama's going to be better next year. I don't think Kalen DeBoer was.
First year, yeah.
I don't think Jalen Milroe really fit DeBoer's offense. DeBoer came from Washington. That was an aerial attack offense, and Milroe couldn't run that offense. So I do think that there is some changing of the way Alabama's going to recruit and what kind of players they recruit to fit his system. So I think Alabama will be back soon. Georgia's going to have a new quarterback next year. Texas is going to have a new quarterback next year. LSU is loaded every freaking year. It's just a matter of how long it takes them to get their bleep together.
Yeah.
So I do. I think those two conferences.
I believe that, but
that's the top of college football is the Big Ten and the SEC.
Maybe it's just a field.
I think they're on an even playing field, those two conferences.
That's just a field. The SEC just doesn't feel, because it used to feel like the middle of the SEC might compete to win some of like the SEC or the ACC or the Big 12. I don't feel that way.
And for a long time, the ACC has been Clemson and whoever the bleep ever.
Yeah.
And they've been a one-team conference.
All right. I heard PC say through the Super Bowl. I just want to take this time to make sure that we don't, in particular myself, get blamed this year.
No, you will not be blamed
if you don't make it to New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
I'm not making it to New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
I'm talking about PC. I know you're not, but you didn't go on there and blame me.
Oh, last year, I remember now.
Let me tell you, Sean and I.
It ain't gonna be on me, damn it.
It was right when Area 45 was getting going.
Sean and I started on January 29th of last year, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate Ron, because his personality, he does not get offended when you talk junk on him. He just talks it back, and I appreciate that so much. Ron Hughley, a way to kind of, spark some interest in the show was I decided I got to pick somebody on the station, and I'm going to start a little razz with them and blame them for why we're not going. And Ron was the guy after we kind of sat back and said, okay,
beautiful.
Let's look at everybody here and say, who is the guy who's going to play along with this the most?
Is that my boy Ron?
It was Ron. And Ron, he played along with it. He went with it. He didn't get mad. He didn't get surly. We just talked massive trash back and forth. Our audience members loved it.
That was a good time.
Most people thought it was real, and we had a great time. And it really gave me an appreciation for Ron that we can do that kind of stuff.
I enjoy because how do these people think I got some pull, don't they?
You do, man. You're Ron the show.
You're right.
Show.
You're right. Now that was I was just Ron then.
He's the whole damn show.
Now that show is back, I've made the decision that Chris Santiago's not going this year. Just wanna make that clear. I've made the call. Parker, I got it. Chris, you're not going to make it this year. Sorry, man.
Ron needs to do the RVD thumbs.
Got to pay your dues.
He's got to do the RVD thumbs and just go the whole damn show.
Not making it. Not making it this year. All right, I want you to chew on this through the break. If you're looking at the Texans, the biggest problem on field is clearly the offensive line. How many guys? Don't tell me what you think yet. Or, at least don't tell me what you want. Tell me what you honestly believe is going to happen. How many guys do you think that are still in the building right now will be starters on this offensive line next year? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all hear me in the promo talking about a great night's sleep starts with, a great day starts with a great night's sleep. And talking about Verlo mattress here, and it's the real deal, y'all. I'm telling you, comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo mattress wins every single time. When I'm talking about comfort to comfort, here's the deal. It is a true custom fit, right? You can go anywhere and buy these really
the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
So we enter this season. What happened with the Texans last year? They won 10 games. They won the AFC South. They won a home playoff game, and then they lost to the 1 seed. This year, the same exact thing occurred. Last year, we walked away thinking the number one thing that was probably the issue on field was the offensive line. This year, we end the year with probably the number one issue on field being the offensive line.
Hello.
And so I want to kick this conversation off, fellas, with just this. We know that's it. When we look on field, we look at it. There are some issues, sure. Yeah, there could be a second running back. Maybe there could be depth in the secondary. Maybe interior defensive line or something. But we clearly know the number one thing that caused the Texans' issues on field was the offensive line. And so I throw this out. Right now, Titus Howard can come back. He's under contract. Obviously, Larry Tunsil can come back. He's under contract. Just drafted Drew Scruggs in the second round, moved up to get him. He's under contract. Shaq Mason's technically under contract. Obviously, you just drafted Fisher last year in the second round. Kenyon Green, I guess, is still under contract. Of all these guys that you can think of, Patterson just drafted. He's under contract. Of all these guys that are on the offensive line, how many do you actually think will be back? It will not just be back, but will be back starting on this team's offensive line next year. How many guys, PC? How many guys do you think will be back?
I think 4 are back. I think Laramie is back. I think Blake Fisher is back. I think Juice is back. I think Patterson is back. I think they move on from Titus Howard, who's making a lot of money and doesn't even know if he's going to play right tackle or guard. I think they move on from Shaq Mason, who seemed to age very quickly this past year. And, when you look at what their buyouts and their numbers are, it's probably going to hurt a little bit to get rid of Shaq because you just gave him an extension. But I don't think you can go into next year with a guy who gave up double-digit sacks. And too often looks like he has no idea where he is supposed to be, what he is supposed to be doing, etc. For Titus, I think it's more a matter of he's getting paid too much money to kind of be a guy who isn't going to play the position that they're paying him to play. And I think Titus has value as a tackle. I think they will try to find a trade partner for Titus, and I think there will be a trade partner for Titus. I don't know that there will be one for Shaq. But this is a team that needs to find a way to free up some money to address both its offensive line, left guard needs, potentially a right guard need, and other needs that it'll have, wide receiver, slot corner, second safety. There are needs on this team, and they're going to need to free up some money because they're not going to have the cap flexibility this year if they don't do that they've had in previous years.
I think this team needs to make wholesale changes up front. And I think they may have to bite some money to do so. No
strain, no gain.
Not a ton, but I think, like, I understand where you're coming from, PC. I just can't feel comfortable if I'm a Texans fan or even just evaluating this team that we cover all the time. And every day they bring back 4 of these jokers back.
Well, when I say 4 of them, Juice technically wasn't starting. So you're adding
but
him in.
He started a good amount of the year.
And Blake
say no.
And Blake Fisher obviously only started at the very end of the year when they had no choice but to move Titus inside. And they would have kept him as a backup for the whole year if they could have. So 2 of those guys are either going to be, quote, new or playing a new position.
Yeah, like to me, Blake Fisher, you just drafted him. I got it. Right? And Juice is on the team. Now, I'm not necessarily penciling Juice in as a starter, but I understand, yeah. All right, he's here, and that's an option to where he can play somewhere in the interior. We moved up in the second round to get him. I think we're going to give it some time. He had an injury his first year, missed a lot, although he hasn't played well at all. But to me, I just think the Texans, for what, and this goes along with the conversation we had earlier, right? Reality versus what you want to get to. They've got to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business. Now, you might have to eat something. Damn sure ain't going to eat like what the Broncos did with Russell Wilson, but you might have to eat a little bit. But you got to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business. He is somebody that can work for certain teams. He is somebody that worked for certain teams if you don't need any kind of leadership at all on the offensive line or any of that. But for what you're trying to do here, I just don't think Laramie Tunsil fits what it seems like D'Amico wants to have here. So I think you've got to get out of that business and find somebody closer to what you're looking for. Now, you might have a drop-off in pass protection a bit.
You can't go any lower than what you got. Like, you're going to get CJ
I'm talking about you might have a drop-off from Laramie Tunsil. Okay, Laramie Tunsil is one of the best pass-protecting tackles in the game. You might have a drop-off from maybe one of the best to a really good one. All right, I'm not saying just go and just get anybody off the streets, right? But I'm just saying, like, I think you got to get out of that business. To me, it's got to be wholesale changes. And I know some people hate hearing the comparison, but I covered a Chiefs team that just got mollywopped and whooped in the Super Bowl, got beat down by the Buccaneers. And the number one issue that they had was the offensive line. And you saw it, they damn near got him killed. You know what they did? Boom. Drafted a center in the second round. Boom. Drafted a guard a little bit later on. Boom. Went and gave Joe Tooney $80 million. Boom. Went and got and made a trade for Orlando Brown to play left tackle and kept one guy. I don't know what they're going to do, but for me, running these 4 dudes out there, 4 dudes back, any of these guys back, it's to me, you've got to try something different. I can get some of it is scheme related. Some of it is some of these guys being asked to do things maybe they should be able to do. But a lot of it is these guys just aren't good enough or fit exactly what it is that I think D'Amico and what they want this offense to be. I just think got to make a move. It's been 2 years. These guys just aren't what they're looking for.
I think it's really hard to move on from your best pass protector the year after you just damn near got your quarterback killed by not being able to protect him.
Well, I think another part of it is that you weren't able to run the ball consistently.
No, but that's an issue they had last year also, and that has to do with the fact that your interior offensive line wasn't very good for most of the year. One of those guys in Kenyon Green got hurt and he was out. Another one was Shaq Mason, who, when he didn't play against the Chargers and they had Juice at right guard and you had Titus at left guard and Fisher at right tackle, that was the best this offensive line performed all year.
But let's just be honest, they weren't great, though.
No, they weren't great, but
we're judging them on a curve of sucking.
It was the second time they had played together. The first one was the final week of the season in what was limited time because it was a throwaway game. So they didn't have a whole lot of time together, and they were already the best iteration of that line because of, as you said, your curve of suckitude. So if that was by far the best performance of your line, and they'd only had a game and a half together. Why would you go back to the line that didn't perform, which of course is what they did? But I think Shaq is gone. And I think Titus is gone because of the dollars. Laramie's contract, if they trade him, they're going to eat at least $15 million.
Yeah. And for me personally, I think it's bigger than just his ability to protect the passer. I think it is some they have got to move on from him, because I think it is also, it goes into what they're trying to build in the team that they want to be.
Well, maybe they got the wrong direction, because with C.J. Stroud as the quarterback, they should be a pass to set up the run team, not a run to set up the pass team.
Yeah, it's to me it's more than. I know we got to go to break here. I see some people texting in. Your thoughts? I think for me there needs to be at least three new starters that are not in the building right now. I think there needs to be at least 3 new starters here. Where are you at? What is the offensive line you think we should see next year for the Texans? Because you ain't got too many more years of CJ, especially when CJ don't cost nothing. What is it that you feel like you need to see from the offensive line? That's next.
All right, I see Orchard signs popping up all over Houston this year already, y'all. That's because Orchard has reinvented home selling with their Move First, Sell Later program. Forget the old way, man, scrambling to fix up your home, rushing out for showings and waiting around for that home to sell. Nah, man, the game has changed, baby. It's changed with Orchard. You can buy and move into your new home before selling your current home. Here's how it works. Orchard guarantees your home sale and gives you cash to buy your dream home. What exactly does that mean for you? Well, lucky for you, I'm going to tell you, man. You get to skip all the hassles of selling, no repairs, no upgrades, showings, all that kind of job. Orchard takes care of everything after you settled into your new home. They even handle repairs and improvements at no out-of-pocket cost to you. In fact, they're local experts. They know all about the market, man. They know the upgrades that bring the highest returns. Why? It's easy. So you sell for top dollar. It's a win-win. You win, Orchard wins, baby. No wonder everybody's choosing Orchard, huh? Skip the stress and sell your home.
tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
979 H-Town fan on YouTube and Twitch says, how are we already cap strapped?
979, that's a College Station country.
You know how I feel about the cap. The NFL salary cap is fake. They find ways to work around and do things that they want to do all the time.
Fairy dust.
They find a way, especially when you got a quarterback who ain't making money. Yeah, they can make it work.
As of right now, according to Spot Track, the Texans have a little less than $11 million in cap space.
Yeah, that's right now.
It's right now.
They can work some stuff.
But I think for the last couple of years, I think people are used to that number being in the 50s.
Oh, it's been higher. Yeah, they've made some moves. I mean, like, Diggs is 1 year. That's opening up some stuff. Like, yeah, they've made some moves, but again, the salary cap can be finagled in many different ways. All kinds of teams do it, especially when you're not paying a quarterback. So
they got to pay CJ a very robust, just shy $10 million next year.
Yep.
Which for quarterbacks, as we know, is peasant money.
No, yeah. Somebody about to pay Sam Darnold 40 or 50.
Somebody dumb.
Somebody about to pay him.
But then again, the Giants didn't pay Daniel Jones $40 million. There's always somebody dumb.
No, I don't think he's that bad. But no, that's why to me, as I said, some people text in. I agree with Show. We need a whole new offensive line. Tunzel has zero leadership value. Let's get a haul for him. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're going to get a haul for him. I don't know what you're going to get. I just do think I think we've maybe reached the moment where it's time to move on, to move forward. Someone said, time to assemble an O-line that fits the culture and skill set they are looking for. Nobody is off limits or irreplaceable.
O-line assemble.
Yeah, I mean,
do we think that's not what they've been trying to do? Like, do we think that they did not draft Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson and Blake Fisher because they're trying to find guys that they think are going to fit what they want to do?
Oh, no.
Yeah, somebody's off on it. Somebody's off big time on these. We'll see about Blake Fisher. And hopefully, he gets a year under his belt and he gets an offseason and he starts to improve like young guys do. I know probably for some of you, his performance, the last time you saw him is probably going to make you a little nervous about him just being your right tackle the rest of the way. I think right now, like, even though CJ took a step back, you feel, let me say this, had a step back season. I don't necessarily just say the cat is just worse than he was last year. At least his season took a step back. You still feel pretty good that you got one of the better young quarterbacks in the game. And you still feel pretty good that you got that dude. And I know a lot of people, and maybe we could talk about this, and we will talk about this. I'm sure you'll talk about it, PC, on your show down the line. We could talk about rolling out Bobby Slowik. And that's something, and getting another coordinator in here or somebody else to work with him to get the best out of him. Cool. I think also that probably needs to be taking a look at what's going on in front of him. Because
Bobby,
2 years in a row, that's been the main problem on field. And last year, they brought a lot of the guys back. This year, they're going to do the same. I tend to agree with what your thought is, PC. I don't like it. I tend to agree that's probably the route. I would imagine they probably have the same tackles. They probably bring Titus back. I don't know what they do with Titus. Maybe you're right. With Fisher, one of them are gone. But you're probably right. They probably are going to say, hey, we drafted Juice Scruggs in the second round. We moved up to get him, so we're going to try our best to make it work.
And that's kind of what it comes down to, right? I mean, teams want to give their higher draft picks more leeway. And if, once upon a time here in Houston, Dwayne Brown was a first-round pick, and after his rookie year, people wanted him sent anywhere. They sent him to Antarctica. Well, 2 years later,
I don't want to do that
was
to Blake Fisher.
Was a really damn good player, and to this point in the team's franchise, the best offensive lineman they've had. So the idea, maybe you just got to give some of these linemen, and a lot of coaches will tell you that because of the way that colleges play all these spread offenses, that a lot of the linemen come into the league today nowadays, and they're not really ready for NFL football because all they ever played is spread. So they need some time to learn how to run other systems. So, with Juice, now you're changing his position. With Blake Fisher, all right, now he's got a year under his belt, and he's got a few starts under his belt. With Jared Patterson, he started probably half the year a year ago before he got hurt, and he started half of this year. So he's had essentially a full season of starting under his belt. I think, kind of like this year, they had to figure out, listen, is Kenyon going to be a player for us or not? They got to figure out, are these guys going to be players for us or not?
And that is really sticky to me, because in one space, man, we're really close as we're here.
Yeah.
We're really close. Well, damn it, this is about to be CJ's third year, which means after this, he can get paid.
Here comes the money.
God bless, brother.
And to me, we got to stop. At some point, we got to stop. All right, man. Hey, Juice been in the program now going on his third year. Patterson's been in the program now going on his third year. Blake Fisher, I get it, going into year 2, but going with the thought of pulling hey, let's test it like we did Kenyon Green. I don't know, man. At some point, it's yo, man, we got to get somebody bona fide that we know. And when I say somebody, I think they need a good 2 to 3 of those.
Keep in mind, why did they give Kenyon the leeway? Because he was a 15th overall pick. His rookie season, he played half the year hurt, and he really struggled. His second year, he missed the whole season out with injury. So this was his sink or swim year, and he sank. So he's going to be out of here.
They're all fixable.
But it just never made sense, and it still won't make sense to me, because if you're going to be hey, man, Tyler, we were on here. They got Danielle Hunter. Woo! That was a big day. Yo, they traded for Stephon Diggs. Woo! Swing! We're going to do that. What you're saying there is we're going for it with Kenyon Green at left guard, and we're going to flip a coin and hope to see that work. Clearly, nobody else to pull. What I'm saying is, if you are going to, on one end, say going for it, you can't just have we suck. Be nice here. You can't just have well below average play up in front of you, by multiple dudes.
A bunch of slap Ds.
And guys that, whatever that is, and guys that aren't operating really what you want to do. So that's just my thing is yes.
Think about it from this point of view, right? They decided that they were going to, look, we invested a 15th overall pick in Kenyon. They were going to find out who and what he is. When you invest a pick that high in somebody, you need to find out whether or not they can play. So he hadn't played the year before because of injury. They had to find out whether or not he could play. The issue with that is last year you had a guy in Michael Dieter who played better than what you got out of Kenyon this year, played better than what you got out of Kendrick Green, who they didn't even want to play. And he started 10 games for you last year. Well, you know what he's doing right now? He didn't start the season, but recently he's wound up moving in the starting lineup for the Washington Commanders. And you know what? He's played pretty well. So, yeah, could they have gone to him? Now, he's a guy who's 28 this year and not a young guy like Kenyon Green. They obviously didn't have the investment in Michael Dieter like they did Kenyon Green. But you need a guy like that on your bench as your insurance policy, and they let him go, and they didn't really have another insurance policy because clearly they never felt comfortable with Kendrick Green, who they did everything they could not to play.
And see this, and I see this on the text line. This is the other part of the conversation that I think me and you were going at it about to start earlier in our prep. they were doing some unsound stuff up front. A new O-line coach might help a couple of these guys out. And I'm bringing you in on this too, Tyler. Like, when you watch this offensive line, do you think, like, man, this is a group of talented guys that just need to be coached better?
Hell no.
Is that no? But I think,
maybe partially.
I think there are
maybe partially, yes, but
I think there's some people who feel that. But I'm just like, when you
unit, hell
when
no.
you personally watch it, do you think if they were just coached better?
No, guys, we got Titus Howard out here ripping a fumble away from C.J. Stroud.
That just happened one time, man, and you still.
That's all it takes.
Look, I think
one time ripping a fumble away from your own quarterback as an offensive lineman. That's all I need.
He's trying to advance it.
I don't think he's going to be here next year. But as far as Laramie got his false start troubles kind of out of the way early. The second half of the year didn't have those penalties. Jared Patterson, when he was inserted to lineup,
just say that out loud real quick. Laramie Tunsil, your most accomplished player and your veteran, got his false start problems out of the way early.
Yeah. That first half of the year, there's a flag every game. And the second half of the year,
not Blake Fisher, your rookie.
Jared Patterson gave you much better play than Juice Scruggs did at center. He was a better communicator. Scruggs, when he got to play at right guard, was an improvement over anything else they had at right guard this year. Blake had some up and downs at right tackle, but you expect that with a rookie tackle. Blake would usually play the overall majority of the game very well, and he'd have a couple of snaps where he looked bad. And I think with more experience and more, another year in the system, now that he's been exposed to the NFL, some of the things that kind of caught him off guard will not catch him off guard next year, and there's room for growth. So I do think with those four guys, you have the potential for a improved offensive line. You need somebody at left guard who's a mauler, because your left tackle is not a mauler. He's a dancing bear. You need a mauler at left guard that when you run the football, you're going to run between him and Patterson, not between him and
Is Patterson a mauler?
I think Patterson's a solid player. Can you improve from Patterson at center? Sure. Are you necessarily going to find that guy this year? I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed to trying to find that guy this year, but I think Patterson he's been solid. You didn't have plays where you're out there going, what the blue hell is Jared Patterson doing there, like we do with Shaq Mason, where he's standing there and there's nobody around him. You don't know what the hell to do. So I didn't see plays where I was just so out of my face over Jared Patterson being clueless. So can you upgrade from him? I'm sure you can, but it's more important to me to upgrade left guard.
Yeah,
left guard is an absolute black hole on this team.
Agree with you.
They got to fix it.
And at center, Jake Myers, for me, he's fine.
Well, he doesn't have the deficiency if he can't hit a beach ball.
I'm just saying he's fine. He's just fine. All right, coming up,
Dirty. Made it halfway, boys. Don't do this.
Fine for now.
Dirty's Daily. Dirty's Daily coming up next.
All right, y'all check this out, man. Power outages around these parts, they can happen anytime. In fact,
so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, I'm sure Clint is somewhere getting football horny where he is right now, but it is not here. Patrick Creighton is in the building.
Thank you,
PC. There you go. PC's in the building. You normally hear him on the night show, Area 45 with Sean Bijani and Christopher Santiago, but he is in for Clint today, and we're doing Dirty's Daily. We're gonna try to run through this thing and hold it down for Clint while he's out today. And I've been thinking about this since, I'd say, Saturday night, Sunday morning, when I'd say it was getting pretty aggressive for me on the old social media with some of you. Somebody already texted in and apologized for their
I missed all that in the moment, but I was scrolling through it actually just this morning and restraining myself from applying to some of the dumbasses.
But yeah, somebody's already apologized on here and said they're sorry for their mean messages on it. But I've been thinking about this because we've kind of had conversations, right, of like, all right, there's kind of like whatever that list is, or that Mount Rushmore, however you put it, of the teams, the organizations, the whoever it is that Houston sports hate. And right, every time, we do this conversation or it comes up, the Cowboys seem to be at the top of the list.
That's every city.
Weak ass Cowboys.
A lot of them. The Cowboys at the top of the list. I feel like it's a little stronger here though. I feel like it's very strong. Maybe in Philly, maybe in Washington and New York, maybe so there, but very strong here. The Yankees. I mean, especially
also every city.
I'll work with Tyler. That's a big one.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
The Titans, for clear reasons, I've always expressed I thought they should have been at the top.
Andre beat down.
Put
Dodgers.
back in the trunk.
I think the Rangers may be in that thing as well.
The junk grabbers.
Okay, I forgot you have a different name for everybody.
That's my favorite one.
And then I think, and I've learned the Utah Jazz really, gets under the craw of some people.
Oh, Mad Max always got something to say about the folks in Utah.
Yeah. I understand that a little bit, but I'm wondering right now. It feels like the Chiefs are climbing on that list if they haven't slipped on that sucker. And I just wonder, like, where is it? I know some of it is this right now for many of you commenting on this will be recency bias and it just happened and it's fresh. But where are the Chiefs on this list of
sports hate power rankings?
Sports hate, yeah. If you had to, what the teams or organizations here in Houston that the Houston sports fan hates the most.
The arrow's pointed up.
Where have the Chiefs landed? Where are they
climbing more and more every day, my friend?
I'd imagine it's climbing. I mean, it was emotional. Like I said, what I started to get from people voicing it and people on the text line and YouTube and Twitch the last day or so.
See, I think there's a big echo chamber on social media about, the Chiefs, they get every call, and people now are very hypersensitive to, if the Chiefs get a call, clearly the refs are cheating. We saw the Bills get a call, and you didn't get the same, the refs are cheating. You got hey, that call was a bad missed call or a bad call overall, but not the refs are cheating.
Bundle Rooski.
Whereas with the Chiefs, it's always, the refs are cheating. To me, Houston fan POV, the Chiefs really aren't that high because there's no rivalry there. You don't have a rivalry history with the Chiefs. You have a few games with the Chiefs where they kicked your ass, but you got a few games. To me,
I don't know. It feels like
Baltimore,
it feels like it's painful.
Baltimore should be higher on the list than Kansas City because what they do to the Texans is illegal in 38 states. And they kick their ass.
You got a problem more with the Ravens.
Oh, the Ravens obliterate the Texans. I got much bigger issue with the Ravens on the hate scale.
I couldn't
do the Chiefs.
I couldn't agree with that at all. What did Aikman say? I couldn't agree with that call anymore.
Any less.
If I would ask you, Tyler, what is the most difficult Texans loss you've ever dealt with?
24-0 at Arrowhead Stadium in 2019.
The Ravens. That's one thing to just whip somebody's ass.
That was the
can't shake it, man.
The Brian Hoyer 4-pick game.
Oh yeah, there's that one too. That one where I forgot.
24-0 though, man. That's at the front of the lobes in my dome. I mean that is the most painful professional sports loss of my fandom. I went from I was cloud nine up 24-0. You can ask my wife. I was watching at home all by myself, had my drink, had my snacks. I was hyped. 24-0. Holy hell, we're moving on. We're going to get to the AFC title game. Oh my God.
But that was, and that is like the worst loss in franchise history.
God, it makes my
stomach
stomach
But it's also like 2 franchises ago. Bill O'Brien being out of here.
No,
Deshaun being out of here.
Oh, come on.
That is 2 franchises
Get out
ago.
of here.
You've gone through
Where are you from?
your
Hold on.
Jack Easterby, whoever the hell the coach is going to be this year. We don't know. And now you are into your D'Amico and Caserio actually running the team part. That is like 2 franchises.
I mean, John Weeks was on the team.
Stop it, Pat.
John Weeks feels like he's been on the team like since its inception.
Since the war.
Listen, you're from New York. The Yankees have not gotten over being up 3-0 on the Red Sox and then losing that 4-0 like we've never seen before.
Because they're the
just because
only
there's
team.
a different manager that is there. No.
Who's your daddy now?
No, the people here in Houston haven't gotten over, and I'm sorry.
I can tell you about Yankee fans because a lot of them are in my family.
Or the Buffalo Bills. I don't know for that kicker's name. I have just lost his name. It's not Doug. Whatever. Matt Christie. Steve Christie kicking that final field goal with them coming back, having that huge lead in Buffalo, and Andre Reed catching that ball and doing that stupid dance in the end zone. No, I don't.
Do you think they hurt? You think they hate Scott Norwood more than Steve Christie? Because Scott Norwood, of course, missed
maybe
the kick
Buffalo
in the Super Bowl.
does, but I know Houston. Houston hasn't forgotten. The Oilers don't even live here anymore, and I'm sure people don't even haven't forgotten that comeback just because they're gone. No,
my dad still talks about that.
Doesn't leave you just because it was Bill O'Brien ago. Hell no.
Yankee fans,
that is a gut punch.
Yankee fans have removed 2004 from their memory, and they just go back to 27 rings.
Yeah, rings. Red Sox won't allow them to do it. No, I just simply made that as a comment of just because bad things happen doesn't mean it. The Chiefs have won 3 Super Bowls, and I still remember Lynn Elliott missing 4 kicks in a game where they lost 10-7.
Are the Bills your most hated team because they had the comeback?
They might be up there. But I think the Chiefs right now. One, you got 2 things. You have the 24-0, and that was a gut punch because you lost that game, and they have stopped you twice. And then this one, people feel like in their hearts and minds they were cheated out of this game by the Chiefs. And they keep running their head up against Patrick Mahomes in it.
I assumed we were talking about the refs grouped in here with this Chiefs conversation. But to answer your question, yes, I think the Chiefs are climbing the charts by the day in Houston on sports hate. I think they are nearing that upper echelon.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of hate.
You have them ahead of the Yankees? Do you hate them more than the Yankees?
Hell no.
You got them ahead of the Cowboys?
Yes.
So you hate the Chiefs. Your sports hate bangs the Chiefs more than it does the Cowboys right now.
Yeah, and I know me and you talked a little bit about this off air before the show, and I know it doesn't work this way for everybody's fan ideology, but for me, they supersede the Cowboys in my sports hate because, the Cowboys have been so damn irrelevant for so long, doing nothing. You don't got to worry about them. They're kind of just there. That I don't get all hyped up like rivalry-minded in my sports hate for the Cowboys because they just suck.
Are the Chiefs higher for you than the Tennessee Titans? Because they suck.
Now they should be at the top.
Yes, but that's also a divisional foe.
Oilers.
That's 2 times a year guaranteed, and we're playing the Cowboys once every, 4 years or so.
Are the Chiefs higher than the Colts?
Yeah, they might be.
That should never happen.
I definitely feel more comfortable saying that than the Titans. Trying to own that, damn Houston history, fake-ass Nashville Oilers.
YouTube and Twitch, Tyler's living in recent memory. I get what Tyler is saying.
I just admitted that.
Tyler is saying that, but like the Cowboys haven't really just done anything to just stop you.
No,
like they haven't been in your way. That's what I'm gathering.
Yes, they've done nothing positive since I was crapping my diapers.
Are the Chiefs higher on the list than the Patriots?
I would think so.
Oh yes,
because that's totally recency bias. Because the Patriots owned your ass for a decade.
Yeah, but I don't. But I think
you're
getting it wrong. It's not. I don't think it's the owning your ass.
That aspect is like all those years of just searching for a franchise quarterback for me. It never felt like you were really serious.
I mean, there are so many different avenues to the Patriots that failed.
Yeah,
Jack Easterby, Bill O'Brien.
Oh, yeah, but he's near the top of my sports
Has there ever
list.
been a playoff or like what is the like? You tell me, Patrick, because you're bringing up New England. What is the I hate the Patriots moment? Because I like all these other ones, like the Yankees, you have a I hate the Yankees moment.
Letterman
the Rangers beat you in your house, Game 7. I have what they did. I hate moment.
Letterman jacket game.
Yeah, PC nailed it.
Is that what the Patriots did to you, or is that what they did to them damn selves walking out? Are you mad at them, or are you mad at the Patriots for walking out?
That is the game where they thought, hey, we're on the level of the Patriots, and they found out real damn quick they're not. How about the Jacoby Brissett game, where Jacoby Brissett, who basically never played, looks like the next coming of friggin' John Elway.
Is this a regular season game we're talking about?
Oh, he joined T.Y. Hilton as a straight-up Texan killer there for a minute. There were multiple games where him under center for whatever team he was playing for, he just carved the Texans up.
It didn't matter. Jacoby Brissett just beat the damn Texans.
Jacoby
but it started
and T.Y.
with him in New England in a game that the Texans, because he was going to start, the Texans were supposed to throttle New England, and instead they got bent over and butt slapped like, Tom and the little baby cat.
Mm-hmm. That was peak Watt.
But someone texted in 2012 divisional playoff was my I hate the Patriots moment. My thing is with the Patriots, it to me it's almost like, yeah, but was there ever a moment where you felt like, and maybe that's the one you're talking about, I just from afar I wonder how much was it that was like, yo man, I really think the Texans are gonna beat them. I really think the Patriots just took it, like they ripped it from us. Like, I can see it like the Yankees, they pissed you off because of how they reacted to you. Dodgers, they pissed you off. The Rangers came in Game 7 and took another championship opportunity from you. Like, the Patriots, I mean, like how many of y'all walked into them games thinking like, yeah, man, we're about to beat them?
I didn't.
There were a lot of games. So when I first got here, got here, all right, the 2012, 2013, fans thought they were going to take down the Patriots in those years. They did. And then as you get through, into the later end of the decade where Deshaun Watson is here, there were times people thought, hey, this is the year. This is the year. It never happened.
Yeah, and then when you're up 24-0 with Deshaun against, I'm like I said, I don't know where you guys would rank him. I feel like Tyler is pushing him higher and higher up the list. Also, Tyler is a little younger, so it's not like it's as fresh with, because obviously the Cowboy stuff goes deeper than just on the field stuff.
That's regional.
Right, and the fan stuff. But
Dallas fans are just annoying as hell.
Like, if I look at it with Tyler,
sports.
I feel like it's Yankees and the Chiefs. And maybe the Dodgers. Tyler hated the Dodgers.
I think that might be it for me, man. I think you may have hit it. I think it might be Yankees, Dodgers, and I think the Chiefs might be sneaking into that third spot over the Titans. a.k.a. fake-ass Nashville Oilers.
All right, as we move through, text in, what's your top 5? Your top 5 sports teams that you have sports hate as a Houston fan. Who are they? What is your top 5? Actually, we'll do it like Tyler. Give me your top 3. I don't want to make you work that hard. Tyler, you ain't got to put it in any kind of order if you don't want to. Tyler's Yankees is Yankees, Chiefs, and Dodgers are his top 3. Yankees, Chiefs, and Dodgers. Who is your top 3? We'll get into that. Also, we'll hear from the manager, Joe Espada. He spoke about Alex Bregman. Said he don't want to close the door. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
We'll do that, though. I got to tell you about Underdog, man. Look, you can take your playoff, NFL playoff, college football playoff experience to the next level, man. Cash in with Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Underdog Fantasy is available to play in the Lone Star State. It's available.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, yes. Great song, Tyler.
You like that? Mastering those puppets.
All right, hold on. Give me a second.
Oh, come on.
Is this Metallica?
Nailed it!
You had to think about that?
Yes. I think there's probably some popular songs you see that you might not think about. I've done a few documentaries on Metallica.
What's it called? Anger? Saint Anger?
That's an album, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've watched one of their documentaries. It was really good.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah. It wasn't bad. There you go. I like it when you get yourself excited. They're Enter Sandman too, correct?
Yes, how we start each and every episode of The Drive.
That is from the eponymous album. Also known as the Black Album.
Is your number one band?
Metallica?
Oh, you're shaking now.
They're a top 5.
I remember you did have to roll out and you missed the Judas Priest concerts. I know that.
Yeah, so
that hurt you.
when Priest couldn't play here because Rob Halford was in the hospital, we went up to Dallas to go see them. And he had no voice, and he sounded terrible. I've seen Rob Halford in concert 20 times, and this is the only time he couldn't sing. Because he literally just came out of the hospital, and he didn't have his voice back yet. Sabaton was freaking awesome. They opened for Judas Priest.
I said, man, he's feeling it in it. He said, awesome.
Oh, yeah. I knew that little Metallica would perk them ears up.
I thought he was about to cuss, man. He's freaking awesome. There you go. Let it out. Someone texted in, guy Gene, Cubs number 1, Patriots 2, Jazz 3. What the hell the Cubs do that? What is that? What is the Cubs moment?
I don't know. I think the Warriors should be on there somewhere.
Warriors, that would be one. They're very Chief-like in terms of have the player that is kind of stood in front of you and hurt you.
They have the referees going for them.
Oh boy, that seems to be a thing here. And then they cheated with Kevin Durant. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Kevin Durant, of course, who could only win a title riding the coattails of Stephen Curry.
Yeah, it seems that way. Although some may argue that Steph may have been the passenger. The passenger in those championships.
Yeah, who won the titles before KD got there?
I know.
Who won a title after KD left?
Yeah, KD did win the MVPs there. I mean,
thanks to Steph.
Steph fed into it. All right, let's hear from Joe Espada as we're getting close. Probably a month, less than a month away from pitchers and catchers reporting to Florida. So they're getting ready to get going to try to get back on track in terms of the ALCS run they were on. Here's Joe Espada, and he's kind of talking about Alex Bregman, who still, oddly enough, hasn't been signed.
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we here still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him, but with other free agent players. So we'll see. We'll see.
What are we doing?
I don't know. Somehow we just went from
what are we doing, Joe?
Metallica to.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
In the sand line. What is Joe talking about? Alex Bregman. I mean, I felt like the GM was pretty clear on it.
No, and thanks to my good friend Nate Griffin, Fox 26, that interview there with Joe Espada.
Great hair.
Look, Joe is, to me, doing Breggy a solid.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Because there's nowhere for Alex Bregman to play on this team. And if you bring Alex Bregman back at a contract that you should not be giving him, you now have where is Breggy going to play? Where is Isaac Paredes going to play? Neither one of these guys have ever played outfield, and I don't know that either one of them ever could. Breggy is long past being able to play shortstop. That ship sailed 5 years ago. And obviously nobody's taking over second base for Jose Altuve. So there is nowhere for him to play. Joe is basically doing him a solid because Bregman's market is dry right now. The only two teams that right now have a legitimate shot to sign him are the Tigers and the Mets. Cora loves him in Boston, but the GM, Craig Breslow, he doesn't want to sign Bregman to a long-term deal because, number one, he can't move Rafael Devers off of third base because Devers refuses to move. And he's got a couple of young top prospects who are going to be ready in the next year to play second base, which if you sign Bregman to a long-term deal, well, you blocked him up there. And you got Tristan Casas, who's a lot cheaper than Bregman playing first. So he doesn't want to lock up that money. Plus, they are of the belief because they feel that Vlad Guerrero Jr. has intimated to them that if he's not re-signed in Toronto, he would like to play in Boston. So they're holding money back, hoping that next year they're going to get a chance to sign Vlad Guerrero Jr., who, by all reports, there's a $100 million gap between what Vlad wants and what the Blue Jays are offering. The Blue Jays have offered more than what the Astros have offered to Alex Bregman, but he doesn't want to play in Toronto.
Is that in Canadian dollars, though?
No. All contracts have to be done in American dollars.
That's a great question.
But
if it is Canadian dollars, that's
the taxes.
That might be it.
He'd have to pay Canadian taxes.
Yeah.
And that's 50%. Plus, Bregman lives in Phoenix. Toronto might as well be the other end of the universe. I don't think he wants to leave his young wife and his young child so that he could be 3,000 miles away.
And I don't think he wants to live in Phoenix with Canadian dollars. I mean, if you start thinking about living in Phoenix with Canadian dollars, does he have to go to a certain bank?
Exchange it?
Will Bank of America still?
Yes, Bank of America automatically
works with your Canadian dollars.
Now,
will it look differently?
That brings
That's
you
a
to
great point.
The Tigers, where AJ loves them, but they don't want to go to 6 years, and they certainly don't want to go to $200 million. So they're hoping to work out a deal. They haven't found that sweet spot yet. And now the Mets, who have moved on from Pete Alonso, and the long-held theory is if they've moved on from Alonso, Bregman would be their target. They'll move Mark Vientos from third base to first base, and they play Breggy at third, and their defense would be much better. But right now, Bregman's market is the Tigers and the Mets, and neither one of them right now are looking to do 6 years and $200 million. Yeah. So Joe kind of threw Breggy a bone by, hey, yeah, man, we're still here, just, But everybody knows, everybody with Detroit, everybody in New York knows, Bregman is not coming back.
I think he was just talking. And they ain't no bone. They ain't gonna help you.
It would be stupid for them to pay him that money. The reality is that money needs to go to Framber Valdez.
No, they're not gonna. Well, they're not gonna pay him either.
But if you're gonna pay somebody,
they're not.
That's the guy to pay. The guy who's been a top 5 starter in the game for the last 5 years. The guy who's pitched among the most innings in baseball for the last 5 years. The only time he's missed time with injury was when he took a comebacker off the hand and broke his finger.
You think they're going to pay him 8 years, 200?
8 years, no, but I think 6 years is probably realistic. He's going to be 32.
What was it Fried got from New York? I think, he
got 8 years and 214 or so.
Yeah, he's he's not even a full year younger than him, and I don't think he's been as consistent as Framber has, and I know that's a weird thing to say for some when you think of Framber. I think Framber's probably been better in the postseason overall than him. I know that's probably weird for some people to hear. And this is a guy who is close to 200 innings virtually every year and has been pretty durable. I think he's going to command more than that. And I don't
think
know,
it's possible.
And I don't think that they would do it.
But if you're going to do it, Framber's the guy that you'd pay.
I hear you.
Shoot. It's really hard to find ace pitchers.
Gotcha.
And when you develop the guy, because if you remember when Framber first came up, that dude walked everything. He was walking 6 guys per 9. His walk rate was insane. They developed Framber to be the ace that he is.
It's hard to find 30 home run hitters, 30 steals guys, Gold Glove outfielders to get on base and drive in runs.
They cost more.
So sometimes some of those aces cost cost a good
Especially
penny
when,
too.
Tucker,
And they're more likely to get injured.
Tucker's going to be, 28? So he's younger, will be 4 years younger hitting free agency. So, yeah, he's going to get a lot. How old you are when you hit free agency is a huge determiner of how much money you get. Frommer's going to be 1 year older than Max Fried hitting free agency, but he's been a far better, far more consistent, far more durable pitcher.
Yeah, I don't know they're going to give him that kind of cash. All right, the big story from the weekend, and it's still into this week, is the referees. I don't want to go from just the way we've been talking about it. I don't know if you all have heard. If you haven't, we'll let you maybe hear a little bit of this. But how do you feel about the way the Texans, from D'Amico to Will Anderson to Joe Mixon, how do you feel about the way the Texans have handled the officiating stuff post-game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light now.
Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little whiskey in the jar.
No, I ain't got this now. I ain't got whiskey. Who is this?
This is Metallica's version.
I didn't have it.
There's a Thin Lizzy version that's also pretty good.
Indeed.
There's a Thin Lizzy. All right. I just listen. The big story coming in, and be honest, it's what's kind of taken over the game is, especially for Texans fans, is the officiating. And there was two parts. It was the calls in the game, and I will make it very clear, I didn't like the calls. I didn't think they were good calls. The first one, especially from the view that the referee had from behind when they showed the live replay, I can completely understand, especially where the league is right now and how they protect quarterbacks. For the most part, sure, there are some outliers. Sure, Jared Goff should have had a flag thrown on him. They missed that one. They haven't missed many because he's had the most thrown on him in terms of roughing of any quarterback in the league. But I can see that one. But when you saw the front, I don't think it should have been a flag. I don't think it was forcible contact to the face. The second one I really don't like. Now, as I've said, I don't. When you get into the space of that, it cost the Texans the game, or as Clint said, crippling to them, or belief that that referees in the league are conspiring for the Chiefs to win games. That's where you lose me. Yeah, I'm good on that. I don't believe that is the case.
So
it is still a talking point. And it is a big thing that has become a big thing out of that game. But the other part to that is, what about how the Texans responded? Like, I think you understand how fans can lose it, how that becomes such a big thing. But I'm curious about your thought of how the Texans handled it. From the text line, 99 Regions, even the national media is talking about it. Seems everyone sees it, but them weak-ass Chiefs fans. No, I think it's ones you find. Because I could roll out several who don't believe that, and it's not just Nick Wright. But what do you think about how they handled it? Tyler, do you have some of give me D'Amico led it off first. Will Anderson, I think Will Anderson actually might get fined. D'Amico might. D'Amico may have done it passive aggressively enough to get away with it, especially when he stuck those one comments in. But he might get away with it. Joe Mixon probably fine, but they all gave thoughts to it. Joe Mixon with, hey man, we already know what it was going to be about when you come in here. We know that how that goes. I believe what did Will say? Will said we knew it was going to be us against the refs. Afterwards,
that's why he's getting fined. He said
refs. All right, here was D'Amico, because it was him first in his press conference talking about what they were up against.
Yeah, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody, all of whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody. We had to go against today. And, going with that, knowing going into this game, what we were up against, we can't make the mistakes that we made, right? We had a lot of self-inflicted mistakes that happened, whether it's special teams, not converting our kicks, defensively, not being where we're supposed to be in coverage, all offensively, not protecting our quarterback and keeping them clean. So, you marry that on top of everything else that we have to deal with. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle.
Marry that with everything else we had to deal with. 713.
Go Ryans, man, I tell you what.
713-572-4610. How did you feel about the Texans, the coach and the players, the way they handled. As I said, Joe Mixon was saying similar things of we already know what it's going to be like when you come here. Before we got here, Will Anderson, we already knew it was going to be us against the refs. I'll let you start this off, Pat. How did you feel? What was your feeling on how the Texans handled it after the game?
I didn't like it at all. When you're coming out with, well, we knew before the game, the refs were going to be after us, to me that's a defeatist attitude right away. And even if you believe that, you don't say that. Let the media tell that story for you. You don't try to tell that story. Like we all saw those two calls that went against the Texans. At best questionable, at worst egregious.
I think they were bad calls.
But they're bad calls.
I don't think there were calls that needed to be made.
But at the same time, when Will Anderson gets that 15-yard roughing the passer on 3rd and 8 from the 33-yard line, Casey now has the ball at the 48. And the very next play is a 23-yard hit to Travis Kelce. Like, just because you got a penalty doesn't mean you need to now stop playing defense. Doesn't mean you need to allow them to go down the field and score. They could have held. Instead, they gave up what was a 36-yard field goal to Bucket. So, just because something didn't go your way doesn't mean, okay, now we got to give up a chunk play the very next play. And that's kind of how I felt the reaction was both of those times where they give up, they get called for the questionable penalty, and then they allow Kansas City to score. You've got to have a little more mental toughness than that. And when you get that situation, right, the next drive that you have, there's 6 plays and 12 yards. That's your next drive. That's your answer is we're just not going to do. We're not going to do anything on that. And on that, there was an 8-yard Joe Mixon run on that. And then there was a 14-yard pass to Nico. Then they started going backwards. Right? They give the big sack on 3rd and 8. They give a 12-yard sack, and then they're punting. And again, every time this team starts to move the football, sack, drive killer. Penalty, drive killer. And these are the things. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with fans being angry about the calls, but you have to be angry about the calls in the context of there were a lot of other things the Texans did wrong that cost them that game. But they could have overcame those 2 calls if they didn't do the other stuff wrong.
They were in their heads about it.
And right from the start, how can you plan to win a football game but going into the game you're admitting, well, we knew we were going to get screwed by the refs.
It was in their thoughts. Tyler, real quick before I get your thoughts, 99 Reasons says, man, it wasn't nothing wrong with them saying anything. Someone texted in, I wish they raised more hell. Someone texted in, you being from KC or wherever you're from, I don't trust your intentions right now.
Wherever you're from, Ron, wherever you're from.
I feel validated hearing the Texans acknowledge the BS uphill battle that the refs in the NFL present. Screw the Chiefs and the refs in the NFL. Someone else texted in, loser mentality. How about don't give up 8 sacks and don't screw up on special teams and someone cover Kelce? Tyler, what I know the fan in you, I know you were feeling it. What was your thoughts hearing what D'Amico and Mixon and Will saying? What was your feeling of that?
Yeah, much like PC, not a huge fan of D'Amico using the words, laying it out as in they were heading into this game thinking that way. Because I told y'all before this divisional round matchup between the Chiefs and Texans that I didn't buy the crazy just people losing their minds talking about how all football season and maybe multiple football seasons the referees look out for Mahomes and the Chiefs. I've never bought into that. I think he might get some preferential treatment, but I've never bought into that. So I didn't necessarily like that from D'Amico, but hearing the players sound off after the game, just talking about some of those plethora of egregious calls made in the divisional game, I'm fine with it. I've always been a kind of call it like you see it type of guy. No hurt in my mind putting the league on notice that, hey, we know that you effed up multiple calls in this game.
See, I don't even really, Tyler, have an issue with them commenting on it, on the officials. Where I find it interesting is, and we just said some of those players, fellas, it was clear that it was a talking point.
Yeah.
Like it was that's the thing for me is, and it ain't just a talking point like amongst everybody in the, no, it wasn't just like, hey man, don't worry about stuff. We got to go up there, hey, might be some bad. No, the way D'Amico said it, the way they're all saying it with the same word usage and everything, verbiage, this was something that they walked into talking about during the week, concerning themselves with during the week.
And they gave it away.
And as you said, it's like they were doing it. Like, I know I've seen some people dig up the Justin Reed field goal where he came around the stupid. I got to just call it out. It's the stupid decision to kick a 55-yard field goal in that temperature and that wind with Fairburn.
But he was also offside.
Well, it was. I mean, it wasn't. It was like, first off, old Russ York, who came on there, he came in from the break, and he wasn't for the like he's calling it how he sees it. He came back and said we timed it up. It seemed pretty right on the money when the ball was snapped.
Well, he said he from being here, he's like, I'm familiar with what Weeks does and what the cadence is, so he knew he could anticipate the snap, and he anticipated it right.
Yeah, it's just, I don't, that part of it is, and then like I see him, he's going off about it. D'Amico's going off about it. They kept showing video footage of D'Amico talking to that extra official. It was clearly in their minds and in their heads, and they walked into it as a talking point, and they all said the same talking point.
And to say, hey, we knew coming in, like you said, this is something they all week long. We knew coming in, that means all week long it was a conversation.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate because I think that's not the way you have to approach the game.
No, yeah. To me, if you walk into it thinking, like, if you play the Astros and you walk into it thinking, I know they're up to something. Damn it, I know they're up to something. If you're the Twins, you walk in and play the Astros, you've lost.
And that's it. Now, the first call that goes against you,
and now
it's in your head. Oh, the refs are after us. Whereas if you had a normal mindset coming in, call goes against you, all right, we got to get over this. Let's go get it.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We got a new national champion, the Rockets. I thought we were past this type of game. And really, that type of game is what really makes you really nervous about this team down the stretch when they get into these big games like the playoffs. But also, big news coming out of New England as the Patriots. They've hired another new coach. We'll let you know all about that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check this out, man. It starts as a little nuisance, and you just put up with it for a while.
fuel tank. Then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Hopefully you're off work and you're in somewhere safe in this weather. Luckily for you, OPC, he is in as Clint is out today, and the blonde tip bomber. Also, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, had the latest, and the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And I just, fellas, had a alert on my watch and phone saying MLB Network is announcing the latest members who made the Hall of Fame. Woo! And Billy Wagner has a chance to be one of those.
Better be.
I see that Rob Torres says if Billy Wagner better get in the Hall of Fame today, it's a joke if he isn't. I don't know if it's a joke, but they've made it clear, like, relievers, they don't just let relievers in. Like, there are a lot of relievers who are good for a certain period of time that aren't in, that you would think. How many relievers are there?
Seven.
Seven total in the history of the game. 7 total. And who's the last one to go in? Maybe Trevor Hoffman? Maybe.
I think Rivera's the last one in.
I guess so. Rivera, like, he was a no-brainer, right? He just changed the whole position. Hopefully Billy does get in. It's just, you look at him and the other guys that were in his era. He was, obviously pitched in the Rivera and the Trevor Hoffman era. Some guys like Rob Nin, some other closers.
Sorry, there's 8 relievers.
There are 8 in.
It's
7.
Mariano, Eckersley, Hoyt Wilhelm, Goose, Hoffman, Lee Smith, Raleigh Fingers, and Bruce Sutter.
Okay, Bruce Sutter, all those years with the Cardinals. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he gets in. Hopefully he gets in, and as soon as we find out, we'll jump in and let you know if the Astros get in. How many, this is off the top of your head, sorry. How many Astros are in the Hall?
Already?
Not
currently, counting like Altuve.
If he got in, how many would that be? Is Biggio, Bagwell?
Good question.
Is Mike Scott in?
No.
I believe it's just...
It's so Biggio and Bagwell, they're the ones that are like the true Astros. Nolan Ryan pitched for a bunch of teams.
Yeah. The ones that go in and you think the majority of their time.
I think it's just Biz and Bags.
Just those two? Would he be the third? Okay. Yeah. All right. Well.
When a man makes game.
I thought it would say Mike Scott, but yeah, it wasn't long enough for Mike. But he was nasty.
Mike had a handful of years where he was just unhittable.
Absolutely.
But was a guy who had a ton of arm trouble. That's really why the Mets gave him up so cheap. I mean, the Mets traded Mike Scott to the Astros for Danny Heap, who would go on to be Nolan Ryan's 4,000 strikeout victim, by the way.
So say I don't have Danny, but I do know Mike Scott. So we'll let you know. We'll let you know what happens with Billy Wagner. All right, as I'm seeing on the screen right now, Ohio State, they beat Notre Dame, and they run through the first 12-team playoff, and they win last night 34-23. It was looking like it was getting out of hand, and then as we look forward in the second half, 31-7, and Notre Dame came on and went and tried to rally back, and they got it to a one-possession game, but ended up losing and not being able to get them off of the field on third down, and went ahead and lost the game. So Ohio State wins. I guess my thought is, what do you think about the first year of the 12-team playoff? Yeah, are you into it? Do you like it? Do you feel like it was too much all these years complaining about more teams? It felt watered down. What's your feeling on the 12-team playoff?
I actually like the 12-team playoff. I think that it gives us some extra bowl games that we care about. like who's playing in the Poinsettia Bowl or the lawnmower Gasparilla Bowl? Like, I don't care, right? Like, those are like the 6th seed in this conference and 9th seed in that conference. The fact that we get to have a bunch of bowl games with teams that are, top 10, top 12 matchups that are interconference. I love that. We have meaningful college football games. Now, maybe some of those games are blowouts, but haven't we seen plenty of games in the 4-team setup that were blowouts? Yeah. Blowouts happen in college football. I don't care. I'd rather see the blowout between the number 3 team and the number 7 team than the blowout between somebody from the Sun Belt Conference and somebody from the WAC. Give me the high-end matchups. There's zip there.
I've enjoyed it. It's been a fun time for me. It's been a fun watch.
I like it, and I hope it continues. I don't think it was great this year. I don't think that.
Sure, they got room to improve.
Like this year, I just think that some of the games weren't compelling. Many of the games were compelling. It wasn't a great first start just because some of the what was the great game was Arizona State Texas. That was the great game. I'm just saying the way it was.
Yeah.
Texas, sure. Ohio State was okay. I guess Penn State, and Notre Dame in the semi was a really
that was a hell of a game.
Entertaining game. So I hope they continue it. I just hope that next year it's a better feel, or at least we have better games, more compelling games.
I don't think anybody thought Georgia was going to lose to Notre Dame.
But no, I don't think anyone thought. But even that game was kind of close. It wasn't a great watch. I remember watching it. It wasn't really entertaining because it wasn't great offenses. But even that one, man, it was just the Arizona State Texas game. That one had me from start to finish. Penn State and Notre Dame. Those were thrilling games. The rest of them were, and like I said, I hope it doesn't make them obviously say, "Oh God, this didn't work. We need to go back to 4."
They're not going back to 4. They might go to 14.
I hope they don't. I do think next year, years past, it could be even better. So that's where we are here. Ohio State wins it. They are the champion, first time, the longest season, most games played. Congratulations to Ryan Day, who I thought might get fired after the Michigan game. Congratulations to Ohio State. They won a national championship.
Notre Dame. Supposed to be a reputable university, right?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Rockets lose yesterday on MLK Day. They played during the day. They were playing during our show yesterday, and they lose to the Pistons. When you think Pistons, that's a team you feel like the Rockets should handle. Pistons are playing a little bit better. They're a game over 500 right now, but they lose 107-96. And, fellas, it is the very thing that makes me nervous. Very nervous about this team in the postseason, in the playoffs, when they get into big games. And that is,
nervous.
Man, that shooting can just leave them. Hey, man, you hold an opponent to 17 points in the fourth quarter, and they scored 107 from the rip, and you lose by 11. Your ass wouldn't make it nothing.
No,
they lost 17-16 in the fourth quarter. They shot 39% from the field, and of course, hey, the three ain't dropping. What? Do something different? No, keep shooting it. They were 11 for 39 from three. Fred was going to keep putting them up. He probably got 15 up himself, and they shot 28% from there. And that right there is what concerns you. Is they are a great defensive team. It's just they just going to have moments where they just don't have great natural shooters.
You mentioned they lost the fourth quarter 17-16. Well, they lost the first quarter 40-29.
You give up 40, and I'm sure Udoka is ticked off about that. Kate Cunningham is playing good ball, but
this is a team.
You get back to it. 17 you give us 17 fourth quarter points. All right, let's go. You lose by double figures.
This is a team that if Alpi and Jalen are both having bad offensive games, they can't win.
Afarin Sengun.
Those two, one of those guys has to carry the offense. And on a night where Fred VanVleet had almost as many threes as Alpe had shots, which drives me crazy, by the way. There's no need for Fred VanVleet to be putting up 13 threes.
I was going to say, I said 15. He was up there. I was going to say.
Alpe had 14 shots. Amen Thompson had 14 shots. And Fred VanVleet had 13 threes.
Yeah.
That's not a formula for success for this team. And look, they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn last night. They were 39.5 from the field. They were 28% from three, as you said. They were 69% from the line. They couldn't even make foul shots.
That's why, to me, I feel like I don't know. I can see either way. If folks want them to kind of stay the same and let this thing grow, sure, I can hear that. But that's the thing that makes me concerned about them.
It's their Achilles heel.
It is when you let's say, and we know the West is difficult, and I think they're going to make the playoffs. But there are a bunch of good teams in the West, and we fast forward this thing, and they're in the playoffs, and they go up against, and it could be Denver, it could be the Lakers, it could be the Clippers, it could be the Timberwolves, it could be a solid team that they go up against. 7-game series, and they know you. Defending Jalen Green and Şengün in a certain way, defending Amen Thompson a certain way, and you go through shooting woes. That's the thing that makes you nervous of a group of guys that just struggle shooting the basket.
They're going to have games every now and then where they just can't hit the broadside of a barn. But what they need to do is
defend their asses
do
off,
all the other things, because they got murdered on the boards yesterday too. And how about Dylan Brooks with a quadruple nothing? No boards, no assists, no steals, and no blocks in 30 minutes. Congratulations.
Yeah. Someone texted in, Ron, the Rockets played at 1 p.m. They normally play at 7 p.m. Players are a creature of habit. What did do you think? Do the Pistons wake up and play at 1 all the time?
Well, Tobias Harris clearly didn't look like he woke up to play, but everybody, Jalen Duren certainly got up. Cade Cunningham got up.
Yeah, I think Detroit plays only afternoon games.
Yeah,
actually.
only. That's it. That's a huge advantage on that. Someone texted in, and I agree with it. Ocho, PC, the Rockets are U of H basketball. No, I can see that. Very scrappy defensively. It's just they go through woes, and it's just like, yeah, they go through woes, but then you feel a little concerned in a 7-game series where they are absolutely watching and trying to defend you and know you and game plan you specifically, and not just, hey, we're playing them on a Wednesday or off a back-to-back. No, they're game plan to you. Then because generally in the playoffs, as you know, you've been watching basketball forever, like scoring usually comes down some.
And you've got to have somebody on your team who in the last 3 minutes of a game can go get you a bucket. Like, no matter what, they're going to get you a bucket.
Jalen has moments this year, done it.
The problem is he has moments.
Yeah, I know.
And Alpe has moments. But really nobody else on that team, outside of maybe Cam Whitmore, can just go get you a bucket.
They're going to try to get that thing out of their hands and get it to Amen Thompson to make him shoot jump shots. Like, that's the kind of thing you're looking at.
And Thompson's a junkyard dog, right? He's a guy who's going in there, he's cleaning up, he's catching the lob passes, he's getting the second chances. He's not a guy who's knocking down a 17-foot mid-range jump.
No, but that's the kind of stuff that Steve Kerr's going to try to make you do.
Afferent Şengün.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a little announcement. Ian Rappaport reports, this little throwback, the Patriots are expected to hire Josh McDaniels to be their offensive coordinator, sources say. His third stint in this role. He's going to be on Mike Vrabel's staff, and going to be working with Drake May, who showed a lot of promise, in my opinion, in the first year. And look, I understand how Bob Kraft arrived here, and I do think Mike Vrabel, Josh McDaniels, I feel like you can really see that working. I think Mike Vrabel's a really good head coach. I just really hate how they arrived here and what they've done. Gerard Mayo was, I don't think, ever seriously thought of to be a long-term option, and they got him up out of there to be able to bring in, their guys. And I don't know, just something just doesn't sit well with me with how they put this together. But this staff makes sense, and I think Josh McDaniels, in the role of an OC, I think can really give help to Drake May.
It's another one of these situations where it feels like your defensive head coach is like, my defense, you handle the offense. And I feel like Josh McDaniels is kind of being brought in as, look, this is your offense, you do it. I don't need to know. Don't screw it up. And he might find out it's a little harder to run the offense when the guy in the backfield is not wearing number 12.
Well, yeah. I mean, but he's had as the OC, it's like Mac Jones, people, his first year, that 1 year with Mac Jones, that's the best we've seen him. Got him in the Pro Bowl and went to the playoffs before he left, and then Mac just fell apart.
I think that's his best role. I think McDaniel's best role is offensive coordinator. Some guys are great coordinators and they're never going to be head coaches.
Yeah.
And he's a guy who shouldn't be a head coach.
Right. Like I thought it would have been a nice move if Mayo kept his job and they hired him. That would have been a nice move. All right. Coming up, time to have a more serious conversation about the Texans, where they are. When you take away everything that happened, all the officiating jazz and all that stuff, it's time to have a more serious conversation about the direction of the Texans. That's coming up next.
Hey, y'all, Clint Stoerner here from Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, when you're injured, it's like being hit by a blindside tackle. Like CJ had a lot of those yesterday. A game changer on your side is what you need, and that's why I trust Mokaram Injury Lawyers, man. They take on these big insurance companies and make sure you're treated fairly. With them in your corner, you're never going to fight alone. That's for dang sure. If you're injured, you know what to do. Call my friends over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. They take care of all the problems that come with an accident, and boy, I tell you what, they bring a lot of them now. Buckle up. But Mokaram Law Firm will take care of you. They're available 24/7, 365. They'll help you get assistance if and when you need it. And at the end of the day, they'll fight to get you the compensation that you deserve so you can take care of your family. That's their number one priority, is make sure that while you're dealing with all the issues that being injured in an accident brings, they want to make sure that you can take care of your family. They have over 25 years of experience. They treat every client with the personalized service that you deserve and the personalized service that you can trust. Plus, your first consultation is free. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Mokaram Law Firm is the way to go, y'all. 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Verlo mattress. Verlo mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling, the best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And the pitch. Grounded right side. They're going to do it. It's fielded by Bagwell. Flips to Wagner. And the Astros have the strangest no-hitter you'll ever see. 6 pitchers combined to shut down the Yankees. Hold them down without a hit. And the Yankees are no-hit for the first time since 1958. Lidge, Dotel, and Billy Wagner finished it off.
All right. The reason why we're hearing that is because the Hall of Fame announcements have been announced, and the members that got in: Ichiro Suzuki, CC Sabathia, and Billy Wagner. In his 10th year of eligibility, he got 82.5% of the vote. He gets in. I think, did Carlos Beltran get in too? Maybe not. He gets in
Billy the Kid,
the Hall of Fame, to go along Ichiro, Billy Wagner, and CC Sabathia. Congratulations to all, by the way. Is CC Sabathia a first ballot Hall of Famer? Jeez, I didn't even realize CC was out that long. But Billy Wagner, obviously, here matters the most. The closer had been on there for 10 years, and he gets in. So congratulations to Billy Wagner. Yes, CC and Ichiro, first ballot Hall of Famers. That feels very aggressive for CC Sabathia. But congratulations to Billy Wagner. All right, real quick, you can text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler, what's your Billy Wagner moment?
Man, he was
what's
one
that
of
moment?
He was really one of the first, honest to God, Astros that had me fall in love with sports and the Astros and everything that went on at the Astrodome and now Minute Maid Park, or should I say
the Icebox?
The Icebox. No, he one of the first sports memories I can recall is just hearing this song right here playing as Billy Wagner ran out of the bullpen to close the game out, and he was a favorite. He was a fan favorite for me, and I know a lot of others. Billy Wagner, well deserved, man.
Good for Billy Wagner. Yeah, good for him. The old lefty, hard throwing lefty. As I'm sure the Wagner family, his son. Where's his son at? His son where's he playing? Where did he get traded to? Is he in Toronto? I can't remember where his son's. No, I think is he?
Will Wagner's in Toronto.
Is he in Toronto? Okay. Well,
just hope they're not paying him in Canadian bucks.
They probably are.
Well, remember, we're going to annex Canada, so they'll be an American buck soon enough.
Probably not going to happen. But congratulations to Billy Wagner, as he did his thing and is in the Hall of Fame. The third Houston Astros, we're learning, the third Astro behind Bagwell and Biggio to get in to the Hall of Fame. Headed to Cooperstown, baby. Congratulations to Billy Wagner. All right. Just hearing a lot of stuff from the Texans over the last couple of days. I heard Will Anderson say that he felt like they were the better team. D'Amico Ryan said he's discouraged because he knows they're a better football team than what they showed. And I think at times they can be a better football team than what they showed. But I just think that in the offseason, which I'm sure they will do, they've got to start being honest with themselves and say, hey, we are not there yet. We still need to do things to get to where we want to get to. We weren't the better team. We scored 12 points. We weren't the better team. We made too many mistakes and errors to be ready to win that game. Now we've got to be honest and not just believe we're the better team because we have more yards. Like, there's a lot of things to the game of football, and just got to be honest about that. And to me, D'Amico's had to come out too many times and say, hey, that's not what we're about. That's not Houston Texans football. Like, when you got to come out and say it that often, maybe right now that's where you are. And I think I've got confidence they will make the proper assessments and what they need to do. But I think they got to be a little bit more honest there, looking in the mirror of, like, we are a team that at times is very undisciplined. Penalties have been a problem. That's not just that we could be better than that. That is who you are. If it's happening and when we're all the way in the divisional round of the playoffs. Like, there are issues where your protection just completely seems to be confused, don't know how to block it, don't know what to do, but that's who you are.
Mistakes are something you correct. Trends are something that are consistent.
Yes.
And if you don't correct your mistakes, then they're not mistakes, they're trends. And those are, when you have negative trends, you get negative outcomes. Look, the Texans' talent wasn't the problem. I think sometimes their scheme was the problem. I think their lack of discipline was the problem. I think their ability to protect their quarterback was a major problem. I mean, we all thought this offense was going to come out. And, I mean, there was conversation before the year started. Could they have 3 wide receivers with 1,000 yards receiving each? And obviously nobody thought that Stephon Diggs was going to go down for the year, or that Tank Dell was also going to go down for the year. But, the idea of 3,000-yard receivers and a 1,000-yard rusher and C.J. throwing for 4,500 yards, and none of those things, well, they got Joe for 1,000. They got Nico for 1,000. But none of the other things happened because they couldn't keep C.J. Stroud upright. And throughout the year, it was a problem that continued, and they just were unable or unwilling or both to handle that issue and try different ways to tackle it because hey, we're going to throw this out there and we need to execute better. You didn't execute better all year long.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just, you hear that a little bit like it's just like, guys, no, step back. You're like, this is you. It's not like you're capable of playing better football, but consistently, like, none of the things that happened in that game were a surprise. Turns out in a negative part. Like, maybe Fairbairn struggling that much, but he's been kind of leaking oil a little bit down the stretch anyway. But none of it was like the penalties, the losing your cool a little bit to start the game. Not a little bit, losing your cool to start the game. The protection issues. There was a miscommunication in the secondary and somebody's just wide open. Bro, we've been seeing that all season.
Yeah, there was some miscommunication at the linebacker level that led to guys being open.
Linebacker, secondary, whatever. We've been seeing that all season from the first game of the season. Like, it is you. It's just they got to start being honest about what it is that they are. You weren't the better team. Good gracious. 12 points.
No, you can't say you're the better team.
You can't come out and say, yeah, man, we just gotta be better at as a whole group, all 3 phases. Like, you can't do that.
Hold on, Joe.
If you're the better team because you outgained them by 100 yards, then you got to have some real hard conversation with yourself about how many penalties did we take that we lost a game where we didn't turn the ball over and we outgained our opponent by 100 yards. How many sacks, how many drive-crushing sacks did we give up that we didn't win a game, we outgained our opponent by 100 yards and didn't turn the ball over?
What the hell happened on special teams?
That you gave up over 50% pressure, right? 8 sacks, 14 quarterback hits, 9 tackles for loss. You're the better team. You gave up those numbers. There's some conversations that need to be had, and they pretty much revolve around how the hell is your offensive line still a steaming pile of you-know-what?
That's a big part of it. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll make a little money while you're sitting at the house. This weather, T. Mill will give you his best bets as he had another good night, 75% right. So make some money with T. Mill. We'll continue to do all of that coming up next.
We'll do that, though. I got to tell you about Underdog, man. Look, you can take your playoff, NFL playoff, college football playoff experience to the next level, man. Cash in with Underdog fan.
presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations yet again to Billy Wagner. He will be the third member of the Houston Astros to be inducted into Cooperstown. He is the Hall of Fame. He's in the Hall of Fame. Jose Altuve coming soon in there as well. So congratulations to Billy Wagner. I'm looking up there. Ichiro gets in this class as well as
CC Sabathia.
Just, am I tripping? Like, congratulations. When I hear Ichiro first ballot Hall of Famer, bam, that makes sense. I mean, the numbers Ichiro could have put up if he played all those years that he played overseas, if he played them here, would have been insane.
Ichiro's first 10 years,
he got in with
MLB,
that.
and he started at age 27.
That's what I'm saying. He was older when he came here.
MVP, Rookie of the Year, All-Star Gold Glove, All-Star Gold Glove, All-Star Gold Glove, 7th MVP, All-Star Gold Glove, All-Star Gold Glove, All-Star Gold Glove, Silver Slugger, MVP 8. All-Star Gold Glove, All-Star Gold Glove, MVP 9, Silver Slugger, All-Star Gold Glove. He led the league in hits in his first 10 years 7 times. Like, that's just insane. He had 350 and led the league. He had 372 and led the league. And despite the fact that, after age 37, he kind of did the whole bounce around thing, so he played till he was 45.
Yeah.
Despite not starting Major League Baseball till he was 27, he finishes with over 3,000 hits.
Yeah, no, he got 3,000, came over at 27. Now, yeah, he feels first ballot. CC Sabathia, that one kind of takes. I think CC Sabathia is a Hall of Famer, and I'm glad he got in. That surprises me that he got in first ballot.
Yeah, and if you look at CC's the magic number.
Like when I think first ballot are like Justin Verlander is first ballot.
It's what the pinstripes will do for you.
Like right now, of the pitchers in this era right now, how many of you think are first ballot Hall? It's Verlander and Kershaw.
Scherzer,
yeah.
See, I don't like Scherzer's first ballot.
He's a 3-time Cy Young Award winner. Yeah, Scherzer's first ballot.
I mean, he is. If CC is, damn sure.
Well, I mean, like Scherzer's a
Does
first
he give
ballot.
you like he gives you the feel of that?
Cole is tracking as a first ballot. Cole's tracking because he's going to have a lot of wins. He's got a Cy. A
lot of spider tack.
Yeah, but nobody cares.
I do.
He's tracking.
Like he's tracking. Yeah, but you still can say like first ballot right off the bat. Yeah.
No, he's still got a few years where you can say definitely, but he's tracking that.
Because like when I say it like this, for instance, and I think this gets crazy as hell. And I'm talking about pitchers here, guy Gene. I think this guy's crazy as hell. And I think it's got a big part of him not being in, which I think is stupid and unfair. Curt Schilling is like the best big game pitcher I've ever seen. He's got moments in the playoffs with the Phillies, with the Red Sox, with the Diamondbacks, and was good in the good in the regular season. He's not in at all,
and it's got nothing to do with his play on the field.
Maybe, I've heard.
I can tell you that
I've heard some people make the case of like his regular season, which I think is bull, and I do think I'm with you. I think there is some T.O. like stuff in it. I mean, there's some crazies in the Hall. I just like that one to me is like, damn, Kurt ain't even in that puppy, and he's first ballot. That's I don't know. When I hear CC Sabathia, I have to think a little bit. Like, all right, then what'd he do? Then like as you were reading it off during the break, he's got 6 All-Stars. When I say 6 All-Stars in 19 seasons, that doesn't generally feel like a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Now, Curt Schilling.
I go 3,000 strikeouts, 250 wins. I get that. I just generally don't hear that.
Schilling, 20 years, 216 and 146, 346 ERA.
That's high, but
346 ERA is not bad.
No, it's not bad, but I'm just saying that's high. That's where a lot of people get him. But for me, his postseason, he's so ridiculous in the postseason.
But he's at over 3,000 strikeouts, 31-16 in the strikeouts, and his postseason is off the charts. He's also a guy who has 3 World Series championships, 6-time All-Star.
Major part in all of them.
World Series MVP, NLCS MVP.
Yeah.
Like legit big game.
Like someone brings a good one up. Is Zach Greinke a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Zach Greinke's is definitely a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Definitely a Hall of Famer. I don't know about first ballot.
But if CC is, I feel like Zach is.
Pinstripes.
Might be.
People get blinded by them ugly-ass pinstripes.
Interesting. I'm happy for CC.
Greinke has 225 wins and 21 strikeouts shy of 3,000.
That's Cy Young. He pulled off with the Royals. I'm sorry. That is that's.
Yeah.
Got a little extra.
Greinke, 6-time All-Star, Cy Young, 6 Gold Gloves, 2 Silver Sluggers, 2 ERA titles. Yeah, Zach Greinke's probably a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I mean, if CC is,
I think
he should be. First ballot Hall of Famers to me are just not even thinking about it. Jose Altuve, bam.
Yeah, I think Greinke probably first ballot.
Verlander, bam. Kershaw, bam. First ballot, not even to think about it. Mike Trout, I'm sorry, Tyler, but bang, he's first ballot.
Do they have a Hall of Fame for guys who play like a quarter of each season?
Yes. And he's so good, he still gets into the regular room.
So lame. God.
He's
so good when he's on the field.
Yeah, he's been so good, he gets into the regular one, too.
Business Hall of Fame with that $425 million extension.
Congratulations to all of them, especially Billy Wagner.
Man, I'm so happy to see Wags hitting. It was his last year of eligibility.
Yeah.
His numbers very much comp favorably to the other 8 relievers.
How many
in
career
the Hall
saves
of Fame.
does he have?
Billy, career saves is 422, which is either like second or third.
Yeah. I think maybe behind Trevor and
but career
Rivera.
231 ERA for his career. 0.99 whip for his career. Strikes out 12 per 9 for his career.
It feels huge.
I mean, Billy, if there are relievers who are Hall of Famers who are not named Mariano Rivera, Billy Wagner is like the next guy. He was tremendously dominant for, think about this.
I'll be honest, I didn't know he ran it up that many saves.
16 years. His last season at age 38 in Atlanta, he had 7 wins, a 1.43 ERA, and 37 saves with an 0.86 whip. He retired, and he was still an elite player. Averaged 13 and a half strikeouts. He had 104 Ks at 38 years old and 69 innings. He could have continued to pitch.
Yeah, could have racked him up. Yeah, no, good for him. Congratulations to Billy Wagner. He gets in, baby. Good for you. Good for you. I see a lot of people here texting in, happy that he got in. Coming up behind us, you can hear the best of today with Tyler Milner. Hear a little Sean Pendergast. He went on in Kansas City. I heard some of that interview today, and trust me, he gave it to you. He gave it to him. He really talked about Patrick Mahomes the way that many of you have texted in. So you might want to hear that coming up next. The best of with T-Mill follows us. No Area 45 tonight as you hear Patrick with us right now, but stay tuned every night as we start to get past the football season. They'll be on every night 6 to 10, so stay tuned for that. All right, Tyler, you went 3 of 4 last night. Let's get T-Mill's best bets. That under, I said I liked it, and then at the end I said, well, you never know what Ohio State does.
Yeah, that was the one we missed.
Yeah, but no, good night. What do you got tonight?
Yeah, once again, a strong start. Been on this heater a bit, so tell these picks if you want some money. Not a very big slate of bets for you tonight. There wasn't a lot I liked. But I am going NBA slate of best bets for Tuesday evening, and I got 3 of them for you. First off, I got the 76ers as they head to Denver to take on the Nuggets, +8 in the first half. Might be my favorite one of the night.